Hold on, you guys. Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Court is in session. They're bringing the jury in now. So please forgive me for not saying individual highs, but I will greet you guys uh, in a little while. I just don't want us to miss anything. And I do think today is going to be a doozy. I'm glad to see you guys here. Um, I appreciate all of you guys being here and your support for me and for the channel. If you haven't done so, could you take just a moment and give your girl a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you're mad at me for being tardy for the party and whatever. I'm not going to judge. I leave it up to you. So let me, without further ado, add this to the stream and we'll get started.
From the Sheriff's Department.
And in that interview, you talked with her about the child being dead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Apparently, at some point, just a second, at some point, apparently, the state did pass the witness. How I missed that, I don't know. Yesterday was a bumpy day due to me waking up late, but today I'm on time. And then last night, I'm so sorry about that stream, you guys, that I scheduled. I could have sworn that I changed the time, but I didn't. And let me give a special shout out to Alex Erickson, who called me repeatedly last night, but I was out like a light and tried to tell me, well, she did tell me, but she tried to get me to change it or whatever. And I couldn't because obviously I was asleep. So I'm very sorry for any confusion that might have caused you guys. I apologize. That is just the type of professionalism you get here and only here at the Ward Case Studies with your girl, Jen Lou. So this morning, we are going to begin with the cross-examination of Detective Fraley, I believe is how you pronounce his name. So that is where we shall start. And without further ado, let's get going. Oh, before I forget, because this is important and I will forget this. When I woke up this morning, I'm putting the finishing touches on the long overdue and a month late documentary about Sid and Nancy and her, all of it. So it's a long documentary. It's taken me quite some time. It's only going to be available on Patreon. I hope you guys will check it out. I should have it ready to go tonight. I will, of course, post a reminder on my community tab and in Patreon. And I have one Patreon level. It's $5 a month. So that if you guys are looking for that, that is where that will be. And I will be premiering it tonight. All right, here we go. This is what you came for. Let's get into it.
Good morning, Mr. Fraley. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Fine, thank you.
I want to start where General Harper left off yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked, you conducted an interview of Megan on February the 25th of 2000.
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Licklider from the Sheriff's Department.
And in that interview, you talked with her about the child being dead.
Yes, sir.
And some other things.
Yes, sir.
Judge, this time would ask to show that video.
The judge allowed the questions, and obviously, let me just state the obvious, I like to do that. They're going to show the interview.
Not day you in. You know this, okay. You know that. This is the last day. If you had, I will. And we'll bring her down. Yeah, but don't we need to bring her on, man. Don't wait as long as it's not too long. Okay? This is for your baby. This is to give her the proper ID.
Where's she at?
There's only two places I can think of where she would be.
Where's she
He
at?
said they put her somewhere close to, I think she's somewhere at Dad's or at his house.
Okay, his house?
Maybe somewhere like, you know, that like the dog store. I think she's either there or she's somewhere at Dad's. So she's somewhere close.
Underneath the docket hunters.
I don't know if she's underneath there. I'm just,
Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
that's just my theory. She has to be
No,
two places.
I don't want to.
We're not looking at theories, honey.
You
need to bring her home.
He said that she was somewhere close. There's only two places I can think that he would take her.
You were honest with you. Okay, but you know this part.
I don't know for sure. I'm trying to help you all. I swear I am at this point in time.
This is the ending. Okay?
Let's bring her home
Let's
today.
bring her home.
There's a bunch of places I think that he would even have time to take her. She wasn't going very long.
Well, regardless of time, there has to be a reason that you would know that. Okay? Because that
He said
is
she was somewhere close.
in that time. There's only X amount of places she could be. Okay? But you're specifically narrowing down those two places. Right? You know that.
He said she was somewhere close.
Help me with this, Megan. When he took her out with the trailer, how was she dressed?
You know that picture I had of her? She said her old penguin suit.
She's in the penguin suit. Is she wrapped up in her blanket?
She was wrapped up in
Did you give her to him?
a picture of
You picked her up. Where was she?
on the bed.
On
I held her for hours because I didn't want to let her go.
And that's okay. We need to bring her home. Okay? We need to bring her home today. Just tell us where we can go get her.
I don't know for sure how old you are. I think she's at.
Okay, hold on. You held her for hours.
Yeah.
She was in what? How was she dressed?
You know that picture of me and her were sitting outside the trailer and she was
Yes.
smiling and she had that little purple thing on.
Yes.
She was
And she was wrapped up in a blanket.
like a dark colored blanket. A thick fleece blanket.
And he took her from you? Where did he put her? What car was he driving?
I read the car.
Your red car? Did he put her in the trunk?
I don't know. I didn't go out
Did
there.
you go outside with him?
No.
What time of day was it?
It was close to the dark.
Was it close to dark or was it
It was
dark?
close to the dark.
What day was it?
I don't know what day it was for sure, to be honest with you.
So, how long was he gone?
Less than an hour.
Was it 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
Maybe like 45. And he kept saying she's somewhere close by.
Did he ever take you back to where it was? Between then and now? And this was in December, early December. Was it after you started working at the
It was
chicken?
after summer.
How long after?
Not too long.
You started on Monday, right?
Right?
Was it Tuesday?
No, it
Was
was
it
a
Wednesday?
week or two after.
It was a week or two after.
Closer to 2 weeks.
So about December 10th. What do you remember about that day? Did you wake up or what happened?
I don't know. I rolled over on her. I don't think I did. I think he did it. It was an accident.
So he was sleeping in bed with you? Was the three of y'all together? In the
In
bed?
between us.
Okay.
I should have put her just on my side. I slept with her almost every night of her life before that, and I never once rolled over on her.
But when you woke up, she wasn't breathing. Is that what you're telling us?
Her head was like buried in her pillow. She wasn't breathing.
Okay. So, there. So you tell him, hey,
I was panicking. He was like, well, you can't call anyone. We're both going to
why
go to
can't you
jail.
call someone
And he said we were both going to go to jail if you take care of it.
for her? For her just rolling over, or you rolling over on him? Or on her?
I don't think I rolled over on her though. I don't know if he did an accident or what. But like I said, I slept with her like her whole life before that. With her up against me right next to me, I never rolled over on her.
We need to bring her home, Maggie. You need that peace. Mom needs that peace. Everybody needs that peace. We need that peace. Help us bring her home. You're the only one that
I
knows.
told you all the only places I know he could have went.
Where? Name it.
My dad's in his house.
When you say your dad's, where are you talking about your dad?
I'm Muddy Creek.
Because he wouldn't have taken her inside the house and said, hey, Tommy.
Well, I don't know. I just don't know.
Why would he take her back to Tommy's?
He said he was going to take her somewhere close.
See, I don't think he would have taken her to Tommy's. That's too much of a risk. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
What if your dad would have caught him? See, I don't think she went there.
Look, can you all just please check and then
We're going to check
everything?
everywhere we believe she may be.
Okay.
But again, we need to understand where she's at.
I don't know for sure where she's at.
When you say for sure,
I just have guesses and I've told you two what they are.
and why has Hunter never spoke to you about this?
I don't want to
When
know.
he came back, what did he say?
I'll put her somewhere close.
Did he say how he put her?
No, I
Did he
didn't
throw her in
want
the
to know.
trash can? Did he throw her in the lake? Did he bury her?
I didn't want to know.
What did he say?
Just that she was somewhere close and not to worry about it.
Megan, you've lied to us for 6 days now. I need you to be truthful with me today.
I am being truthful.
No, just hear me out, okay? I need you to be truthful with me today. We're getting there. We need her brought home. She don't need to be laying out in the woods in the cold anymore. She needs to be buried. She deserves that. You need to help us bring her home. Please. Tell us where she's at.
I don't know for sure. I really don't. I didn't want to know.
I think you do, Maggie. I think you're scared to tell.
I don't. I told you the only two places I think she could be.
When you say the boat dock, what do you mean by the boat dock?
I don't know. Maybe he buried her there or what.
Did he mention the boat dock?
No, but he said he took her somewhere close and he wasn't gone very long.
Did he drive away with her? Was she placed in the trunk?
I don't know for sure.
You didn't look out the window.
No, I didn't want to.
Who did you call?
Nobody. I was scared to call anybody.
Did he call you while he was gone?
No.
And it was dark. Close to getting dark.
It was dark by the time he got back.
It was light when he left and dark when he got back. We need to bring her home. If she's laying out there somewhere, she deserves better than that.
I don't know. I told you the only two places I could think he could take her. What are you all going to tell my dad when you go to search his property?
What should we tell him?
I don't know.
Is she buried on that property?
I don't know if she is or she isn't. I really don't know. There's so much places I know that he would have had time to go to if they
Did
could
Hunter
have.
take a shovel? Did
No.
he take a trash bag? Did he carry her out in that blanket, a box, or a box? Jump up in a
I
box?
stayed in the bedroom. I just had her wrapped up in a dark colored blanket.
How big was this blanket?
It was like a normal size, like fleece blanket.
So when you say wrapped her up, so you describe that to me.
Like, you know, you swaddle a baby.
Okay.
Like that.
So did you leave her face exposed?
So it sounds stupid, but I never heard me cold, so I wrapped her up in a blanket.
So she was at home. Her whole body was wrapped up.
Except for her face. You know how you swaddle
Her
a
face
baby?
was open.
You know how you swaddle a baby?
Mhm.
So wrapped it up. I didn't want her to be cold.
We don't want her to be cold anyway. She's still out there, and we need to bring her home. And you can help us with that part.
There's only 2 places I'm trying not to go look for it. I need that.
So Hunter's dock, underneath Hunter's dock.
Or just around the dog.
Okay?
I don't think if he did take her to his house, he's not stupid enough to, you know what I mean, just put her somewhere inside the house. His dad owns property right next to that place too.
How long did you hold her?
For a long time.
All day?
I didn't want to let her go.
How did you know she was dead?
Because she wasn't breathing. Her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open.
She wasn't breathing. I tried to give her CPR, but she was already gone.
How did you try to give her CPR?
Mouth to mouth.
What else?
That's it. I just held her play.
Did she gag or anything while you were trying to give CPR to her?
No.
How did she feel?
What do you mean?
Was she cold?
No.
She's still warm? What about the color?
She was still
Was she
there.
blue?
No, not really.
What did she look like?
Just like her. As the day went on, she got colder, and so I put her in the blanket because I didn't want her cold.
And you don't remember what day that was?
No. I know it sounds bad, but I'm just trying to block it out of my memory as much as I can.
Where would you look at your dad?
I don't know if there's a lot of property back through there.
Back behind his house? So where does that connect to? Where does the back of his property connect to?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you,
Yeah, that's what's there. There's that creek. It's like right up to the asphalt, stuff like that.
you're shooting one of those asphalt piles?
I don't know. I really don't.
Is there a lot of asphalt piles on his property?
I don't know if there is anymore or not.
So I've not been out there, I don't know, I'm asking.
I,
Again, that's what I'm trying to do, man. Help us bring her home. She don't deserve another night out there in the cold and alone. She needs to be brought home.
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know if he took her in the trash can or not. When he came back, it was gone. I didn't want to ask.
Your trash can and the trailer was gone.
I didn't want to ask.
Was there a dumpster anywhere there close?
I don't know. You have to look.
No, to where you, when you lived there. What did you normally do with your trash?
Took it to the road and then the trash can.
So you said took the trash can, the inside trash can, the outside trash
On the
can?
inside.
Just what you kept in the kitchen?
I don't know if he took it with him or not. I didn't want to know.
You said you sit there and looked at her.
Yeah.
When you woke up and she wasn't breathing, you tried to give her CPR. What did her eyes were open? Were they bloodshot?
No.
Were there any bruising around her eyes?
No.
She just looked like she always did, just like she was at peace asleep.
No, her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open. Not bloodshot or bruised.
Not really, no.
Because I can't help but think that's probably a lasting image that you think about Evelyn. So you know her bloodshot eyes were bloodshot or not, or black, and you're not saying they were.
No.
Okay, but they were just open.
I didn't want to let her go. She wasn't cold, and when she started getting cold, I thought that the blanket around her, so I didn't want her to go home.
What woke you up? Was she choking or crying
No. I just woke
or
up.
kicking?
No.
If we talked to Hunter, what will he tell us?
The same thing he's been telling you, that he's never met Evelyn because he told me not to tell anybody that he would go back to jail.
If he has never met Evelyn, how do we make that connection that he has?
I don't know.
Was he ever out in public with her? During this time, how long had you all started dating?
Not long.
Talking about not long, like a week,
Yeah.
a couple of weeks, a
A week.
month? So prior to you starting at the chicken shack,
No, I didn't know Hunter.
you didn't know him.
No.
So the first day you met him was an interview for that job?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know.
You started on Monday.
Right. I think it was a couple of days
The day
before.
before, like on a Friday or Saturday?
It was probably like a day or two before.
Did you go there in person and fill out an application?
Yeah. Evelyn sat in
And
the
that's
car
the
with
first
Audrey and
time?
Bailey.
Okay, and that's the first time you ever saw him. What happened?
I just filled out an application, that's it.
Did he ask you out on a date when I'm
No, not until I started working there.
So you started working, he said, okay, you're hired. You started working on December 2nd, on a Monday, correct? And then start flirting at work. And tell me what happened. You got on a date, Monday night, Tuesday, tell
I
me
don't
about it.
remember the day, I really don't.
Whatever day, whenever you say the first day after the application, that that's the first time you met him, you started working, which we know that's on a Monday, that's easy. Y'all started flirting at work. Did y'all go out Monday night, that first night?
No, I don't remember what night we went out. I'm just being honest, I really don't.
Okay. But at some point, he started staying with you at the camp, or at the trailer.
Just one night.
He stayed in one night. A minute ago, you said he stayed a couple of nights.
I didn't say that.
You said he had slept together.
Just the one time.
Said y'all had slept together in the bed with her between.
Me and him.
Not with her.
She slept in between us.
And so I'm saying, you said you'd done that a couple of nights and
No, I said I've done it 1,000 times where she slept with me. Like her whole life, she slept with me in bed.
And then the one night he stayed was the first night he met her, correct?
I mean, no, he'd seen her like in the car with me at the chicken shack.
Okay. Like a couple of days when you went to get the application, when you applied with Bailey. And
I came to measure the parking lot. They wanted it redone, and I had her in the car with me.
when was that?
I don't know a day.
But you told these guys the other day, y'all went through a timeline. I think I wasn't in there. But y'all went through a timeline.
I don't remember what day I measured the parking lot. I really don't. The day they opened, I came back to the drive-thru after I left, and she was in the car with me too. In the back seat, her car seat. The pink and gray one you all have.
Mhm. Do you think he took her in that trash can?
I don't know, but it was gone. I never wanted to know.
And that's the only two places.
I don't know where else it's close. I think my dad owns those storage units across from the trailer. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. Does Hunter have a storage building rented from him or something there?
No, but I mean,
Or do you?
no, they're abandoned.
Where would he put the baby at there?
I don't know. You are asking me guesses. I'm giving them to you. He likes the lake a lot.
Does he have a boat or anything like that?
He used to.
When you talk about the boat dock, you mentioned boat dock. What do you mean by that? Does he own a boat dock or?
They're behind his dad's house. If you go to 217 Sandy Point Drive and look in the backyard, there's 3 huge ass boat docks. I promise you, you will not miss them. They're wide.
And that's
Have you
one-
been to that house?
I,
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I did.
Okay.
But of those 3 huge ones that you have, which,
I don't know.
where would you think?
I really don't know, to be honest with you. The only thing I think of is maybe put her in the lake or something.
Do you think you would walk in from there and walk down to the lake?
What do you mean?
What do you?
There's no water there right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You would have to walk down the dock and walk to the lake.
Well, you can get to the lake not too far from my trailer. Because it was Lakeview Mobile Home Park before my dad.
Is there a place you can drive down from there?
I really don't know, to be
Or-
honest. Isn't there like an access, something on Sugar
That's
Hall?
what I'm asking, I don't know.
There is. You're talking about the ramp, the new ramp they built down there? There is. You talking about the one on Sugar Hall, or you talking about the one on the Devon Bridge? Just before the bridge. They built a new ramp down there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. Which one are you talking about on Sugar Hall?
Well, I just passed the one that says Sugar Hall access part.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me talk to my mom.
You will. Let us put this baby in rest. Okay? You come off of that part. Alright, we talked. This is-
Those are the only places I know for you all to go to work, I swear.
You're positive.
Positive.
Because this,
Those are the only places you can
so
get there.
you're telling me all these other stories that you've told me. All those before, those are lies. But this is the truth.
This is the God's honest truth.
Okay, that timeline, all the dates that you gave, all that stuff prior, all that stuff was made up. And you want, why do you want to come clean now? What benefit do you have?
I don't, but you talk to me. To be honest with me.
Is it for me or is it for your baby?
For my baby, but you're the one who were like, hey, like, it's been going on long enough, you know what I'm saying?
And it's time to put an end to it. You have no idea.
I told you the only places I think you could have went in that short time frame.
I'm gonna step in here, I'm gonna try to look in the map for most places.
Can you bring me a map and I'll try to mark on it where I think?
You need anything? All right, well, I'm gonna grab a chair. Here we got some maps. Let's see. We got that one. We got this one. Okay, 543 Muddy Creek. Is that his dad's?
No, that's not. This is his dad.
Okay, so we got 3 maps here. So here, just take this and hit you. I know they're kind of small. This is where, that's where you were staying, I think, right? That's the
Yeah,
track.
this is Buffalo Road.
Okay, this is Sandy Point Street.
Yeah.
This is Muddy Creek Road. And this is where your trailer was, right? Is that right, right
Yeah.
there?
Well, where's the access part of Sugar Hall Road?
So,
Is this it right here?
You got Sugar Hall, and you should have the Ball Bridge here.
And there's Sugar Hall Road on the way. Okay, so right across from here, there's like a storage building, like going back up towards that, whatchamacallit.
but you said those are empty, right? Or,
It's
license on those?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought my dad might have gone to the trailer.
You just mark wherever you think, like I said, you'd mentioned that he had just a limited amount of time.
Well, those are the only two places I think on this map.
Okay,
that
but
really
did
want
you
to
just
see.
mark, where,
This is like the storage unit.
and is that the boat dock?
That's an access part, I'm sure.
Where's his dad's house? Is that here?
Yeah. Well, I don't know anywhere else except for there and Muddy Creek.
Okay, well, just mark that, mark what that is, boat docks. Put your lakes down. Is his,
Can I just put Randy's house?
yeah, that's fine. Okay. Anything else you can think of? And if you don't care, just mark, I don't think storage. I think from what you're telling me, if she's in one of these two places, so just write what she was wearing, if you don't care. And that, just whatever, what'd you say her clothing was? Was it her little jumpsuit,
Yeah,
purple
it's a
fleece,
sleeper.
and a sleeper, or was she wrapped up in a blanket? Now those, hey, this might be hard for you. Write down how she was. Her eyes open. Just like she was sleeping, right? No bloodshot, but they were open. She was warm. And all her color was there. She wasn't blue or gray or anything like that, right? Okay. All right. And that would have been 1st of December. Okay, is that right? Like the first week,
Second week, probably.
second week. And that's December. Anything else you can think of? Anybody else you think Hunter may have told? His best friend, I'm just asking, you may or may
The only
not.
person I know that he's really close to is his mom.
Do you think she knows anything?
His mom would defend him like to the end of the earth.
Okay.
Because I know exactly he's gonna be like, well, I didn't have anything to do with that. He's gonna go back to jail, and his mom will like sit and support him on every the hell he says to her.
What else he been in jail for?
I don't know.
Okay,
To be honest with you, I don't.
okay. All right. Let me go out here. Do you need to leave, or you want to hang out here? What do you want to do?
Well, I can't leave.
Huh? Why not?
I figured you all were going to arrest me after I told you.
For what?
For withholding information.
Why would we arrest you?
For withholding information, impeding an investigation.
Well, here's how this works, and again, I'm not talking to you much, but I need you to understand. Number one, I need you to understand that I'm not going to lie to you about anything, okay? That's not what I'm in the business of doing. I need you to understand, too, that we confer with the DA's office, okay? Before we make any kind of decision like that, that's out of our hands. But I need you to understand that I can help you, okay? You've not helped yourself at all during this whole ordeal. You know that. You're not done. No way in shape or form are you done, Maggie. You're smarter than this, than what you've let on. You have lied repeatedly, more times than we. And to be honest, didn't you go on the news last night and say that TBI? Who?
Christy.
You go on the news last night and tell that TBI's not doing our job. You've been up here 100 times. How many TBI agents you see running around? How many Sullivan County investigators you see running around? How many FBI agents you see? We are breaking our backs to bring her home. Then you go out there and do that. That bothers us. But again, we're not in it for anything but to get and bring her home. And you hold the key to that. So with that being said, We're the only ones that can help you. And what I mean by that, and I want you to hear me out, what I mean by that is that when we talk to that DA's office and they say, hey, what did she, well, they're going to say, hey, because we have talked to them, we know she's lied for 6 days now, 5 days, whatever it is. I haven't seen her. Many of us have not seen a full night's sleep in well over a week because of this. But when they go to and say, hey, what did she tell you other than the lies? Because how many lies have you told us? How many? Dozens? Just say it.
11 billion.
I'm here to help you. How many lies have you told us? A lot.
11 billion.
Every day you talk to us, right? I need to go to him, the DA, and say, look, I get it, she lied. She was a scared mother who didn't know what to do. Okay? But today, when he and I were in here and talked to us, when you first talked to him, she started to tell us the truth. That truth is what's going to be able for me and him to go to the DA and say, hey, we know she told all these lies. She's telling the truth now. We can help her. We'll go to bat for her. And that's what we're willing to do, is to go to bat for her. Regardless of how many lies you told, we can start over right now. And I can go back and you say, hey, look, she was scared. We just need to bring her home. Like, you need to help us do that. This is a start. But you should, again, you just need to understand my perspective. You've been lied to before. How did it make you feel?
Bad.
And that was over probably something trivial. A boyfriend lied to you about going out with a girl or something like that. We're trying to bring her home. Dozens of guys out here and women out here, and in Quantico, Virginia, Nashville, Tennessee, and Atlanta, Georgia, are all working this thing. That's all we're working right now. To bring her home. Help me tell the DA she was finally the key that brought Evelyn home. I need you to be honest with us. Can you be honest with us?
I am being honest with you.
Is there any place other than here that she is that you know of?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Anything else you think might be important? Anything else you want to tell us? Okay. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
I mean, I can't go.
You're not under arrest. I say all that to say that to be clear. You're free to go. Just you tell us if you want to hang out here, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll continue to help you out. But again, the lies are over.
They are.
We can't help you unless you tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
Okay.
You want to go outside?
Can I just stay here?
Yes, if you need anything, you know, come in the door.
Is Angie here?
Who?
Angie?
She is.
Can I stay with her?
Want to sit with her in here?
Can I stay with her in her office, or do we have to sit in
You'll
here?
be fine.
Just sit tight. You got crew here, is that right? Is that right?
Thank you.
Agent Fraley, is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, I would move that as the next exhibit. Judge, may I have purchase court report? Agent Fraley, I want to, I guess, go back over some of the things she told you. You testified on your direct examination that she had told you she knew the baby was dead, not missing.
Correct.
Now, I didn't really see that initial thing in the video. Was that somewhere else? I mean, it's obvious from the context of what you all are talking about, but had that happened before that video?
Yeah, and in my notes, she'd also talked to other investigators, and that was the first day of the 6 days or whatever day we were on that she told us that she was dead instead of missing.
Okay, do you know when did she tell you or did she tell someone else?
It was in other interviews, and again, we were all working together,
Okay,
and she'd, like I said, she'd talked with other investigators, but that was the first day. And then after that was revealed, that's when Detective Licklider and I brought her into this room and started talking to her again, trying to clarify.
Just so we can clarify a few things for the jury, I think it becomes apparent, but there's a lady in a jail uniform as this video starts.
Yes, sir.
That's Angela Boswell.
That's her, Megan's mother.
And
Yes, sir.
You all had arranged for her to be brought to the sheriff's department to meet with Megan?
Yes, sir. She asked to meet with her, and was able to do that.
And then as the video starts out, you start talking about he back a lot, and later the name Preston or Hunter Wood comes. Is that the he you all are talking about throughout that video?
Yes, sir, it is Hunter Wood that we referred to as her boyfriend.
And at some point, I guess the other thing I noticed just so that for the jury's context, in the video you all refer to her as Maggie.
Yes, sir. Her name's Megan, but she was called Maggie. I think she told us that's what her nickname was from her real name.
That's what her family called her.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Fair. So she provided you with several locations that she thought the baby could be in.
Yes, sir.
And one of those was Tommy's property.
Yes, sir.
You know,
I believe she was.
she did not end up leaving the Sullivan County Detention Center from the time the detention center and the sheriff's department are all connected together here.
Yes, sir. They're connected here. Their offices are in the same building.
One large building.
Yes,
connected.
sir.
So she did not leave there from the time of that interview until she was arrested.
I don't think she did.
Now, when did you first search Tommy Boswell's property?
That would have been March 6th when Evelyn's body was found.
Okay. So, was there some reason you didn't search the property from the time she told you on February 25th until March 6th?
I can't recall specifically why we didn't, other than she had told so many lies. We didn't know if this was true or not, so there wasn't solid evidence because she had lied so much that this was the truth. So,
Are you certain the property wasn't searched before?
not by me, no, sir. It may have been searched, but
Was it searched by the TBI, or do you know?
I don't recall. I wasn't out there until the 6th that I recall.
Okay.
There may have been other detectives, agents, FBI, Sullivan County, or even TBI for that matter.
As far as TBI goes, who was in charge of this at the time?
Agent Gratz was the case agent, David Gratz.
Who was the field office manager?
Christopher Wilhoit, he's the assistant special agent in charge.
What was your position at the time?
I was to assist Agent Gratz in the case.
Okay. So you went there one time to that property?
That I recall, yes, sir, on March 6th.
All right, I just want to interject briefly to answer Megan. No, they're not seeking the death penalty in this case. Also, who knew that Maggie is a nickname of Megan? I thought it was a nickname for Margaret, but you learn something new every day. I don't understand why the defense was so keen on playing that interrogation video. It does not help Megan. It actually, in my estimation, makes her look worse and more like a lying liar mouth who tells lies. So, well played, defense attorney, man. That is all.
I'll be showing you what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 17. Agent Fraley, you previously identified this photograph as how the trash can was found when you got
Yeah,
there.
yes, sir. It looks like the ones from yesterday.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, yes, sir.
Judge, all the monitors are off.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying to,
Okay, that's
you'll have to look at the video.
Okay.
That power surge is going.
And I believe is this the position the trash can was in when you found it?
That's representative of, like I said, once the door was open, on how the trash can and the bags were there.
When you say it's representative, was the trash can moved and put back in place, or is that exactly how it was?
In this particular picture, I think that my best recollection is that's how it was. It wasn't. At some point in time, I did remove these and we stopped because of the weight of the trash can, believing that Evelyn might be in that trash can. But like I said, my best recollection is that was the way it was when the door was open and we first saw that.
Okay. At some point after picking the trash can up, was it placed back in the same position for more photos?
I believe, yes, sir, it was.
Okay, so some of the photos we saw yesterday, the trash can was not exactly as you found it. It was to the best of your ability to put it back. Is that fair?
Yes, and this probably, well, I don't want to probably, but yes, that is correct. It was moved and then replaced. And then, like I said yesterday, we stopped and made some phone calls after we confirmed or believed that to be Evelyn's body.
And the trash bag, the black trash bag, that's ultimately where Evelyn's body is found.
Underneath, it looks like, yes, there was a black trash bag on top of the one that's in there.
Okay. Where did you find the body? And what I mean by that is, did you find the body in the trash can after you had removed it? They're giving you a pointer, so if you
okay.
need that. After you
Thank
had
you.
removed the trash can from the building, or were you still in the building when you found the body?
Best I can remember, sir, was, like I said, we opened that door and we saw those items. Now we had the knowledge of, she had said that there was maybe to look for a trash can. So that alerted us. Red flag went off, if you will. That time, I think I removed some items on top of that and maybe moved the can. But like I said, once I felt the can, it had some significant weight to it, more so than a regular trash can has household trash in it. Removed some items off the top of that, and then that's when I first saw the leg of Evelyn's body. Like I said, may have replaced it or resituated best I can, stopped what we were doing, and made the appropriate phone calls.
So you say you replaced it.
Set it back, yes, close to it.
Set the trash can back in. Did you set the stuff back in the trash can that was on top of the body?
I don't recall putting those items back on top. I think once those items were removed, and some of the items I remember specifically, there was a bread bag, an empty bread bag that was in that top portion of the trash, and I recall it having a September 2019 expiration date, which again alerted us that, hey, this wasn't there like the rest of that stuff I testified to was obvious to me. It had been there for years. And now you had these couple bags of trash in this can that looked out of place or looked more recent. And I think, after seeing that, opening that bread bag with that date, obviously that date gave us an idea that this was a window of time that was recent, that fit close to the proximity that Evelyn was reported missing.
Okay. So the black trash bag in Exhibit 17, it appears to be pressed down in the trash can. Is
Yes,
that correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
So at some point you took it out of the trash can.
Yes, sir. That was, as I best recall, that was the first thing removed from that can.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15.
Okay.
Is that the same black trash bag?
Yes, sir. As best I recall, you could only see that portion in that last picture, and that's after it's kind of been opened
Okay.
to inspect the contents inside.
Okay. So that picture was taken after you open the door, obviously. You take the trash bag out of the can?
Yes, 4 eggs, Wilson, that's what
I
happened.
can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, I think I did, because to inspect the bigger bag that was down in the bottom of the can with Evelyn's body.
Okay, did you place the black trash bag back in the can?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, once we confirmed that was Evelyn's body, or what we believed to be, we stopped. But I can't remember if I placed it back in there or set it to the side.
Now, I assume there's a protocol to how you all would handle a scene.
Okay, I just need to pause briefly because I could tell by the last question that the defense attorney is going to now start questioning and hammering away at the way that the evidence in this case was collected. Now, I want you guys to keep in mind that the jury, at the end of all of this, is going to be instructed to use common sense. Okay? And common sense dictates that it doesn't matter how much of a seasoned officer you are. Okay? When you come across a child's body in a trash can, in a trash bag that also contains trash inside of the bag with the body of a child, it's going to shake you. And so if there was another trash bag, which there was, that was placed on top of the trash bag that contained Evelyn's body, I think removing it and then getting to the second bag, opening that bag, finding a child's body inside of it, you might just accidentally put the black trash bag back in the trash can itself after removing the first trash bag. So I don't find this line of questioning is going to be effective, but he has to do what he has to do. So I'm not mad at him for doing it. I get why he's doing it, but I just don't think it's going to be effective. That's all. All right, here we go.
Scene like this. Could
Yes.
you walk me through that?
Well, typically, like I said, this was a looking for Evelyn's body, because based off of what the phone call had come in to come there to search for items that he had said had been brought there and placed in the yard barn. We found those items. I think Special Agent Gratz and Haraz with the Sheriff's Department started looking, inspecting, and made the decision to take that. And then the process of that led us to just to look in the playhouse where we found these items. So for protocol, I guess there's not a checklist to start looking, but once items are found, the protocol is to photograph those, bag those, seal those bags, mark those bags, and ultimately send them to our TBI labs for examination.
And I assume the protocol would be not to contaminate other pieces of evidence there. You want to keep everything as separate as possible.
As best we can.
You described a situation where you all placed her body on a clean body bag.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said y'all put wax paper on the porch prior to doing
I
that.
think it was like butcher paper, this rolled butcher paper, then the body bag on top of that, and then as we were removing the contents of the trash can, it was onto the body bag.
The black bag, when you inspected it, anything significant in it?
Like I said, the only thing that sticks out is that bread bag with the date. Kind of, like I said, that other stuff had been there for years, it appeared to me and the others. And this appeared to be recent, and that date on that bag, I recall.
Okay. If I could approach the court reporter, Judge. Agent Fraley, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize that?
It looks like, yeah, that's one of the pictures introduced yesterday.
Okay. What does-
That's the playhouse with the door open, showing the trash can inside the doorway.
And that's the front porch of the where you ultimately placed the body bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could, do you have that pointer still?
Yes, sir.
Could you point for the jury and show them where you placed the paper, where you placed the bag?
Can you raise that? Does that raise up anymore? Okay, yeah,
Is that
that's,
better?
it was on this porch right here.
And take that one down. Actually, if we could go back to that for just a minute.
Okay.
Over here on the side, can you see what looks to be like is wire?
This right here?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another picture.
Okay.
Does that appear to be the same wire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that appears to be an accurate representation of the porch at some point during that night.
Yes, sir.
We'd move this as the next exhibit, Judge.
Any objection?
Objection.
46.
Right. Go.
Let me see everybody over here. Even if it's do it again. All right, go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that was one of the photos introduced yesterday depicting the removal of the trash bag containing Evelyn's body from the can onto the body bag.
And that was done on the front of the porch, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was, at the time you all did that, the wire and stuff, was that kept away from that body bag, or?
Best I recall, we moved those items in order to clear the front porch to do this.
Okay, to keep from contaminating anything, I assume.
Well, to provide room as a flat space, the most convenient place for that. But it was, like I said, right there on the front porch. I think it was moving off to the side of the playhouse.
Okay. If we could go back to the last, actually. We'll put back up Exhibit 46. Exhibit 46, I'm showing you around the wire and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to you that there are some leaves and debris under the wire?
I can't make out. I'm sorry, I can't make out exactly what that is.
Okay. Now, purchase witness. Do you recognize what that is?
Like I said, that's a little clearer picture. That's not.
What is that a picture of?
It looks to be a portion of that picture.
Sorry.
Is it up in this portion here? That area, is that a zoomed in of
Yes, sir.
that area?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's that's a little clear.
Okay, do you recognize that picture that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir. Like I said, it looks to be the middle portion of that, and it's a little clear now that it does appear leaves, maybe some grass or hay or something there underneath that wire in this area.
Okay.
And also, it appears maybe 2 insect pupae right there.
If I may, I would ask that the picture is identified with the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
47.
we'd ask to publish this at this time. Agent Fraley, is that a better
Yes, sir.
picture for you to
Yes,
describe
sir.
to the jury?
It is.
I believe you said you saw some leaves.
Yes, sir. It looks like maybe right there.
Uh-huh.
And that might, that area right there is what I said looked like grass or hay, possibly.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry,
Oh,
those two right there is what it said looked like insect.
You described those as pupae.
Yes, that's,
You talked about pupae yesterday. What's pupae?
it's just where an insect, once an egg is formed, it's formed as larva. In the middle of that stage before it fully develops into an adult, that's the stage of that.
Okay, so the egg would be laid and then it forms into this. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. That pupae, do they move on their own?
Yes, they're living organisms, and they feed, which, like I testified yesterday, it's common with human decomposition that the eggs are laid on that decomposing human flesh, and that's where they develop from there.
Okay. You say they're living organisms, but in fact, a pupae is an insect in its inactive, immature form between larva and adult.
It's in the middle.
It's an inactive form.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So they don't crawl around, do they?
Like I said, the eggs are laid, and then they develop into an adult.
Okay, that's the stage before they become larvae, which would move around.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about the so when you found the body in the trash can, it was in a bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Evelyn had leaves in her hair.
I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Okay, were there any leaves in that trash can?
I don't recall.
You
The
say you
leaves.
don't. When you say you don't recall, I guess I want you to clarify that you say I don't remember. You say I don't remember, or I
Well,
don't remember.
even reviewing the pictures yesterday, I don't remember saying, I mean, it's been 5 years, but even reviewing those, I don't remember seeing leaves inside of those.
So you don't think there were leaves in the trash can or her hair?
Like I said, I don't remember seeing those even after the review of those photographs yesterday.
Okay. I want to talk about the body. Obviously, when you find it, you had to move it to some degree.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you would have done your best to have placed it back you moved it out of the trash can and then placed it back like it was, I'm assuming.
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what you did.
Are you talking about removing the body and then putting it back in?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay,
That's incorrect.
okay, tell me.
No, once we went into the playhouse, opened that door, saw what we saw, the trash can, the 2 bags that, like I said, were obvious to us that they didn't match everything else in that playhouse. It was, and then confirming, like I said, with the information that Megan had provided to us, that the trash can was in play. That first black bag removed, and then like I talked about the empty bread bag that had expiration date, that confirmed this wasn't in the time frame of this other stuff with the dust and the cobwebs. Pulled that off, and that's when the odor of decomposition appeared or was present as I was moving, and then pulled that fleece blanket back, and then that's when I saw the leg and the foot. That's when we stopped at that point. Then made our phone calls, forensic pathology, medical examiner, DA's office, and our chain of command.
So I assume you made as minimal of movement as the body as possible.
Yes, sir.
but-
Again, because we were, number one, trying to confirm if that was her. We were optimistic and hopeful it was. And once we verified that, at that point, we stopped and
But-
waited on them for guidance.
But it would be fair to say you moved the body.
Absolutely, we did.
You had
But
to be-
like I said, not from the trash can and then
Right.
put it back.
But you had
Just-
to move it within the trash can in order to see what you're seeing.
No, again, just pulled the blanket back and saw that leg and foot. We didn't, the body wasn't moved. Now, it may have moved when we moved the trash can, but we didn't physically touch the body,
So-
remove it, and replace it.
So fair to say you didn't try to move it, but when you moved the trash can, it could have moved.
Yes, sir, it absolutely could have moved.
Judge, could I have just a minute?
I mean, the photographs speak for themselves. Hold on, I don't want to talk over this background noise. The fact of the matter is the photographs speak for themselves. It's clearly a very well documented scene. And in the overall scheme of things, I hate to say this, movement, jostling of the body didn't change anything. I mean, for Pete's sake, that I'm going to leave it there. I'm just going to leave it there because I think this is ridiculous. I get why he has to do it. It's still ridiculous to me. All right, here we go. Danny, nearp.
Did you collect any evidence there yourself? I know, and what I'm saying is typically, or at least for the jury, I'll explain the question. I know you know what I'm asking you, but typically a lot of law enforcement people are there. One person may collect this, one person may collect that. Did you collect any of the evidence there?
I recall when we first got there and we were in that yard barn where all that evidence was. I think Gratz wanted, Special Agent David Gratz wanted all of that taken. I think I assisted in that. And then, like I said, then went to the playhouse, found Evelyn's body, was active in processing that. Those bags, what wasn't sent to the forensic center for autopsy, which included Megan's body and the clothing, the blanket, those other items were collected. They were transferred from that scene over to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, where we continued to process. But I think I was party to that as well. So I think to answer your question, what you're getting at, if I collected evidence items, and yes, I did.
Do you know which items?
I'd have to look at those lists because they were, it was voluminous in the items that were collected. It was dozens, I believe. I'd have to see that list to refresh my memory.
Judge, that's all the questions I have for Agent Fraley. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. Agent Fraley, Mr. Scott asked you some questions about the moving of the body after you located it in the trash can. When you first saw the trash can and the black bag that was in there, how would you describe them as far as where they were positioned in the trash can?
Like I said, trash can, as we've seen in these photographs, the black bag was on top. Then you see it kind of opened. That's where the bread bag was. After that was removed, then was the white trash bag. After that is opened, then the next thing visible was the gray and white fleece blanket. pulled that back, and that's when I first saw the legs. So, if that answers your question.
Well,
the
let me ask you this. I mean, was the black trash bag just sitting on the top, or had it been pushed down inside, or what did you have to, in other words, did you have to pull it out of
I pulled it out, yes, sir.
Okay. And the white trash bag, again, was it pushed down in there, or did you
Yes,
have to-
it was compressed almost to a degree of compression that it created like a vacuum coming out when we removed the bag from the can.
Okay, so it wasn't just gently placed
No,
on top
no,
of the...
absolutely not.
All right. And to the extent that you have already testified, you did not in any way, once you located the body in the trash can, manipulate it, pull it out. You didn't pull the trash bag up to look and see what else was in there. You all didn't do anything else with that until the medical examiner arrived.
No, like I said, we stopped, and even once it was removed, it was a gentle process where it was removing the bag containing the body, tilting that can onto the body bag on the.
Thank you, Agent Fraley. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, John.
Recross, one question. The trash can, you all moved it outside of the building before the medical examiner got there?
I can't remember exactly, but that we could have moved that to the front porch to remove that black bag with the bread bag, and then placed it back. I can't say 100% if that was done, but it could have been.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to need to go back and correct something that I had said. I thought, based on the way the agent had testified yesterday, my perception was that there were two trash bags on top of each other. No. Evidently, what it was there were two trash bags, a white trash bag and then a black trash bag. And Evelyn was in the white trash bag inside of the black trash bag that was also surrounded by other items of garbage. Both bags, from what I'm understanding, the way that he's testified, seem like they had trash in them. The black bag had trash and the white trash bag that contained Evelyn's body as well as other trash. Is that how you guys took it? Because that's how I took it.
That's all, Judge.
Is he needing, under subpoena?
I have served an additional subpoena on him should he be needed later.
He'll need to be. All right. Agent Fraley, thank you for your testimony in this case. You're still under subpoena, so you'll need to remain on.
Okay.
Thank you.
You ready for the next witness, Judge?
Yeah,
Statement called Tommy Boswell.
unless anyone, do any of the jurors need a brace?
All right, so now we providing they don't take a break for the jurors, we're going to hear from Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell is Megan Boswell's father. He is Evelyn Boswell's grandfather, and he is who ultimately reported Evelyn Boswell missing. See, Sarah, that is what I thought as well. Sarah says, I thought the black bag was on top. Me too. So, Allie, I don't know if you're still listening, but I want to, that might be something you want to talk about tonight and get clarity on. I'll try to get clarity for everybody in here. If not, yes, Jennifer. Jennifer says Megan looks like one of the Manson girls from the back. She looks like Leslie Van Houten from the back. But yeah, this is, okay, so let's see what Tommy has to say unless they decide to break.
the end of his form, please. I gotta give you your microphone. Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Tommy Boswell, Sr.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would, scoot like Judge asked, scoot up close to that microphone.
All right, how's
there
that?
you go. That's better. You're Tommy Boswell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Boswell, where do you live?
543 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntful.
All right. Is that here in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are the father of the defendant, Megan Boswell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
She's your daughter? Okay. And Evelyn is your granddaughter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Megan's mother, who was she?
Angel Boswell,
All right.
or Jones.
Okay. And two of you, are you still married?
No, we've been divorced since 16.
2016?
Yes, sir.
How long were you all married?
17, 18 years, something like that.
Okay. Megan lived with the two of you when she was growing up?
Mainly lived with my mom and dad,
Okay. And where did they live?
right below me. We lived on the same piece of property.
Okay. There on Muddy Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you have problems with Megan that eventually led to her being placed in foster care?
Well, that's her mother's fault for not sending her to school. And she'd come to stay with me. And then she wanted to go stay with her mom. I said, you got school, and we got to go to court Friday. And I said, you don't go to school tomorrow. I said, they will send you off. Well, she went and stayed with her mom. Mom didn't send her to school, went to court. State took her.
Okay. Now, let's back up a little bit. This was after you and Angel were divorced?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. How old was Megan when all this took place?
The divorce, or which part?
When Megan went into foster care?
I think she's about 17.
Okay. Was she in high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, while Megan was in foster care, were you aware that she had a child?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was that child?
That was Evelyn, my granddaughter.
All right. Do you remember when she was born?
I'm so nervous today, I can tell you the date if...
All right. Which is November 2018?
That's right.
Sound
yeah.
about right? Okay. During this time that she was in foster care, were you working with DCS to get her back into your custody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I done everything in my power.
Okay. What sorts of things were they having you do?
I'd meet the foster care parents on different weekends. We went to church events, different things like that, and then they finally let me get her on the weekends, and then she'd come over and stay.
All right. And she have Evelyn during this time with her?
No, Evelyn wasn't born then.
Okay. Did you do that after Evelyn was born?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Evelyn was born while she was in foster
Foster
care,
care,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did Megan or Maggie come back to live with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact dates.
Okay.
But it was after Evelyn was born.
All right. Okay. So Evelyn's born in November 2018.
Yes, sir.
So it was some point in time after that?
I can't remember exactly the dates, but she was real little whenever they come back.
All right. And that's to when you say she came back, was that to your house there at Muddy Creek?
Muddy Creek, yeah.
Okay.
Megan and Evelyn come
Okay.
back to our place.
So they were both living there with you. Who else was in the house at the time?
I had my little daughter and my son, and then my soon-to-be ex-wife was there.
Okay.
And she had her little boy part-time.
All right. When you say soon-to-be ex-wife, that's someone different than Angel, correct?
Yes, this is Ashley.
Ashley. And when you say Ashley, what's her last name?
Rosenbaum.
Ashley Rosenbaum. Okay. Were the two of you married at that time or dating?
No, not that time. We were engaged.
Okay. All right. when Megan came back to live with you, was she working? Did you help her out? How'd she support herself?
I support her.
Okay.
I support her when she's with them people.
All right.
Bought her whatever she needed and give her money and stuff.
Okay. Well, tell the jury, because we don't know. What sorts of things did you do to help her out?
I give her money. She had my credit card number. She'd get stuff on it. I mean, if she needed anything, the baby needed anything, I seen to it that they had it.
Okay. We heard some information that came out earlier today about Megan having a car. Did you have anything to do with that?
I bought her a brand new car, paid cash for it, get $20,000 cash for it, and her the title to it.
Did you help out with expenses for taking care of Evelyn
Yes, sir.
while she was living there?
Yeah, I bought everything while she was there.
Okay.
Bought diaper genies, just whatever baby needed.
Okay.
So not quite the neglectful father that the defense was trying to portray him as. I highly doubt that Tommy is aware of what the defense said yesterday, because typically witnesses are not allowed to listen to testimony prior to testifying. However, there are exceptions to that when the person that's going to be testifying is a victim of the defendant. And because Tommy is Evelyn's grandfather and Megan is the one who's accused of murdering her, by extension, that would make Tommy a victim. So it's possible he did hear. I'm just kind of curious about that. I'm going to try to find that out for you guys.
So how long did Megan and Evelyn end up staying there at the house with you?
I don't know exactly. I don't want to lie to you. Just a few months. It wasn't that long.
Okay, just a few months?
Yeah.
Well, what happened that caused her not to be living with you anymore?
Not clean her room, to be honest with you. I mean, I had my two little ones. Ashley had her boy part-time. And then we had Megan and my granddaughter, and Megan didn't want to clean her room, and that's causing problems between me and her.
Okay. So did she leave your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did she go from there?
I think she went to my mom's for a few days, and then she she went over to the trailer park.
Okay. Judge, could I see exhibit number 1?
And also, yes. Also, yes, what Neat said, here it is right here. You don't get put in foster care for missing one day of school. And I think what his testimony is that last day that she missed school was the last straw. She'd been in trouble for missing school, and she was living with her mother, and then she lived with him, and she wanted to go back to her mom's for the night or whatever, and he told her she needed to go to school, and she didn't go to school, and the state said, that's enough. We've tried to work with you. We've had enough, and we're going to take her. And that's essentially what he's testified to. How accurate that is, I can't say.
Mr. Boswell, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as exhibit number 6. Do you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Does that look like an accurate diagram of your property where you live out there on Muddy Creek? You recognize that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And if you're looking at the diagram up there at the top, it says Tommy Boswell trailer.
Yeah.
Is that where you were living? Is that
Yeah,
where you live?
that's a house. It's not
Okay.
a trailer.
Okay. And then down below that, what's labeled as residence, is that the trailer where your mom was
Yeah,
living?
that's where my mom lives.
Okay. So she left your place up at the top there, Tommy Boswell, and then she moved just down, same piece of property, but there to where it shows as a residence.
Until her and Ashley got the trailer cleaned up and ready for her to move into it.
Okay.
Also, just a little tiny sidebar here, a la Judge Bev. Tommy Boswell is giving us the Alec Murdoch Is that a house or a trailer? It's a house.
All right, thank you. Now, do you know how long she lived there at your mom's residence?
No, I don't, sir. I mean,
Was it a long time?
stayed,
Weeks, months?
no, maybe a week or two. It wasn't long.
Okay. So where did she go from there?
To the trailer.
Okay. When you say
Trailer park.
okay, did you or your son, family members own a trailer park?
Yeah.
You're referring to it as a trailer park,
Yeah.
but we don't.
Yeah.
We don't know what that is.
Yeah, we owned a trailer park and we give her a trailer.
Okay. Where was this trailer park located?
I can't even think the name of that road.
Also, I would just like to say good morning to everyone who's just joining us. It's good to have you here. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. All right, here we go.
Is it here in Sullivan
Yeah,
County?
sure, in Sullivan County. It's Sugar. I can't even think the name of that road, sir.
Did you say Sugar?
I think it's Sugar something. Is it Sugar Holler?
Sugar Hollow. Okay.
Is that the name of it?
Okay. Well, I can't answer that. I'm asking questions. So
Okay.
You got to answer.
Yeah.
All right. So was that something you owned or your son owned or
My son owned it.
Okay, your son owned it. So how was it? Explain to me exactly what happened as far as Megan's living arrangements were concerned there at the trailer park.
What do you mean? She
Well,
didn't have to pay no rent, no light bill. I mean, she didn't pay no bills. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking.
Okay, so you had a trailer out there and you let her go live there.
Yeah, and I paid all the bills.
Okay. Did she live there by herself or who lived there with her?
As far as I know, her and Evelyn.
Okay. Do you remember when this was that she moved into that trailer?
Goodness, no, I don't, sir.
Okay. Would you say,
All this stuff I've tried to put back in my brain and to want to forget it, and I'm trying my best to remember it. And
well, I appreciate that. Okay. So she and Evelyn are living in this trailer by themselves out on Sugar Hollow. Is that right?
Yes, speak up.
yes, sir.
Okay.
I see you shake your head, yes.
Okay. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. If you need a minute, let us know. Okay.
Oh, bless it. Now, see, I knew this was, I had a feeling this was going to happen. This poor man. I mean, look, can you imagine the position that he is in? It's not an enviable one. That's his daughter sitting across from him. That's his baby. And she stands accused, I think correctly, of taking the life of her own baby, his grandbaby. Sorry, can't talk. It's just an awful, awful position. And I imagine he doesn't want to take a break. I imagine he's like, let's just get this over with because I don't want to be here.
Well, good.
Okay. Did you ever go out and see Megan and Evelyn when they lived there at the trailer?
A few times.
Okay. Did you see the condition of the trailer, what it looked like?
Most of the time I'd stay outside. She'd come outside to be pretty because I'd look around, pick up garbage and stuff.
Okay. So
But a couple times I went in, but not that much.
okay. Did she have Evelyn with her?
Yeah.
When you were out there? Okay. So did there come a point in time at which you realized Megan was no longer living there in the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Nah, I don't remember the dates.
Did you do something as a result of the fact that Megan was no longer?
Oh,
living
yeah, I
there?
told her, I said, if you're not going to live there, I said, you need to let it snow. I said, we need to rent that.
Okay. And did you do something?
Yeah, I told her, I said, if you're going to live with Hunter, I said, you need to move your stuff out.
Okay. And did she do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to clean it out or do anything to it before you could re-rent the trailer?
Dave's a guy worked with us. He took care of the park, as you say. He got free rent, and he cleaned it up and done stuff like that and mowed. And
Okay. Well, do you remember what the condition of the trailer was when Megan moved out?
it was pretty dirty.
Okay. Did he have to do anything, or did you have to pay to have anything done to the trailer to be able to re-rent it?
Oh, yeah.
And what was that?
Just cleaned all the furniture and stuff out and cleaned it up, and they had to replace some of the floor, which was bad.
Okay. Did Megan leave anything behind in the trailer, or you know? Did she take her? Well, let me ask you this way: did she take all her stuff with her?
I didn't go through the trailer.
Okay. This
But
guy that you hired.
He did, and I told him, I said, whatever's left, she said she didn't want, and I said, there's a truck there, load it in the truck, take it to landfill. That's what we done. Whoever moved out, we clean them out. That's what we do.
Okay. So you loaded up a bunch of stuff in a truck and hauled it off, or had this guy do that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know where Megan was staying? You said she was no longer living
She's
in your
supposed to
trailer.
have been living with Hunter.
Okay. Was that Hunter Wood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that, as far as you know, was that her boyfriend at the
Yeah,
time?
yeah.
Okay. Had you met Hunter?
Not at that time, I don't think.
Okay. Do you remember when the first time that you met Hunter was?
Goodness. It was either when she come up Earth Angel to get my two little ones, or when we went to Gatlinburg for Christmas, or Pigeon Fords.
Okay. So you went with, well, let me ask you this. Who did you go to? Pigeon Forge with?
Hunter and my son and his family, and me and my family, and Megan and Hunter went.
Okay. And when was that again?
That was the day after Christmas or the day before Christmas. I can't remember exactly.
All right. So it's around Christmas.
Mhm.
You met Hunter.
Yep.
Who was he there with Megan?
Yeah.
All right.
I
What-
could have met him before that and don't remember it now. I don't want to lie to you, but
Okay.
that's the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Did your trip there at Pigeon Forge, did Megan have Evelyn with her at the time?
No, sir.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Yes, I asked her
Okay. You asked her what?
where Evelyn's at.
Okay. Did she tell you?
Said that Ethan had her.
Okay. Do you know who Ethan was?
Yeah, I met Ethan. He's a nice young man. I thought a lot of Ethan.
Okay. And who did you think Ethan was at that time? Or who did she say Ethan was?
Well, they used to date,
Okay.
but she said Ethan was the father.
Okay.
And he wanted to see Evelyn. He'd been in the Army. So I said, I'm going to stand back. If he's going to man up and want to see his child, I'm going to let him see her for a while. You know, and then after a while, I said, enough's enough. It's my turn.
Okay. So at that time, when you went on this trip, she told you Evelyn's with Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought that was a good thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds to me like what we're getting to here is at the point where Tommy had had enough. He was tired of the excuses and being told some BS, and now was starting to become concerned for Evelyn and where she was. All right, let's keep going.
After this trip to Pigeon Forge, did you see Megan after Christmas?
here or there, very rarely.
I'm sorry. Could you
Just
repeat what
here or there, not that much.
Here, there. Okay. Did you see Evelyn?
No, last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Okay. Did you ever, in those times that you saw Megan after Christmas, did you ever ask her, hey?
Yes, I asked her numerous times.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She kept coming up with different stories and different lies.
Okay. Well, what was she telling you?
First, it was Ethan had her. No, first, let me back up, I'm sorry. Hunter's mom was watching her. And then she come off with Ethan had her. And after it went on for a while, I said, I'm going to do something about this. Well, she told me that Ethan wouldn't give her back. I said, hey, let's go get an attorney. I said, he can see his daughter, but I said, he's not taking her.
Okay. What did she say when you told her that?
I can't remember the exact words. She said, Dad, give me a day or two or something. She said, I'll get her or something. And it just lie after lie.
Okay. Any point in time did you ever see Evelyn?
No, last time I seen her was on Thanksgiving, sir.
Okay. So, at some point, did you make an ultimatum to Megan about seeing your granddaughter?
Yeah, I told her and I told her mom.
Okay. What did you tell her?
It was on a weekend. Oh, excuse me. I said, come Monday morning, which I told this to her mom. I said, come high hell water. I said, I'm going to get on the phone. I said, I'm going to find my granddaughter. I said, I don't care what I got to do. I said, I want to know what's going on. I said, enough's enough. And that's when I got on the phone and made the phone call.
All right.
That Monday morning.
All right. And did you talk with, who did you talk with?
I don't know. I can't remember all their names.
Okay. Was it somebody at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Department of Children's Services?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I just told them I told you I hadn't seen my granddaughter and I was worried about her.
Okay. Did you tell them how long it had been since you'd seen
Yeah.
your granddaughter? Okay.
And then I think they got me in touch with that Miss Constance, said her name.
Okay. Well, I can't answer questions from you, Mr.
Oh, well, I'm
Boswell.
sorry,
So
but I
if you
can't remember
that's
everybody's
fine.
name.
If you
but-
don't, that's fine as
but,
well.
I think that's her name, Miss Constance, if I'm saying it right.
And Constance, does she work at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked to her about, again,
Yeah.
the fact that you had not seen Evelyn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened after you made this report to the Department of Children's Services?
It wasn't long. The detectives was up there, best
Okay.
I can remember.
All right. So after you reported, then you start meeting law enforcement officers
Yes, sir.
come to talk
Uh-huh.
to you?
Yep.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them?
Oh, 100%.
All right.
100%. Whatever they needed done or searched or done, I give them permission to do anything.
All right. Did they come out there to your place, your property out there on
Yes,
Muddy
sir.
Creek?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, this was sometime in February of 2020? Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Did you keep up? Obviously, at that point in time, you realized something is going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, as time went on, continue to talk to and cooperate with law enforcement? Talk to them about what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
Keep in touch with them?
Oh, yeah. We stayed in touch.
All right. Now, do you remember on March the 6th of 2020, calling the TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the reason that you called them on that day?
Me and Ashley was talking. Her and Megan used to switch phones all the time.
Okay, hold on. If you could, I think Mr. Scott had trouble hearing what you said.
Trouble hearing the person's name.
If you could start over and repeat what you just said.
About Ashley and her switching phones.
Well,
Which part?
I think the beginning part of it.
Oh, when I called TBI?
Yes.
Okay, well, before that, me and Ashley was talking.
Okay.
They used to switch their phones all the time.
Hey, Solo Mom, good to see you, babe. Listen, okay, so Solo Angel Mom says this man needs a calendar. Okay, so I don't know if you've just joined us, Solo. What had happened was he explained that he's really tried to put these events out of his head for the last 5 years. And so he's having a difficult, because he was working on forgetting, now he's having a difficult time remembering. And Scott, Ashley is not Megan's mom. Megan's mom is Angela. Ashley is his current wife. They were engaged back then. Yes, I think I got that right. It's a little confusing. All right, here we go.
Okay, when you say they, are you talking about
But Megan and Ashley, they'd switch their iPhones and trade backwards and forwards.
Okay.
And I told Ashley, I said, call that TBI guy back and tell him he can have that phone. There might be something on that phone. Because I prayed and done everything. And I could help them. And they come back and got the phone.
Okay.
When they got the phone, they got to the gate and I asked Ashley, I said, what about that stuff Megan put in down there in Dad's building? She said, I don't know. I said, well, call them back and tell them to go down there and look in it.
Okay. All right. And did you all call them back?
Yeah, Ashley did.
Okay. And as a result of calling them back, did law enforcement then return to your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do once they arrived there at your property?
I told them about the building because I come in one day and I remember seeing her car backed up to the building and the door raised.
Okay.
All right, let me rewind them. Yes, okay, Neat's got it. Okay. It is okay. Ashley, Lord, Ashley, at the time that these events occurred, they were engaged, then they got married, now they are divorcing. So yes, thank you, Neat. Neat's got it. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you because sometimes this stuff is very confusing.
I'm sorry, could I see Exhibit 6 again?
Let's rewind it to hear what he had said.
And as a result of calling...
I can tell them to go down there and look in it.
Okay. All right. And did you all call them back?
Yeah, Ashley did.
Okay. And as a result of calling them back, did law enforcement then return to your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do once they arrived there at your property?
I told them about the building because I come in one day and I remember seeing her car backed up to the building and the door raised.
Okay. I'm sorry, could I see Exhibit 6 again? Sorry, Judge. All right. Mr. Boswell, you see Exhibit 6, what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 6 again?
Yes, sir.
All right. There should be there's a laser pointer right there when you're standing up on your stand, witness stand right there.
This?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you push the button, you described a vehicle being backed up next to the shed. Can you on there point where?
This one right here.
Okay. You've indicated on there what's
right there. It's got a roll up door.
All right. That's the one directly below what's listed as residence.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so, after you showed that to the law enforcement
We went
officers,
down there, I rolled the door up. There's a pile full of stuff, and as I was walking away, I saw there's her playhouse back her dad had built for her. They said, "Can we look at that?" I said, "Do what you need to do."
Okay. Let's back up just a second. When you rolled the door up to the shed, all right, you saw stuff in there.
Just clothes and miscellaneous stuff like that.
Had you at any time in the months leading up to that been in that shed at all, or had anybody been in that shed to your knowledge?
That one there where her clothes are at, yeah, sometimes we're in and out that one because we got some stuff we keep in there.
Okay. All right. So after you look in that building, where do you take law enforcement, or where do you?
I showed them where to. Let me show you on the thing.
Yes, if you don't care.
Let's see. I can't really see it from here. It's right there.
Okay. Is that what's been marked as the playhouse?
Playhouse.
All right.
Yeah. As I was walking away, I said, "That's the playhouse my dad had built for Megan."
All right. And when was that built for Megan?
See, we moved there in 03, probably around 04, 05.
Okay.
He built a barn, and when he got done building the barn, he had some leftover lumber, and he built a playhouse out of it.
All right. And that was built just for Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else ever use it or play in it?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. And again, in the months leading up to sheriff's office showing up there, had anybody been in that playhouse?
As far as I know, no.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to take a moment to address this really quickly. this is incredibly important testimony respective to the playhouse, because you have the playhouse and then you have this like shed, okay? And it's important because the playhouse is where Evelyn's little body was ultimately found. And knowing who had access to that playhouse, while everybody who lived on the Boswell property would have had access, nobody ever went in it or did anything with it because it was Megan's playhouse. It's also really interesting to know that nobody ever went in it, nobody ever played it. Megan was the only one who ever used that. And so I think that's really important, an interesting testimony. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out because they're really, Megan is charged with multiple things, not just murder. She's also charged with abuse of a corpse. So, in order for them to prove that, they have to establish that Megan is the one who put Evelyn's body in the trash bag, in the trash can, in that playhouse. That's where I was going with that. Sorry, all my synapses just now fired. Apparently, my 5-hour and coffee done kicked in. All right, here we go.
All right. Your property, Mr. Boswell, in order to get onto the property, is there any gates or anything?
Yeah, I got a fence and a gate.
Okay. And what do you have to do in order to get past that
It's
gate?
like a key fob, remote control. You just push it and the gate opens.
Okay. And if you don't have the key fob, you can't open the gate.
No, but you can walk around it.
Okay. You can't drive. You can't drive.
No. There's no way you get on my property.
Okay.
No,
Did
the gate ain't open.
Did Megan have a key fob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she could get onto the property if she wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever give a key fob to Hunter?
No,
Okay. Did you ever see Hunter up on your property without Megan?
no.
Mr. Boswell, do you remember giving permission? I know you said you cooperated with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
You remember giving permission to the sheriff's office to film the entrance to your property with a drone to show the location of that gate and where the shed and playhouse were?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing that drone footage prior to coming into court here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that footage accurately show the location of where your gate was, the trailer on the property, as well as the shed playhouse?
Yes, sir. Nothing's changed.
Judge, there's a video drone footage that Mr. Boswell's identified. I'm going to move to make that an exhibit, and we'd ask to publish that to the jury.
Any objection?
Yes.
The full exhibit number 48.
Yes to all of this, Jennifer. Megan, tell me why Mr. Chicken Shack would think to put Evelyn in the playhouse. Exactly. It isn't like Hunter and Megan had been dating for a real long time, okay? So it isn't like he knew the ins and outs and all of the things, all right? That playhouse was special, and it was special to one person only, and that was Megan Boswell. The end. Also, just briefly, this is how I feel currently. That is all. Let's continue. Neat Noodle, would you please make a note that Teacup Kraken is very, very tardy today? I'd like that noted in her attendance record. I don't know what, if any, punishment is coming, Teacup.
You did say that.
I just want to, I just want to remember this
Just before you stood up. it
for
went-
no reason at all. I'm just glad you're here, babe.
Hold on.
With that.
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, now before they play this, I need to address Miss Teacup Kraken right quick. Teacup, babe, they's having court on Saturday, so yes, ma'am, we're all going to be part of the Breakfast Club on Saturday. Okay, we all have Saturday school, we all have Saturday detention, and I expect you to be here. Don't make me send out MK. That's my truancy officer. He's also a hair cutter.
I tell you what to do.
Judge, I think I'm just gonna,
I'm gonna turn the Zoom on. Let's see if that helps. Hold on just a second.
all right. Mr. Boswell, in the video that was shown, the trailer was labeled Omami's
Yeah,
residence.
yeah, that's right.
Just so we're clear and the jury doesn't get confused. Omami,
yeah.
what? Who is that, or what? Is
That's
that?
my mom.
Okay. Is that a nickname that?
Yeah,
Megan
it's a
had?
nickname
Okay.
we all just start calling her.
Okay. And so that's where she lived.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Boswell, at any point in time, did you ever see, or did Megan ever come up to your property with Hunter and have Evelyn with her?
No. Not that I can remember of, no.
Okay.
Thank you,
'Cause the
TK.
last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Mr. Boswell, one other thing that was shown in the drone footage there, there was a camper that was sitting in front of the
To answer you, Megan, no, the boyfriend has not been charged. Although yesterday we learned that he had not shown up on Monday when he was supposed to, with according to his subpoena. So the judge set his bond at $500 and told him that he needed to be in court every single day except for Sunday, or they were going to revoke his bond and he was going to sit in contempt of court at the jail for the duration of the trial because he is a material witness, but he's not been charged. No.
trailer. That camper was not sitting there
No,
back in
no,
2020.
no,
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But everything else as far as,
Everything else is actually the same.
Positions of the buildings.
Yeah, other than the camper.
okay, that was accurate. Thank you, Mr. Boswell. If you would
Okay,
answer any
you're
questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Can I get some water, please? Something to drink.
Tell you what, before you start, let's take our mid-morning break. We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
One stand, please.
Okay.
All right, so they are at their mid-morning break, and we are exactly 15 minutes behind and some 42 odd seconds. So we're going to go ahead and speed it up to get current. If I could learn how to work this. Okay, now they're having another hearing outside the jury's presence. So let me rewind because we're definitely, absolutely going to need to listen to that. All right, here we go. I just also want to take a moment to thank you
Two
guys.
felony convictions.
Hold the
They are
phone.
dated.
I also want to take this opportunity to thank you all for being here and ask you please to remind you, give your girl a thumbs up if you would. It helps the channel. It's free, it's quick, and it's easy. Also, to remind you that that is Neat Noodle's job is to remind y'all, and she does not wish to become a Karen, but she will do it if it's necessary. Please don't make Neat Noodle become a Karen. Let's hear this. Let's hear what's going on outside of the jury's presence. All right, here we go.
They're dated 9/24/2014. They're entered, I guess, 10/1/14, so that would be the working date the judgments were entered against him. One is for, sorry, I had the wrong judgments. I separated. Let me start over with that. I propose to impeach him with 2 felony convictions, one from aggravated assault, judgment entered 12/11/14, and one for kidnapping, entered 10/1/14. Obviously, those are over the 10-year time limit, but I would suggest that the court, given that the delay in this trial caused in large part because of COVID. This started in COVID, and if you'll remember, when this started, I think the court was trying no cases. And I think the docket really, nothing was being tried for several months there afterward. Ms. Boswell did have a counsel change, but as I recall, I came in on the first date. I set this trial date and never asked for another continuance. May I approach?
Yeah.
Now, I don't understand the purpose and intent to use this man's prior convictions to impeach him, but that's what they're fixing to try. I don't know if the judge is going to allow it. They're talking about Tommy Riley. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. At first, it took me a minute, but when he said I plan to impeach him, I now realize that it's likely about Tommy. This is ridiculous. Thank you, K-Love, for rejoining
Outside the 10-year.
a renewal. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Evidence of the conviction of this rule is not admissible if a period of more than 10 years has elapsed between the date of release from confinement and commencement of the action or prosecution. If the witness was not confined, the 10-year period is measured from the day of conviction rather than release.
So now the argument becomes, according to the defense attorney, that he recognizes that the 10 years has elapsed. Okay. However, it's taken 5 years to get to this point, and basically he wants credit for that because the length of time that it has taken to get to trial was due in large part to the shutdown of all the things. So that's what his argument is. Thank you, TK. I appreciate that very much. TK says, thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all are welcome. I hope that y'all are, I know this is a tough case. I'm just glad we're all here together to get through it. I don't know what the judge is going to allow. I would say, regardless of any time that it took in delaying the trial due to the shutdown, I still think that's well over and beyond the 10-year time period, and I don't think it should be allowed. But we'll see what the judge says.
It looks to me like the prosecution was commenced February 25th, 2020. Right? That's when the
Yes,
affidavit
yes,
of complaint was signed. And that would be the commencement of the action.
Yes.
So 10 years from 12/11/14 will be 12/11/24.
Yes.
Basic math. That means that for purposes of Rule 609, it's within the 10-year period. Because it says he got straight probation, so there was no period of confinement. So you go from the date of conviction. Well, the judge signed it on 12/11/14. Sentence was imposed on 12/9/14. So 2/25/2020 is within the 10 years.
Aw, Jen, you don't have to do that, babe. I hope you have a fantastic time in Turkey and Greece. I appreciate that. Oh, and Lil Red was gifted, let me see, Lil Red gifted memberships. Thank you, Lil Red. I appreciate that so much. If you had a membership because of Lil Red, please thank her. That was incredibly generous. I
June, are you following my
appreciate that. Yes, Megan, Tommy is her dad.
These are both felony convictions. They appear to fall within 10 years as contemplated by Rule 609B. So you'll be allowed to ask about it.
Thank you.
Now, I do expect you to follow 609. You ask him, if he says yes, that's the end of it. If he says no, then we can move from there.
Yes.
Thank you, Pointer Lover, for
Just
being
so
a.
I'm clear. I can ask about each offense. I can ask
Hang on. Let me listen to him.
Kidnapping on this date, you're convicted of aggravated assault on this date.
Yes.
Of course, you want to ask that. I mean, I don't know what that proves, but thank you, Pointer Lover, for being a member for 17 months. I appreciate that so much. The Grandma Sherry, thank you for being a member for 3 months. I appreciate that so much. And hold on, I know that Lil Red sent a, give me just a second. Yes, Scott, Dad is still on the stand. We finished up with the, Agent Fraley, and we started with Tommy. Lil Red, thank you for being a member for 13 months. I appreciate that. Thank you all very, very much for supporting me and the channel. And now let's get back to this ridiculous testimony that he's about to elicit that has literally zero bearing on this case because Evelyn was not kidnapped. So I don't know what his convictions have to do with anything other than he's been convicted of some crimes, so don't believe him. I mean, that means that he's telling a lie. I don't get it. If I were on the jury, it wouldn't sway me. Here we go.
Judge, do you want Mr. Boswell back on the witness stand before the jury comes in? Now, are we ready to proceed?
Yes. Yes, sir.
But also, I'd like to ask the defense attorney, if when you're playing videos, could you please mute your mic? It's just good etiquette. I'd appreciate it. Ah, Mrs. O, thank you so much for being a member for 13 months. I appreciate it, babe.
She's like, sit up straight. The problem is I can't see if I don't hunch over. I hunch over because it gets probably distance from my reading glasses.
Oh, bless it, the judge. Listen, I understand what it is like to have to wear the readers. When you get to be a certain age and your ojos get viejo.
Did you get some more?
If you don't. All right. Yeah, I left it in the room. I didn't know to bring it back in or not.
All right. Are we ready to proceed, Mr. Stover?
Yes, sir.
Jim,
Yes, sir.
if the jury's ready, we'll bring him in.
Jury, thank you. I'm gonna close this if that's okay.
That's fine.
One stand, please.
Thanks, sir.
You may be seated, thank you.
Mr. Scott, you may proceed.
Hey, Quay.
Good morning, Ms.
Tosh.
Boswell. My name's Gene
Good to
Scott. I
see you,
represent
babe.
your daughter.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Same better.
Understand. Got just a couple of things I want to ask you, I guess initially. You were convicted in this court of aggravated assault on December the 9th, 2014, felony offense.
What's that got to do with this case, sir?
Yes or no?
You answer
Yes.
these questions. Yes, sir.
And likewise, you were convicted of kidnapping on 9/24/2014 in this court of a felony offense. Is that correct?
I took a plea bargain on it, yeah.
Were you convicted?
Yeah, because I took a plea bargain, I didn't take it for it. But since 2012, I've not had a speeding ticket.
May I?
Yeah.
Sir, you were convicted in 2014. You said since 2012 you haven't done anything?
2014. No, that was 2012.
I don't think this line of questioning is.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I
Look
wasn't
here.
convicted nothing in 14.
All right.
All right, look here. I think this is the issue. I'm sure the case goes back to 2012, and in 2014 it was resolved. And that's probably where the mix-up is. This has no bearing on this case, and he's right. And I don't understand what Mr. Scott is doing. I would play this very, very carefully if I were you, sir, in front of the jury. This is not going to play well in front of the jury. It hits my ears wrong, and I'm not even on the jury. So here we go.
We're going to move on.
Yeah, just
I
move
was
on.
not convicted enough in 14.
He was.
Judge, we had a jury out hearing about what he could ask as far as that was concerned, and now we're
Maybe
just going into.
I told y'all I had a feeling today was going to be a doozy, and look where we're at. It's a doozy. Something tells me, though, hold on a second. I want
Go
to
ahead, Mr.
hang on a minute. Something tells me that Tommy is aware or possibly is aware of things that Mr. Scott said yesterday, or maybe Mr. Scott has said them in prior hearings, and that's how Mr. Boswell knows. I don't know. It just seems real adversarial. And the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, what the jury heard and what they're paying attention to is the fact that he's the one who reported Evelyn missing, not her mother, not her grandmother, nobody else in that family, just him.
Mr. Boswell, I want to ask you just a few questions to follow up on your direct examination testimony.
Yes, sir.
Initially, I'll just start going backwards. We saw that drone video of your property. When was that taken? Do you know?
He stated the date. I don't remember dates and times.
That was taken after this investigation had commenced.
Yeah.
Correct. After Evelyn's body had been found, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And talked about you have a gate,
Yes, sir.
clicker, and I think you volunteered in your direct testimony that appeared on the drone video. If someone wanted to walk into that property, they just have to walk around the fence. It's not, you could walk in there easily.
Yeah, you can walk in there.
It's not secured that someone couldn't walk in there.
Right.
And you said that Megan had a opener to the gate.
Yeah.
What kind of openers are those?
It's like a little key fob thing, and you stick them on your sun visor just like your garage door opener, sort of.
Okay. And that was something she kept in her car?
Yeah.
So anyone who had her car would potentially have that. Is that reasonable?
Yep, somebody had her car.
You talked about a day that you saw Megan backed up to that yard barn with her trunk open.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her that day?
No, I was in a hurry. My boy, I think, had a seizure or something going on, and I had to get back up the hill to take care of him. But as I drove by, I seen her car backed up to that building with the door that rolled up and the trunk open, but I never seen her.
You didn't see her, just the car?
Just the car.
Okay. Also, you talked about Megan telling you at some point that Hunter's mom was babysitting Evelyn. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Was Hunter present for that conversation?
No, not that I remember of.
Not that you can remember, or do you know, one way or the other?
I don't think so, sir. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't
Appreciate
think so.
Were you present for all the searches conducted by law enforcement on your property?
Most time, yeah.
How many searches were conducted on your property?
Just one, I think.
You don't recall a search on February 23rd of 20?
That's when they brought the dog out, I think.
Okay. Who brought the dog?
TBI guy, I guess. I don't know who he was.
And that was prior to Evelyn's body being found?
Yeah, that's before.
Okay. And obviously they didn't find anything that day?
No,
Did you watch them run the dog?
not really. I watched some of it. I mean,
Okay. Did you see the dog pass in proximity to the playhouse?
they was mainly concerned down in there, in that bottom where it's filled in at, and back, like that farm
Mm-hmm.
that joins my property, back around in there.
They searched the whole property though, didn't they?
I don't think they brought the dog on top of the hill. I don't know. I didn't watch them the whole time.
You didn't watch it?
No, when they got the dog out, that's where they were at, down there in the bottom, and then I turned around doing something else.
You talked on your direct examination about how Megan come to move out of your home.
Mm-hmm.
There's some kind of discord, I guess, with you, her, Ashley, about the way she kept her room.
Yes, sir.
Did you kick her out, basically?
No, I didn't kick her out.
What'd you do?
She went to my mother's, and I had a trailer waiting on her that her and my soon-to-be ex-wife Ashley cleaned up and got ready for her to move into.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about the dollhouse. Like you're the one that suggested that to law enforcement that they should search that. Is that right?
How all I got started was about the phone. Me and Ashley was talking about the phone. They come and got the phone, and then me and Ashley kept talking. I said, "What about that stuff Megan put down there in Dad's building?" So she called them back. They come back, went down there, and as I was leaving, I said, "Oh, there's the playhouse Dad had built for her too."
But just to be clear, you didn't see Megan put anything in the building. You saw her car.
I just seen her car,
Not
and
Megan.
the trunk was rags. I didn't see nobody. I was more concerned about my son. I had to go get his medicine because he had a seizure.
Okay. Oh, the day you saw the car.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand.
So I was getting it up the hill to take care of him.
And had you never thought? When did you start to suspect the child could be on your property?
I didn't expect child was on my property.
Why did you call him to come down to the yard barn?
To see if there's a clue in that stuff she put in the building. Because I worked right hand in hand with the law enforcement to try to help them every way I could.
All right, look here, Mr. Defense Attorney. Now, I know you got a job to do, but so do I, so I'm finna say something here, okay? Here's the deal. This is what I'm taking from his testimony, all right? Tommy remembered after a conversation that he had with his then wife, Ashley, that he had seen Megan, her car backed up to the shed or the dollhouse. They keep interchanging it, calling it a shed, a playhouse, and a yard barn. So I'm kind of confused. But at any rate, she was back. Her vehicle was backed up to it, and the trunk was open. And so he let TBI know, hey, this is what happened. And they decided to come out and search. That is what I am taking from his testimony. Sorry for interrupting. It's just sometimes I get real frustrated and it's hard for me to be quiet, but I'm going to be quiet for a while. All right, here we go.
When's the last time you were in that dollhouse?
I couldn't tell you, sir. It's been years.
It's been years since you've been in.
I couldn't tell you when the last time I've been in that dollhouse. Half them buildings down there, I don't go in.
How big is your property?
11 acres, 10.9 acres to be exact.
How close is that dollhouse to your house?
It's about 600 feet away, 700.
It's close to your mother's house.
Yeah,
You go see your mother often?
yeah. But when I go to my mom's, she could go into the back because she can't get up down her steps. So I cut her spot out around the back so she go in the back, not to climb the steps. So we're going out the back.
But you were down there at your mom's during that time frame, weren't you?
Not that much sometimes.
I could have 1 second, Judge.
I hope in this 1 second you pull something out that's around about a point, because I don't get the point of any of this. Sorry, I told you I was going to be quiet, but I didn't pause, so we're not like, I'm not interrupting testimony or anything. I'm just talking in between this 1
No
second.
further questions. Thank you,
Of
Mr.
course.
Boswell.
All right. Peace out, Girl Scout.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go, or does he need to remain under subpoena?
I would say under subpoena, Judge, we would ask that he not watch the trial or talk about it.
We instructed them as far as
Mr.
that's
Boswell, you're finished with your testimony for now.
Okay,
You are
sir.
being subject to recall.
Okay.
So you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And you're specifically ordered not to watch the live broadcast.
Okay. Oh, I never watched TV anyway. Thank you, sir.
All right. Tommy doesn't watch TV. All right. And that's unfortunate because he is a victim, but I they want to keep him under subpoena. It is what it is. I don't think, here's what I think. This is what I suspect. Okay. I suspect that the reason that the defense wants to keep him under that subpoena is because they do not want him in that courtroom. They do not want when the medical examiner and the forensic pathologists, which most of the time are one and the same, you know what I'm saying though, when they're testifying, I would imagine that they're going to be not just speaking, but there will be exhibits. And the last thing that the defense wants the jury to see is the grandfather, who is the one who reported that baby missing, seen in the gallery crying. So that is the deal. Now, I don't think that he is trying to say that Tommy did it. Okay. I think what Mr. Scott is attempting to do is, see, their theory is, I think, that Hunter is the one who, when they were all co-sleeping, Hunter, Megan, and Evelyn, Hunter rolled over onto Evelyn, suffocating her, and he is the one who caused her death, and he is the one who disposed of Evelyn's body, not Megan. So the point to all of that questioning wasn't so much that Tommy did it, but that there was access, and that just because he saw Megan's vehicle there, and did not see Megan, that doesn't put Megan at the scene, just her vehicle. Anybody could have been driving her vehicle, is what they're trying to interject. So I don't think he's actually trying to blame or say that Tommy did it, but what he is doing is opening the door that other people had access to that playhouse. Other people, it's not like the property was like locked up like Fort Knox. You know, all you had to do is walk around the fence. You could get in, and then you would have access. That's what he's trying to do, in my estimation. I obviously could be wrong. I've been wrong before. So here we are. All right, let's keep going.
Sorry, next.
The state would call him Austin Feller.
Mr. Boswell, sit back there for a while.
Okay, so let me answer two questions at once. First, I'm going to let me answer Megan's question first. So Megan wants to know who Hunter is. Hunter was, at the time, Megan Boswell's boyfriend. Okay, that's who Hunter is. Now, to answer Jennifer asks, did Hunter even know about the playhouse? I don't know I don't know if Hunter knew. I don't know what Hunter knew, to be quite honest with you. Even if he had known about the playhouse, I mean, what I'm saying is, it's not like this playhouse was in some, like, you didn't have to walk through a hedge maze to get to this playhouse. I mean, it was an open view on the property. So if he'd been to the property, likely he'd seen the playhouse. I just think it's less likely that he would be the one that would put the baby there. It doesn't make sense to me. He'd have to know about the playhouse and know that nobody ever went in it. which is not really like a conversation you have when you're talking about, like, if let's say Megan and him were having a conversation about this playhouse, and she says to him, yeah, my grandfather built it for me to play with. Isn't that sweet of him? I don't think it would go further than that. Who would be saying, well, does anybody play in it now? Are you going to fix? Maybe he may have said, are you going to fix it up for Evelyn? I don't know. It just, a lot of that. I just don't think that even if he did know about the playhouse, I still don't think I think it was more important to Megan than it was to Hunter. And if Hunter is the one who put her there because Hunter is the one who unalived her, I mean, it just seems like awfully convenient. You know what I mean? I feel like men think differently about stuff like that, especially a child that's not theirs, they're not attached to. I kind of feel like he would have done something else with her body rather than put it there. And now we have Austin Feller up. I'm not exactly sure who Austin Feller is. We're fixing to learn exactly who Austin Feller is right now.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Austin Feller?
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right here. Speak in the microphone for us.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You're Austin Feller, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Feller, at one point in time, did you live at a trailer park out on Sugar Hollow Road?
Yes.
And is that in Sullivan County?
Yes.
All right. And why were you living there at that particular location?
Because at the time I was working for Tommy and Sons Paving, and they said I could live there for free if I were to do maintenance on the trailer park.
Okay. And was that back in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you two pictures, Mr. Feller, and ask you if you recognize what's shown in those pictures.
Yeah, I recognize them.
Okay. And what are they? What is it?
The pictures of the trailer that she lived in?
Okay. And when you say she, you're referring to Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you living out there at those trailers in Sugar Hollow when Miss Boswell moved in?
I never met her in person.
Okay.
I think the time I moved out there, she was already out and kind of unknown whereabouts.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos as being the trailer that she lived in?
Yes.
All right. And are they true and accurate depictions of the outside of the trailer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we would move to make those, I believe it's two photos, be 49 and 50.
Any objection?
No, sir.
You feel good at 39 and 50.
I'm going to publish those to the jury. Mr. Feller, is that, I'm showing what's been introduced as Exhibit 49. Does that show the outside of the trailer looking at it from the front?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 50. What does that show?
The front of the trailer?
Okay. Just a little closer view.
Yeah.
All right. Now, at some point in time while you were working out there, living in those trailers for Mr. Boswell, were you asked to clean out that particular trailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
The exact date, no, but it was probably about a week and a half after I moved into the trailer I lived in there.
Okay. When was that?
It's been like 5 years ago.
Okay.
I couldn't give you an exact date.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
That's fine. All right. And did you in fact go to that trailer and clean it out?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of describe for the jury what you found when you got inside there.
When I got in the trailer, there was dirty diapers stuck and molded to the floor of the carpet. Couldn't even open the fridge. It was so bad. I just left it alone, let Tommy and them deal with it. There was open jugs of milk in the oven, food on the ground, just feces on the ground, just very nasty, just not clean at all, bad.
All right. And did you take photos of what it looked like?
I did, but I don't have those photos of that phone anymore.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right.
Good approach.
Mr. Feller, I'm going to hand you 6 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Those are the photos you took that show the inside conditions of the trailer.
Yeah.
All right. Do they accurately depict the condition of the inside of the trailer when you found it?
They do.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make those the next 6 exhibits.
The,
51 through 56.
51 through 56.
Asked to publish those to the jury, Judge.
All right.
Mr. Feller, I'm going to start with Exhibit 51. Can you tell us what we're seeing in this particular photo?
The bedroom.
Okay. And that's the condition and the state you found it in when you
Yes.
entered. You did not move or toss anything or otherwise?
Everything you see is exactly what I walked into.
All right. Now I'm going to show Exhibit 52. What are we looking at there?
The hallway into, I believe, the daughter's bedroom.
All right. And again, you did not.
Objection. When approach.
Oh, for Pete's sake, what are you objecting to? I'd like to go ahead and apologize to the national treasure that is M.K. Lynn.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He's trying to eat.
sustain that objection. There's been no foundation that he would know that that was the daughter's bedroom. And I'm going to instruct that you're not to consider that statement for any purpose for deliberation. If you can do that, raise your right hand. Every juror is raised right hand. Go ahead, Jim.
All right. So, Mr. Feller, this is the picture. You're not sure, you don't have any knowledge as far as who was staying in what particular rooms, but that's another angle and picture you've taken from inside the trailer.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Now showing Exhibit 53.
I think that was the walking into her room, Megan's room.
Well, don't speculate as to whose rooms.
Gotcha. Okay.
Same instruction.
Okay. So you've taken a photo looking into another bedroom. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now it's showing Exhibit 54.
Come on, camera
What-
person,
what's
what you
shown in that
doing?
photo?
The
Where-
living room.
All right. And again, you did not place or move or disturb anything. That's exactly as you saw it.
Exactly what I saw when I walked into.
Oh my gosh. Oh, holy Jesus.
From the kitchen going into the living room.
All right. This is Exhibit 55. All right. You're standing in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Is that where that's taken from?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 56.
Kitchen.
Okay. That's a photo looking in on the stove and the refrigerator that way. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you did not place any objects, move any objects prior to taking these photos.
No, sir.
All right. After you removed all these items from, or what did you do with the stuff after you took these photos?
I was instructed to take it to the back of the driveway where the Tommy and Sons had a big dump truck, and they just used equipment and put most of it in there.
Okay. Did you remove all that, lack of a better term, trash and stuff that we saw?
Everything, trash, carpet. I mean, completely remodeled the whole entire thing.
Okay. What was the condition? I mean, was it like inside after you got all that stuff out of there?
After I got everything out, I mean, I had to rip up subflooring and put down new subflooring and linoleum, and I mean, it was bad.
Okay. Was there any sort of odor or anything in the trailer?
I had to use respirators to enter the house.
I'd like to reiterate what we've all learned here today.
Was there any particular reason why you had a respirator on? or-
It's just such a foul odor coming from the just moldy milk and food and dirty diapers that were laying out. Just bad smell.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott has for you.
Before we hear from Mr. Scott, I'd like to reiterate what we've learned here today from this witness, Austin Feller, who was hired by Tommy Boswell, Megan Boswell's father, Evelyn Boswell's grandfather, to clean out the trailer that he allowed Megan to live in with Evelyn. That's with Evelyn. So now we have learned that Megan Boswell is not only a lying liar face who tells lies, but she is also a cochina. If you don't know what that means, it means that she's like nasty, dirty, gross. All right, Mr. Scott, you're up. Let's see.
Fellas, when you don't know when you moved in out of the trailer park?
It's been so long, I couldn't really give you an exact date.
Without giving me an exact date, was it before or after Christmas of 2019?
I think after. I think so.
Do you remember what the weather was like when you were cleaning out the trailer?
It was warm.
It was warm.
Yes.
So probably February.
Probably before Christmas, and if it was warm.
Before Christmas, if it was warm. How much before Christmas?
I like I said, I couldn't give you an exact date or anything like that. I just knew that it was pretty warm outside. I didn't really need much of a coat, just some long sleeves or, you know.
Hold on, Mr. Scott. I'd like the record to reflect that, Tennessee, like other places in the United States, with few exceptions, you can have warm days and it still be December. I just like to point that out.
You never met Megan.
No, sir.
So the pictures, you took those contemporaneous with cleaning it out.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Just because it was the worst thing I've ever seen. I've never cleaned out a place like that, looked like that.
Just wanted to show people what it looked like.
Well, to show Tommy and them, because they didn't step inside or go inside. They just wanted it cleaned. So gave those pictures to them.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Does he need to remain on understanding?
I don't think, Judge, I think he can be released.
Mr. Feller, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena. You're good to go.
Thank you.
Statement called James Lewis.
I mean, it's possible that she could have an underlying mental health illness. I don't know.
Lewis, yes.
But, I mean, there are people that, I mean, it's possible. It's still gross. If she does have an underlying mental health illness, it hasn't been brought up yet. So,
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
James Lewis.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, sir.
Yes.
Proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
You are James Lewis, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
With the Department of Children's Services.
All right. What is your current assignment there?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the department in the Division of Child Protective Services.
Okay. How long have you been employed by, we call it DCS for short?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you been employed there?
I've been with DCS for 6.5 years now.
All right. Back in February, specifically February 18th of 2020, what was your assignment with the department at that time?
Yeah, so my role at the department during that time was an investigator to investigate reports that we received in Child Protective Services.
Okay. So in other words, well, maybe explain for the jury how that process works as far as you're referring to allegations of child abuse.
Yes,
Is that
correct.
right? Okay, so if you
Yes.
would kind of educate the jury a little bit about how that process works.
So the department receives referrals of reports of abuse or neglect. We receive a report from our Nashville office that receives the intake, then it gets sent over to the worker. And then from there, we review the report, the allegations that came into the report, and then we start following our policy and procedures that can be found, outlined in 14.6 of our policy and procedures, and start investigating, doing internet checks and background searches, and really just start notifying important personnel that need to be involved in the case. For example, like our Child Protective Investigation Team in Sullivan County.
All right. Back on February 18th, 2020, did you get a referral that was made on a 15-month-old child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes,
All right. And was that particular referral assigned to you?
it was.
Okay. For purposes only of explaining why you did what you did, what was the nature of the abuse allegation?
The allegations in the report.
Yes.
Okay, so just for Megan, your question, Megan never got bond. So the thing is, yes, initially when Megan was first arrested, she was not actually arrested and charged with the murder of Evelyn. Okay. Initially, she was arrested and charged with lying to police. Okay. And she did get a bond. And I believe her bond at that point was 50,000, but she couldn't pay it. And then after they found excuse me, Evelyn's body, Megan's bond then went from 50,000 to 150,000. So Megan has been held in custody since she was arrested for 5 years now.
All right, if you would,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Okay. The allegations that came into the report that day state a lack of supervision and physical abuse.
All right, in regards to Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Evelyn
correct?
Boswell, yes.
Okay. So after you get the referral, what's the first step you take after that?
Typically, the first step when we receive these reports is we would reach out to the person that made the report, and then we would see if there was any additional information that needed to be added or to clarify the report in general. And then from there, my next step was to reach out to any collateral contacts and notify our Child Protective Investigation Team partners.
Okay, you used a term or a phrase, collateral contacts. For those of us who don't know, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so a collateral contact would be someone that lives outside the home, anybody that would have information to the report. That's what we refer to whenever I say collateral contact.
Okay. You've identified, and we've talked about the fact that this referral involved Evelyn Boswell. Were you able to identify who the parents of the child were?
I was able to understand that, come to learn that the parents of Evelyn Boswell was, only to my knowledge at that point in time, it was Megan Boswell, the mother,
Okay.
was the parent.
All right. And did you attempt to locate where Megan Boswell was at that time?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your file there at DCS, do you all obtain birth certificates or other documents that would, identify who the parents of the child were?
Yes,
And did you, in this case, obtain a copy of Evelyn's birth certificate
I did.
as part of your case file?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. What is it, sir?
So this is the certificate of live birth for Evelyn May Boswell, child.
Okay. And is that the birth certificate that you obtained of Evelyn for this
Yes.
particular case?
It is.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit. I believe it's 57.
No objection. 57.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you indicated that you were able to learn where Megan Boswell was at that particular time. Did you then, what was the next step in your investigation?
Once I received information from Detective Tracy Jerez, who I was working the case with, that she had sent patrol officers out to the home that Megan Boswell was living at to see if Megan was there, and then she had received information that Megan had just arrived at the home. And then from that point in time, Detective Tracy Jerez and myself decided to go to the home to speak with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And where was this home?
The address is 217 Sandy Point Drive, or Sandy Point Street, Blunteville, Tennessee.
Okay. And just generally, where is that located?
It's in Bluntville. It wasn't
Okay.
far from my office. I couldn't give you.
Okay, it's here in Sullivan County?
Yes, in Sullivan
All right.
County.
All right, did it take you all long to get there?
No, it did not take us that long.
Okay. What did you find when you arrived there at that address?
So when we pulled into the address, we saw the patrol officers with Megan Boswell in the garage of the home.
All right. What kind of, just generally describe what kind of home this is for the jury.
The home is it's a 2-story house. It had a basement, larger, more of a typical subdivision type home. From the outside, the appearance, it was very well kept. It was a typical home that you would find in maybe one of your more newer built subdivisions is the way I would describe it.
All right. So you arrive, Miss Boswell is there at the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody else there present with her?
Outside of myself, Detective Tracy Jerez, and the patrol officers, no.
Okay. Was Evelyn there with her?
No.
Okay. What did you do next as far as your investigation was concerned?
My next steps was to notify Megan Boswell of the report that the Department of Children's Services received, the allegations in the report, and to conduct some inquiry as to where Evelyn was, and to ask questions concerning Evelyn, to check on her well-being and her safety. So I initiated the conversation to learn where Evelyn was and to see if we could observe Evelyn to ensure that she was safe and that she was okay.
Okay. Specifically, did you ask Miss Boswell where Evelyn was at that particular time?
I did.
Okay. And what was her response?
Megan informed myself and Detective Tracy Jerez that Evelyn was with Ethan Perry.
Okay. Did you know who Ethan Perry was at that time?
At that time, it come to my knowledge that he was the alleged father of Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell tell you that?
Yes. She did tell me that Evelyn was with her dad.
Okay. Did Megan give you any sort of contact information for how you could get in touch with Ethan?
She did not.
Okay. What was her demeanor while you were talking to her about her daughter?
The way I would describe Megan's demeanor, it wasn't much affect. When I say that, I would say there wasn't much emotion as concern. I didn't notice any concern when speaking with Megan. She just stuck at that point in time to telling us that Evelyn was with Ethan, and then from there I asked her to show me, of course, evidence that a child had been with her.
Okay. All right. So did you go inside the house with her? How did you do that?
She invited me into the home and walked me through the home. Nothing at that point in time appeared to be observable to be outside of a typical home. I didn't see any safety concerns as far as what we may consider a safety concern for a child at that age. She walked me. I asked to see a crib or a pack and play. She said that those items were elsewhere, that she didn't have any of those items. She proceeded to lead me to the bedroom where she could show me some items of Evelyn's. And so I followed her to the bedroom.
Okay. All right. And did you observe any items
I asked her what items she did have. She proceeded to tell me that she had an outfit and what she called a memory box.
Okay. You said an outfit. Was that one singular outfit?
I observed one outfit, yes.
Okay. Do you see any other baby items, diapers,
No.
anything like that?
After she showed me the memory box and opened it to observe some of the items in it and the outfit that was still on the hanger, it was new and it hadn't been worn. And she took me downstairs to show me a sippy cup.
Okay. And did you take a photograph or a picture of these items that she showed you?
I did.
All right.
Okay. So far, he goes, it sounds like to me where he went was to Hunter's house. Okay. And Megan proceeds to not be concerned at all, which if at this point, right, according to Megan's story anyway, or one of her stories, that her mom was holding Evelyn essentially for ransom because she owed her mother money. But yet she tells the CPS investigator that Evelyn is with her father, Ethan Perry, who it turns out is not actually Evelyn's biological father, and then proceeds to show him one outfit and one sippy cup. All right. So if everybody is caught up, we will continue.
Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you 4 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they photos of?
This first photo is the photograph of what she described as the sippy cup.
Okay. That's fine. Go to the next one.
And then the next photo I'm looking at is the bedroom that she reported to be staying in with Preston Wood.
Okay. All right. The next one.
The next photo is the photo of the what she described as the memory box.
Okay. Is there one more?
And the next photo is the outfit that she showed to me
All right.
on the hanger.
And do you recognize those as being the photos that you took that day while you were in the residence?
Yes.
And are they true and accurate photos of what you saw?
Yes.
Judge, we've moved to make those exhibits 58 through 61.
No objection.
We'll do full exhibits, 58 through 61.
Judge, I'm going to ask to publish those if I could. Mr. Lewis, we're showing what's exhibit 58. What is that photo of?
This is a photo of the cup that Megan Boswell informed me that Evelyn Boswell would drink from.
Is that the only kind of dish or spoon or item of silverware that she showed you? That
Yes.
belonged to Evelyn? Now looking at Exhibit 59, what's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of Megan Boswell standing in the room where she reported to be living with Preston Wood.
Okay. Did you observe any items, any baby items, toys, clothing, anything else in that room?
No.
Now looking at Exhibit 60, what is that?
That is the box that Megan Boswell has showed to me, that she described as the memory box with items of a rattler, handprint, and footprints of Evelyn.
Okay. Did you take any of these items at this time, or did you just take photographs of them?
I just took photographs.
And now showing you Exhibit 61.
This is a photograph of the outfit that Megan showed me was Evelyn's, but it was still on the hangers and had tags on it. It was new.
Okay. You tailed off a little bit there. Did you say it still had tags on it?
Yes.
Okay. Any other items of children's clothing that she was able to show you?
No.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the judge is going to interrupt this testimony at this time because East Coast time is 12:12 p.m. and I'm sure the jury's lunch.
Your lunch is here, so we're going to stop. We'll be back at 1:15. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss your testimony with any other witness without any.
Okay, so while they're on lunch, okay, I am going to have to rewind because I need to know when he was called, okay, in relation to the timeline. So let me rewind this back a little bit here. Oh, let's see. Oh, two.
The 2020.
I've been with DCS for 6.5 years now.
All right. Back in February, specifically February 18th of 2020, what was your assignment with the department at that time?
Yeah, so my role.
Okay, I got it. So this happened back in February 18th, 2020. All right. So for the timeline, February 18th, 2020 is when Evelyn was reported missing by her grandfather, Tommy Boswell, who we heard from earlier this morning. So he was the state's second witness. We finished up with with Agent Fraley this morning, and then and we also listened to to part of an interrogation video, just part, because as I understand it from yesterday's hearing outside of the presence of the jury, the actual interrogation was 2 hours long. Okay. And so, but we didn't hear 2 hours worth of interrogation from that video. So, no, Carolina, CPS was not called after Evelyn was reported missing. CPS was called to report Evelyn missing. So Tommy testified. Now Tommy is again Megan Boswell's father. He would be Evelyn Boswell's grandfather. The last time that Tommy Boswell saw Evelyn Boswell was Thanksgiving of 2019. Okay. And they went on a family trip in December around Christmas time to Pigeon Forge. And Megan was there. And if I'm not mistaken, Megan brought along Hunter, which was her current boyfriend at the time. Excuse me. And Evelyn was not there. And so Tommy was asking Evelyn, Tommy was asking Megan, where is Evelyn? Where is Evelyn? Where is Evelyn? Okay. For months. And initially what he was told was that Evelyn was with her father. Why is his name just left my brain? Ethan Perry. Okay. Right? Is that right? Is that right? That doesn't sound right. Anyway, so then, so then, sorry, I just got distracted for a second. Hold on, let me just get myself together. So after Tommy is told that Evelyn is with her father, he's, at first he was like, oh, that's great. He's stepping up and all that. And then, he said to her, after around, February, hey, if I don't see this child, I'm going to call CPS. I'm going to report this. And Evelyn was not produced. And so he called CPS. Okay. And that is how they became involved in all of this. All right. He didn't call law enforcement. At some point, and I would imagine we're going to hear that after the lunch break, at some point, Megan tells them that she gave Evelyn to a babysitter so that she could work, and the babysitter took off with Evelyn. She can't, after her father called CPS, I guess somehow magically the baby got wet. Well, once they realized that the baby was missing, they issued an Amber Alert. And according to Megan, that is what triggered the person who actually had Evelyn to abscond with the baby. Okay. Then it became her mother, and it just evolved into one lie on top of another lie, on top of another lie, on top of another lie, on top of another lie. She just continued to lie throughout the whole thing, throughout this whole process. And at no time was she ever concerned. And what's interesting to me about the CPS worker's testimony is this memory box that Megan was keen to show the CPS worker, as if this was going to prove that she was a good mother, or that there was no need for CPS involvement, right? But it's a memory box. It is which is odd to me. Yes, moms keep mementos from their children. I have an entire tote filled with all the little, when they're in elementary school and they make you a Mother's Day gift every year. I have all of those from all of the kids. I have drawings. I have little notes that they've written me, art projects that they made, things, just all those little things, report cards, all kinds of stuff. Okay. But if CPS showed up at my house, the tote is not what I would show them. I would be showing them their beds, their bedroom, their clothing in the drawers, in the closets. I would be showing them food in the refrigerator and in the pantry. It's not that she has the memory box. That's not the issue. It's because they make, baby books and all kinds of stuff. It's not the memory box. It's that she only has the memory box. She doesn't have anything else that would support that she has it, that there is, that Evelyn is doing anything like she has nothing that if Evelyn were to come back home that day, she has nothing for her. There's no pack and play. There's no, she has one outfit. She has one cup that's not even a sippy cup, as Allie pointed out. Speaking of, Allie, you want me to send you the link so you can come up? I'm not even going to wait for you to answer. I'm just going to send it to you. If you want to come up, come up. If you don't, I get it if you're busy. But yeah, like she has nothing that would suggest that there's any intention or plans for Evelyn to return. That's the problem. It's not the memory box in and of itself. It's the fact that she has nothing else for Evelyn there. No bed, no blankets, no baby, nothing. I mean, this is not like a 6-year-old or 7-year-old or an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old. Okay. This is, at the time, Evelyn would have been 15 months old. Okay. 15-month-olds, you have to have more than one outfit for dang sure. Okay. You have to have more than one cup. They need a place to sleep. They need, diapers. They need, these are babies. She's still a baby. They need all kinds of stuff. Babies need all the things. And so, yes, thank you, Teacup. This was my point. Teacup says, right, I save everything. And the last thing I'd be thinking would be, hold on, I've got a storage tote in the attic you should see. Exactly. That is what I'm saying. When I was raising my kids, I kept a clean home, a neat home, because for me personally, I had to be organized. I was young and I had 3 children under 5 years old. Okay. The boys are 10 months apart and there's 2 years between my youngest son and my oldest daughter. I was, so I had to do that for my own sanity, because I was outnumbered. And, so at any rate, they just need things. And the way that trailer looked was awful. Let's go back and look at that. Okay. Let's go back and look at that. And this is the other thing. What the call reported. The call reported lack of supervision and physical abuse. Excuse me, ma'am, Alice. Hello. Alice has joined the chat. Can you don't step on my phone. I'm going to start blocking people. Get over here, Sister Sue. There you go. Stand over there. All right. So, Allie, I messaged you the link. I guess Allie's behind. Maybe she'll see it. All right. So let's go back and look at these photographs of the house. Alice. It's just...
Tell us what we're seeing in this particular photo.
I'll tell you what we're seeing in this particular photo. Crap everywhere. Filth. And listen, I'm not talking about like, here, let me get my pointer out. I'm not so much talking about that there's a box and there's, the drawers are open or missing and stuff like that. That's clutter. That can be cleaned. But I can see that the floor, the carpeting is filthy, filthy. And we're talking about a little one walking around, crawling around, toddling. It's disgusting. All right, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me make sure we get to all the pictures. All right, so hold on. That's
The front of the trailer.
this is the front of the trailer. Now, clearly, this is a safety hazard. It's not in good shape, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, just a little closer view.
Yeah.
The trailer.
And mold.
That's what we're seeing in this. Tossing.
Also, I'd like to object to the way that
What
the
are we
camera
looking at?
person is like slow on the uptake. Bruh. We are trying to walk, we are trying to see these pictures, and you are zooming in on the wrong people at the wrong time. I don't need to see what the judge's face looks like during this testimony. I need to see these pictures. Please get it together. See if they get it together. Because I remember it's this, this is the objection because he can't say it's Evelyn's room, blah, 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 blah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Went too fast. See, here's the camera person again. I mean, you can see that it's more than cluttered. It's beyond cluttered. It's beyond messy. That's filth. There's a difference. Okay. I know that when you have little ones, they are a full-time 25/8 job. Okay. And you do have messes. Okay. But this is not that. This is filth. This is, absolutely disgusting. And no child should have to live like this. Ever. Here's the kitchen. Okay. Now you see, she does have some type of cleaning apparatus. This appears to be a vacuum. Why the hell it's in the kitchen? I don't understand. But look at, I mean, it's just trash everywhere. It's just disgusting. Just absolute filth. And let me tell you something. When you clean out a dwelling, okay, be that a trailer, an apartment, a home, okay, and you have to replace the subflooring, that is a level of filth that has gone past the carpet and gone past the pad of the carpet and sunk into the flooring. Okay? That is I need you need earbuds, babe, because I'm echoing.
Oh yeah. Okay, 1 second.
Sorry. That is filth. That is not I had a particularly hectic day, the baby just required more attention than normal, and I need, I just needed to take care of the baby today. Okay. That's not one day. That isn't even me and the baby have been sick for a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that better, by the way?
No, I'm still echoing.
What?
Yes.
And I have headphones in. The
Hold on,
same ones from
let me see
yesterday.
if I can fix you. Hold on. Hold on.
Let me make sure my YouTube's closed and stuff. Okay. What about now?
Better. Nope, I still
Okay.
have an echo. It's just barely an echo.
What in the world? Yeah, I don't hear it like on my side, so I can't tell. It do sound good to me, and I don't hear myself, obviously.
I hear me,
Hmm.
but it's just a little bit. So, but that is baked on, caked on, stuck on filth. That's what that is. Disgusting. What you think, Allie? What you got to say, babe?
What disgusting? What you said. I am just horrified that I just disgusting. I'm sorry. There's no excuse. And like you said, this is not. We're sick for a week. This is not hell. We're sick for 2 weeks. This is not. No. This is just flat out nastiness. And that is like you said and had put in the chat. That is not even a kid's cup. In my opinion, that's just a cup that they had at the house that a kid could drink out of because it has the straw in the side. Those are those like I've bought them a million times at the dollar store, the Dollar Tree. They used to be more popular back in the day, like in the 90s. Like I remember, yeah. And
I
it's not a
remember.
sippy cup. Yeah. And Evelyn, think about it. She's little.
Yes.
She would still be on a sippy cup.
Yes. I mean, they tell you now. I might be wrong because it's been a long time since I have had a newborn. Okay. But if I remember correctly, they want you to start weaning a baby off of a bottle and onto a cup at 12 months old.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you take the bottle away completely. But I do remember in one of her interviews, like with the news, Megan saying that she got off a bottle like early.
Yeah, she did actually, now that you say that. I remember that too. Huh. But no, yeah, it's like a year and like my kids were on sippy cups for a while after that because even once they didn't need them during the day, it's easier because it has a lid, it won't spill. So if you don't want your house a mess, like you'll give them a sippy cup, and especially at night when they're just kind of being lazy and laying around, this way they have like a cup that won't spill.
Right.
Um,
Right. Yes, I had one. I had those no spill cups, and
yeah.
for my kiddos, and they were a godsend because little mini Bendy used to love those V8 smoothies that you could get.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, and the pink juice is what she called it. And but
The
it is
strawberry banana.
yes, and it is pink, and it is
Yeah.
definitely juice, and if it spills, it's most definitely sticky, and if you don't get it right away, that's how you get ants, and nobody wants ants. So, I mean, yeah.
Mm.
I mean, it's not so much like I said, it wasn't so much for me that she had a memory box, a memento box, memorabilia, whatever you want to call it, right? I have one of those. I have a huge tote of that for my children, from all of the kids, okay?
Yeah,
But
same.
but Allie, let me ask you. If CPS came to your house like this, is the first thing you finna show them your big old tote of all the things that they made when they were in school?
No, hell no. But
Okay.
also, I would have to show them nothing because their stuff is all over my house, even in the places I don't want it to be. Like it's
Right.
everywhere.
Right. I mean, that's just how it is with kids, you know?
And especially since like I have my niece here now. Now we've got extra, like even everywhere's covered in stuff.
Yes, and girls just seem to have more stuff than boys. They just need more things.
Yeah,
You
Barbies and
know,
clothes and
Barbies, and the Barbies have clothes, and the Barbies have shoes, and then they have, their clothes and their shoes and their hair accessories and their jewelry
yep.
and just, it just is. And to me, if I'd have been that CPS worker, let me just say this: red flags would have gone up immediately. Like, is she expected to come back? You don't have nothing here for her, nothing.
As a matter of fact, just this morning, my little niece was like, I made you this picture, and it's a picture of the beach that she drew, and it
Aw.
went, and I put it on the fridge. And there's all kinds of other stuff. Like my fridge is covered in their stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, just all of it. It's heartbreaking. First, it's heartbreaking to know that Evelyn was living in that filthy trailer. And that was,
Yeah.
make no mistake, that was absolute filth. And who in the actual F puts a dadgum milk container in the oven?
Let me ask you something, because this is something that Amber actually had messaged. We were talking about yesterday, just briefly back and forth, and I heard you mention it, but I was like behind, so the chat wasn't matching up to what you were saying.
Okay.
But I think somebody in the chat must have said like something about mental health, because you had said like, maybe, but so I'm curious how you feel about this, because look, we learned yesterday that Megan, she had Evelyn in foster care. All these different things. It seems like she probably had some trauma in her childhood at some point if she's in foster care, and I don't know.
Did
It
you
makes me wonder if she does have like some kind of mental health issue, even personality disorder, by the way she acts in those interviews. But to me, that doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't make it everybody. There's hell, almost everyone I know has either anxiety, depression, bipolar, personality disorder, just different things. Every human has their own mental health struggles.
Yes, they
So,
do. Oh,
how
did
do you
you
feel?
listen to, did you hear Tommy's explanation of why she was in foster care?
No, I didn't. I have to
Okay.
rewatch his, because I watched the interview, and then I was like in and out during his, and I thought I want to watch it really close, so I need to rewatch just his testimony, because
Okay.
I wasn't able to watch it close.
Okay. So basically what Tommy testified respective to that is at that time, he and Megan's mother were split up. Okay. They were not officially divorced, but they were no longer together. I don't think their divorce was final or something like that. Anywho, they weren't living together. So Megan had been staying with her mother, and she was in high school at the time, and she was she was truant because she wasn't going to school. And so she came to live with Tommy. And she wanted to go spend the night at her mom's house, and Tommy told her, this is his testimony. Tommy said to Megan, now listen, now you have court, and you know that you have got to go to school, and if you don't go to school, they're going to come and get you, which is exactly what happened. She didn't go to school. It was it was the straw that broke the camel's back with truancy, and they went and removed her. And so she was 17 when she had Evelyn, and she was in foster care.
Okay.
So I mean,
Interesting.
now that's the story about the foster care. That's not to say that there wasn't some type of trauma or something else that happened while she was young. It's just that's the explanation for why she was in foster care at that point.
Well, even no matter why though, right? Being ripped and put into a home of strangers, like that's going to be
Yes.
traumatic in itself. But like,
And
just
how good
knowing
were those
about,
strangers watching her? She got pregnant.
yeah, true. And her mom obviously has drug issues and stuff, so
Yes.
that's going to be traumatic. So
Yes.
I just think, maybe she does have some kind of mental health issues, whether it's from trauma or it's just I don't know, but doesn't really change anything for me.
No,
Does
not
it?
really. AC makes a really good point, and this is something that I had considered too. What if she left them in there when I was talking about the milk in the oven? What if she left them in there to make her dad mad since he kicked her out? See, the thing is that he didn't really kick her out. What had happened was, like, it wasn't a traditional kick out. What happened was she was at his house, and she wouldn't keep her room clean, and it was causing an issue between him and his current wife, Ashley. And so what he did was he put her up in I guess the family owns a trailer park, and he put her up in one of the trailers in the trailer park. So like it's not like she had to, like he threw her out of the house and then this is the best place, this is the only place that she could afford. Do you know what I mean? Like she wasn't paying rent or anything.
Yeah,
So
pretty nice of him to let her stay there, honestly. And that's not kicking her out. I mean, I would have problems with it too. Most people, if they're not on drugs, they don't want their house all filthy. They don't want a kid that's like, my kids are
right,
going to school every day. You better believe it, unless they are sick. Like, they don't get
right.
away with that stuff.
Right. Sarah, you're right. Sarah Bellum says, I thought they divorced in 2012, were split in 2019, and he was engaged to his now soon to be ex wife. Yeah. It's very like, but it seemed like Megan's mom was sort of, even though they weren't together, it seemed like she was still sometimes staying at Tommy's house at
I think that
times.
would make sense because when you hear the interviews about, like, yeah, I think they were still talking, obviously, because remember we heard she told him he would regret it if he called the police and that kind
Yes.
of stuff. Yeah, so they still had somewhat of a relationship.
Right. Now, speaking of that interview, okay? And by the way, Emily, thank you so much for being a member for 16 months. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. So, speaking of that interview, that interview where they now I don't know how, I don't know, like it's obviously clipped, but when what they started with this morning when they played that interview is Angela. I keep wanting to say Wagner, but obviously, no, Jen, that's incorrect. Angela Boswell, or whatever her new last name is, in the room with Megan. Now, let's put this into perspective, okay? Because one of the stories that Megan told, and not just to law enforcement, out loud on the news in an interview on the porch of somebody's house, was that her mother had Evelyn, and that that the TBI was not taking her seriously, that she was in Mendota, and that her mother had given Evelyn to somebody who lived in a silver camper, and that if they didn't go down to that campsite immediately that night, then that was it. Megan was going to go down there herself and retrieve her child.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's exactly what she said. Yeah.
All right. So then the person she asks to speak to is her mother.
Yeah. And remember, her mom's been arrested at this point because
Yes.
she's reported that car stolen. Mom and boyfriend have been
Correct.
arrested. But
Correct.
mom's like kind of seems to stand by Megan no matter what, and doesn't care that she was blamed at first. And I don't believe mom was involved. I don't know. It's very, interesting dynamic for
I
sure.
think the mom was a convenient scapegoat because of her drug use. That's what I
Oh
think.
yeah. Oh, and by the way, Bieber told me a couple things about
Where
the
is Bieber?
house.
Let's get her.
We need to get her and get
We
her
need
to
to
come
get.
chat
We
with
need
us.
to.
I don't
If
know where she's at.
anybody knows where Bieber is, please
Bieber!
tell Bieber. Paging Bieber. Bieber to the front office, please. Bieber.
Wouldn't it be
Please
funny if
let
she was
Bieber know
listening?
that Bindi and Allie are looking for her.
Yes.
Preschool granny, just really quick, babe. Listen, you don't have to ever explain that, preschool granny. Just you being here is support enough, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that you had property taxes due. I'm
Yeah.
telling y'all right now, adulthood is the worst hood ever.
It is the worst hood. Oh my God.
Hate that hood.
But no, Bieber had said that. So this woman that she was staying with, this was, I think, one of her best friend's parents.
Okay, this is the
But
woman on the porch interview who was
yes,
patting her. Okay,
who
all
was
right.
like rubbing on her and stuff. But I think her mind changed after a while. She said, she didn't seem very worried about Evelyn and all that when she was staying there. But she did say that Megan, like, would have accidents when she slept at nighttime. She would pee the bed. And,
Oh,
like, that was that was one of the things that came out, which is, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. It makes me think maybe, again, the mental health or trauma. I don't know.
something. I mean, listen, okay. So I had a thought, and this does not excuse anything at all. I'm just thinking about things. I am curious about what was going on in that foster home. I'm going to leave it there because Megan said that it's Ethan Perry, right? That's his name. For whatever
Hmm.
reason, that name sounds wrong when it comes out of my mouth. That he is the father of Megan's of Evelyn, right? Well, that turns out to be not correct. And now it's just up in the air. We don't know who Evelyn's biological father is. And if she's wetting the bed, it kind of just, I don't know, makes you think. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Especially if she got pregnant while she was in that foster home. Makes you wonder.
Yeah, we don't know who the dad is either. That's really interesting.
She would have been in that foster care pointer lover probably, well, we know at least 9 months because that's how long it takes to bake a baby. So at least technically it's 40 weeks, which is actually 10 months, but okay, but everybody says 9 months, so that's what we're going to say, 9 months. At least 9 months she was there. I would imagine that the only reason she was out of foster care is because she aged out, meaning she turned 18. No, I don't think so. I'm not think it's no, it's the name Ethan that is like stuck in my crawl. I don't know why I feel like Ethan is the wrong name. Perry, I know that that's the right last name. It's just for whatever reason the name Ethan is wrong, sounds wrong to me, but I know I'm right. It's just how I'd like to second and third and fourth guess myself all the time. Sometimes I think I just actually gaslight myself. When it's completely not in my own brain. I'm over there gaslighting. By the way, I wanted to show you guys this just really quickly. This has nothing to do with anything. But we were talking about cats today and we were talking about Alice specifically. And I realized that I do not have an overlay. Well, I do now.
What does it say? Yes, this is my overlay. Yes, Alice is judging you. Great. Now Alice, because Rambo judges me nonstop. Now I got Alice judging me too.
So there y'all go. A little bit of humor to break up the day.
Look at her face.
I know, right?
That's funny.
It's if I have to she's also if you guys are members, she's also one of the emojis, and that particular picture that's the emoji is Alice. She's like propped up underneath the Christmas tree. Okay, and she's cleaning her belly, but you can't see it like that. The way that my husband got the picture, it was just excellent timing. She looks like low key, she looks like Eartha Kitt sounds in Santa Baby. The way that she's leaned over, she just looks like she's posing, kind of, and it's just, yeah. I was looking for the bigger picture of that, the fuller picture, but hey, a million sparkles, good to see you, babe. So yeah, that is my little Alice. I need to
Well,
get another overlay so I can alternate between Alice and Mac.
yeah, I love that. That's very cute. So, dude, I don't even know if I can do a recap this evening. I don't know what, because I need to go back and watch Dad's testimony, and that interview in itself is something I wanted to go talk about. And then there is so much there, and then
So much.
there's been so much even the first half of the day. Think about it. What are we gonna get next? Like, there's just it's just like major thing after major thing. You know, I don't know.
Right. It's like,
Sometimes trials are boring, but this one we haven't got to
no,
the monotonous witnesses yet.
no. And I'm not sure that there are going to be a whole lot of monotonous witnesses because think about it. Okay, so normally, like when they're documenting like crime scene pictures, sometimes those can be really monotonous. Every once in
Yeah.
a while, you'll get a picture and they're like, for example, with Sarah Boone's trial, right? There was a lot of documenting the scene, which was the entire townhome, right? So we got to see her son's bedroom, Sarah's, and
Yeah.
George's bedroom. But then they, in the middle of all of that, they document the dadgum suitcase, and lo and behold, we find out that there's a syringe containing Valium in there and personal documents. And then we remember. Well, I remember it hits me. Hey, Sarah had told people, by people, I mean the police, that they were using that suitcase to sort of gather up things that they intended to donate, including that suitcase. Now, who donates a syringe full of Valium and their
Yeah.
personal documents? Does that make a lick of sense to anybody? No, it doesn't. But usually that's
Not at all.
like drier testimony. And actually,
Yeah.
Allie, you can totally do the recap tonight, babe, because Tommy's not really on the stand for all that long. Number one, and that interview that they end up playing, I want to say that is probably like 15 minutes, maybe 20 max.
Yeah,
I think you can do it. I know you can.
I just like to be informed before I do, so I need to catch up. But if so, then I will.
Yeah.
But last night, like 5 minutes after we got off the live,
Hmm.
I went over to mom's, and then Melissa had text, and she was doing the emails, and not everybody could be there. There's not everyone could be there. So
MJ, I'm a fantastic dramatic reader. I believe that my body of work on this channel speaks for itself. That's my resume. If you need
oh, that's
somebody at
true.
some point.
Oh, that is so true. You really are. I will mention that to her because, yeah, I didn't want to leave her hanging. Also, I hadn't
Aw.
got to talk to her that much recently. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go hang out with her for a little bit. So I helped her read last night. So it was just like one thing after another. And then I slept and crashed hard. And then
Oh,
I was still so tired this morning. Like it just took me a second to get my bearings and really be able to absorb what was happening. Like in the interview, I watched a lot of that, but I couldn't even tell you what all it was because I was listening,
so
but still so
tired.
tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I woke up this morning, which I woke up multiple times, I woke up the first time at 3:00, like 3:15, because shenanigans were occurring due to Mac and Alice.
I
Okay.
figured.
So then I
Shenanigans.
was like, I looked at my phone and I was like, y'all, it is 3:00 in the morning. Took your asses to sleep. I talked through my teeth. That's how you know I'm serious. Okay. So they did for 2 hours because the next time I woke up was at like 5:30. Okay. And I woke up at 5:30 because Mac was hitting the door. Okay. And Mac, he's just a big cat and he pushes on the door like he's hitting it to get out. Okay. And then when you don't pay attention enough and you don't step to it quickly enough, then the what he's doing right now starts. Okay. So then I was like, it was 5:50, 10 minutes before my alarm was supposed to go off. So I just got up. Okay. And then that's when I discovered the text from Allie and the missed calls. And I was like, oh my gosh. So then I was discombobulated. So the first thing I did was go over to the computer, half asleep, trying to fix the live that's already scheduled, that's already been scheduled. And I was like, what are you doing? So then I deleted that scheduled live, re-uploaded the thumbnail and redid it. It was just look at the little bench in the kitchen. All right, let me rewind this.
hold on. I had to, there was a truck outside, so I couldn't comment about your live, like a UPS truck. And so their backup
Oh,
thing was on, and I didn't want to unmute and make you hear that. But yeah, so Neat messaged me. That's why I put in the chat, I don't deserve all the credit. And she's like, hey, does Bendy know she's going live? She said when she emails you, it'll get returned, which that's happened to me, not with you, but other people.
yeah. I wonder what that's about because
I don't know, but it has happened to me before, so I don't know. I'm curious too. But so then I was like, "Oh my gosh." And I called you back to back. I started leaving messages. I'm like, "Jen, get up, wake up," in all caps.
y'all, she totally busted a caps lock.
Then
That's
you did.
see, because
Yes, I
it
was like,
stacks
"Okay."
the notifications. So
Yeah.
that's how iPhones do it. So when I unlocked, like when I flipped open my phone or whatever, the first thing I saw was the notification, but I could see that there were multiple, but it was a caps lock of wake up. And I was like, oh boy. Okay, so is this the little blue bench that you're trying to get me to this right here?
Aw. And thank you, Clicker, and thank you, Neat. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Oh my gosh. God, look at that kitchen.
And I know, with the damn vacuum in the middle of it.
And how lucky and blessed you are to even have a place that your dad can give you to go stay like that.
Right.
Like,
Rent free, your own place.
yeah. And also, one last thing before I shut up and you look at this bench. When you talked through your teeth just now, you remind me, do you remember the guy who used to be like, give me a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh my God. I'll have to send you a video. It's like this guy in the woods, like 15 years ago, that went viral on the internet. Like, he's so hilarious, and he's talking about his damn waffle fries and Dr. Pepper at Chick-fil-A and stuff. It's
Ooh,
just funny.
that does sound good.
You
Chick-fil-A
sounded
sounds so
just
good.
like him. Does anybody know what I'm talking about in the chat? Let me know, because maybe I thought everybody knew about that. Maybe I'm crazy.
Ooh, K-Bear's mama asked a good question. She said, just curious, when this is over, are you going to FOIA the jail calls? Listen, it doesn't hurt to try.
No, it doesn't. But in Tennessee, I think you have to be a resident of the state. So we'd have to get like Bieber to do it, or somebody who, which my brother lives there. Really, we could get somebody easy, but
Yeah.
that's what I've been told. And now I've never double checked that for myself, but I've heard that time and time again that you have to have like a Tennessee resident
Huh.
to do it.
Interesting.
Just waiting on old Rachel.
Yeah. Well, now I've backed it up. Where's that comment? Who wanted me to back it up? Back it up. Beep, 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 beep. Angel, I did look at that little bench in the kitchen. I think I know why they want me to look at this little bench in the kitchen, because it looks stained. See? I just think that might be bad lighting. What do you think, Allie?
Yeah, I see it. Um, I
I mean, you
mean,
can't see the dadgum floor, y'all. Like,
yeah.
I liked
How
how
does
he
the
said he
chair get
replaced.
stained like that?
I don't
Or,
know. Like he said, the guy that was testifying, Austin Feller, said um,
oh, I know what.
linoleum. Okay.
Hold on. Let
Austin,
me mute. I'm sorry, Jen.
see the bench from the picture of Evelyn.
I'm sending you that. I think I know what she's talking
Okay,
about.
okay, okay. Um, thank you, because I'm lost in the sauce. He said linoleum. Austin, they haven't made linoleum since 1975. Okay. It's vinyl flooring, babe, not linoleum. If you're going to be replacing things, you should know what you're replacing.
Really? Because in my old trailer, we had linoleum.
What is
Maybe it was
linoleum?
vinyl flooring. Maybe it is vinyl flooring. I don't know. It's like the really cheap stuff that looks like
It's
tile
vinyl.
or this or that, and then you put down the soft stuff in the middle, but
Oh, that
or like the padding underneath it. You know what I mean? Like
linoleum comes in a big roll.
in trailers, though, that's what you always get usually. Or I don't know. In my old trailer, it was.
I mean, it could be. And that trailer does look like it's not brand new.
Mine
So,
was older too. Mine was like 85 or something. It was not
so
new at all.
maybe,
We redid it,
maybe,
but
maybe he did. I will say this. This is what I'll say for Austin Feller. He probably pulled up linoleum, but he laid vinyl. Because I don't think they sell linoleum anymore. I'm gonna Google that right now. Let's see.
I'll ask Bentley's dad because he definitely
Do
would know because he does
they
that for a living. Yep, I got that
still
is the bench.
sell?
Oh, this is the picture that like was for this is like the main picture you'll find of Evelyn out there, and it is the same bench. I'm pretty certain. I just sent it to you, MJ.
Can you still get real linoleum? Yes.
Yeah.
Linoleum manufacturers still make true linoleum. What is linoleum called now? Commercially, the material has largely been replaced by sheet vinyl flooring, although they still call it that. Huh. Learn something new every day. All right. So this picture, you're sending it to me right now. Let
Yeah, I
me see.
already sent it. And
All
then, yeah,
right.
because I swear, like Mikey, they laid like a newer kind of linoleum that was still linoleum but looked better when they redid the trailer when we were moving or something. I don't know. I'll
Oh,
have to ask, but yeah. But yeah, that's the bench in that
all
picture.
right. Yep. It sure is.
Oh,
Look at her little sweet face.
I know her little red nose too, like from being outside and
Yes. Her little I love it when they're this age and they have the 4 little jack-o'-lantern teeth, the 2 on
yes,
the
they're
top
so
and 2 on the
cute.
bottom. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, and they're little and they still have the little they look like they're doll hands, little kids do, because they don't have that, like they still have that chub a little bit, so they don't have like that defined wrist that you get that they get when they're older, and they just
Oh
look like
God, I
you
love it.
know. Ugh.
Yes,
How could she do this? How
I
could
love.
she do this, Allie? I don't understand.
I love that time with a child. It's like the most precious time. If you are lucky enough to have grandkids, children, nieces, nephews, any little babies that age to spend time with, like it changes your life. It shows you what love really is. It just, I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know.
Just how could she? I can't. Like, okay, it even because her story has flip flopped around, but it seems to me like the theory the defense is going with is that Hunter rolled over on Evelyn, smothering her. Okay, and that because that's what she talks about in that whole um interrogation video that they showed, the parts that they
Yeah.
showed today. She talks about that. She
Yeah.
also talks about wrapping her in the blanket because
I
she was
saw that.
cold.
Yeah.
All right.
It's interesting.
So let's say we're just at this point right now, just for argument's sake, just for the sake of conversation. Okay. Because I want to put it out there right now. I don't believe that. No way, no how. But okay, I do believe that she did wrap her up. She is telling the truth there. Okay, see, that's the thing about lying liar faces who tell lies. They do mix some of the truth in, they leak.
Yep.
Letitia,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Susan Smith, Leilani. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so let's say for just the sake of discussion that is true. Okay, at the end of the day, she wrapped Evelyn up like that. And even if you, because her story in the interrogation video that we watched this morning was that it was actually Hunter who took her body somewhere. Okay. But I obviously don't believe that that's true. Okay. But even if her story about how Evelyn died is that Hunter smothered her accidentally in their sleep when they were sleeping. Okay. At the end of the day, she's the one that put her own child in that playhouse, in the trash with other trash, shoved in a trash can. Okay. It's still foul and disgusting. And how could she do that to her baby? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand how she could do any
No,
of it
you
to her
couldn't.
own child.
You couldn't unless you've done something evil and you're covering it up. There is no way
Right.
a loving parent who an accident happens or something like that, just like, oh God, I get so sick of hearing that because we've heard that with other cases too, like trying to soften what happened or an accident
Mhm.
happened or you can't prove exactly. No, like with Quentin.
Right.
uh you would never discard your child like that. I'm sorry, but every hair on my kid's head is precious, and I'm not joking. There is
Hell, I
no
still
way.
have their teeth.
Exactly. And so, can, like, if you truly love your baby and an accident happens, most people are going to call to try to get help so it could be reversed or whatever. You're going to do things the right way. If an accident was to happen and you love your child, you would I don't know, that makes no sense to me. There's no way you could discard of them like Leilani or Evelyn. Let them just
Right.
let their, I don't know,
Like they're
it just could not be
trash. Like
just
they're
like their trash.
trash.
Yesterday I put in
Literally.
here and I had to remove it because I felt like that was insensitive, but I said Megan is a piece of human fucking garbage, and then I was like, damn, I can't even say that right now because of what
No.
she did. So
Right.
I removed it, but yeah.
That's the
Mm.
thing about it, here's the thing, okay? This isn't that we've come a long way in our ability to diagnose and know what happened during autopsies, okay? Or as a result of performing an autopsy, okay? And, you know, they can tell the difference between an accident and intentional, all right? Like an accident, it would be very difficult to accidentally smother a 15-month-old, or at the time she would have been 13 months old. It would be very, very difficult to accidentally roll over and smother a 13-month-old. Okay. Um, they're not huge, okay, but the thing about babies that age when they are sleeping is they're not still. They're not like a newborn,
Mm-mm.
okay? They dream, they move because they can. And so I don't see how you could possibly for not know that the child is there.
Well, even her attorney said she could have passed from SIDS. Bullshit. That is most likely to happen.
Oh
My
my
cousin
God.
Summer's baby, when I was pregnant with Trenton, Summer's baby passed from SIDS. He was only 4 months old. That's most likely when it happens, like between
Mhm.
2 and 4 months old.
Yep.
It was the most horrific thing my family had ever been through at that time. Because think about, like, just going to a funeral of a little infant baby. Like,
Yes. It's
it's horrible.
traumatizing. It's
It
horrific.
is.
It's against nature.
Yeah, it is so traumatizing and horrific. And you just, nah. For one, she was way too big for that. It makes no sense. And
Right?
for two, if that was the case, then why would you put her in a trash can after? If that was the
Right.
case, then you would have no fear in calling police and you would call, and I don't know. It's
Right.
just,
Because children who die of SIDS do not have evidence of suffocation present
nope,
at autopsy, okay, or
nope.
asphyxiation, smothering, whatever you want, however you want to. It's all the same thing. But they don't. That's the thing. And see, for a long time, for many, many years, there were a lot of infant deaths that were 13, 15 months old that were incorrectly attributed to SIDS. And it turns out that these mothers actually had Munchausen syndrome by proxy. And so what they were doing is smothering their children, the infants. They weren't, because they weren't newborns, they were almost toddlers. They were between 12, 15, 16. One mother did it to multiple children in her, that she'd had, one after the other after the other. And I think the oldest one was 2. And but at any rate, they wrongly attributed those deaths to SIDS. But now we know that those are we don't know what causes SIDS. And but you can tell at autopsy now, they have much better ways of finding things out than we did back in the day. And now there's a definite difference between the way a child who passes away from SIDS and the way looks at autopsy versus a child who was suffocated. So,
Yeah.
Phew. So
Bless you.
thank you. And this has been asked a lot. And this is a good point. So Queen Bella says, wouldn't her body start smelling and people on that property would smell it? Why put her there? Well, yes, point in fact, a decomposing body smells. Okay. I suspect that's why she was wrapped so tightly, and that's why she was placed with other garbage. And if you do not enter,
absolutely.
if nobody was going into that playhouse, remember the
Yeah.
door was shut, the windows would have been shut. So if nobody was going in there, then no,
Yeah.
they wouldn't have smelled it. It's much different than, like, say, leaving a body that's just out and exposed to the elements. That will, you will be able to smell that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm not surprised by that part of it at all.
No.
But
Sorry, I have to adjust in my seat. My back
no,
hurts
it's okay.
from sitting so much.
But yeah, I'll never forget when Summer went through that, because for one, when she woke up, she was sleeping with him, and someone came to the house to visit one morning, and that's how they woke up. And but after that, like, it was awful. She was traumatized, and you could tell how it affected her. She wouldn't have covered it up. I don't know. It's just so very different. It's just like Leilani's attorney, when they even throw that out there, it's like, you're an idiot.
They're grasping at straws.
Yes.
And that's another thing. Like, they are really grasping at straws, and we still have yet to we have not heard from the medical examiner yet. And so,
think back to Megan's interviews on the news and stuff. Like,
yes,
this is
exactly. And there was a hearing, and the medical examiner did testify that Megan, that Evelyn was likely alive.
Yep.
Now, if that is the case, okay, then that rules out anybody rolling over on her and smothering her in their sleep.
Teacup, I've heard it could be up to 2, but I think the majority
Let's
of
look
them
it
are
up.
between 2 and 4 months.
I'm pretty sure I'm already on some kind of watch list, so let's give them
Yeah.
a reason to really watch me.
Might as
Let me
well.
look at SIDS.
Oh, I know when the detective said they thought her leg and foot was a baby doll. Oh my God.
All right, so sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, is the sudden and unexplained death of an infant under 1 year of age.
1 year.
Causes.
Okay.
The exact cause of SIDS is unknown. However, it is believed to be related to a combination of factors, including brain development, sleep patterns, environmental factors. Risk factors. Babies are at an increased risk, this is where you are right, of SIDS if they are between 1 and 4 months of age, are male, are born prematurely or have low birth weight, have siblings who have died of SIDS, have parents who smoke during pregnancy or after birth, sleep on their stomachs or on soft bedding.
Yep.
So,
Our kids were at a high risk for it. Both of ours, Jen.
Yes, I know.
Premature, and boys, and smoking after pregnancy. And
they checked all the boxes. So we were very lucky. Okay, so SIDS is diagnosed after a thorough investigation, including autopsy, review of the death scene, and medical history of the infant.
Yep.
So
that's how they did Aiden. And he was a little boy, 4 months old, and he was in the bed, because that's a big thing with SIDS prevention is back to sleep,
Mhm.
have them in their own bed, not co-sleeping. A lot of people believe in co-sleeping, but, it can be dangerous. So I don't know, but that's not what happened here. And we know that through
Right.
science.
And it's interesting because so when I had my first son, they wanted they were selling those like they were these little they look like two triangles. They had one that was long and then it was separated by like a piece of cloth and then there was a little short one. And that was so that you could put the baby on their side.
Yeah.
Then when I had my second son, those were ridiculous. And we're talking about, I want you to keep in mind, there are 10 months. My boys are true Irish twins. There are 10 months between them. Okay. So then it was, no, you got to put them on their back. Then with my daughter, it
Yeah,
was
it changed.
on their tummy. And
Yep.
then
And
with
then,
Emma, it was on her back. But
yeah, they
my
changed it to back
kids,
to sleep.
yeah, my kids
Mhm.
were all like they preferred sleeping on their tummies.
Oh
Um,
God, that would have made me crazy because because I was so pregnant when this happened this summer. I'll never forget being like 8 months big and pregnant, like very big, at a funeral for an infant. It traumatized me. I felt
yeah.
so bad for even showing up, but I had to go. Like it was a whole thing. But after that, and Tess had wrote this in the chat too, I just remember being so cautious with both of mine. Always, they never slept with blankets or anything. I was just so scared.
Oh,
um
I don't blame you. But
yeah,
when my kiddos started sleeping on their tummies, it's because they could put themselves on their tummies. They could roll.
they could roll right and lift their head up a little
Yep.
bit and stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
But Evelyn, at her, no. And
No.
Riley said, for lack of a better word, she would fight to breathe, and that's exactly what would happen.
Yes.
A child that age would.
Would fight. There would be a struggle
Hmm.
and that would wake you up.
Yeah,
I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. And plus, the other thing was that Megan said that she and Evelyn co-slept pretty much all of Evelyn's life. But the first time she has a sleepover with Hunter, first of all, I think it would be it's not appropriate. I wouldn't do it.
no, hell no.
Um,
I'm sorry, no.
but yeah, but the first night that he decides to have a sleepover, boom, he rolls over on your kid, and you stay
Yeah,
with him.
yeah, and you stay with him.
Like accident or not, right? If that truly did happen, right? And we weren't actually discussing this because Megan is charged with committing murder, right? But I don't know, somehow we just heard about this SIDS or this accidental death, right? I don't know that I could stay with the person who accidentally rolled over and smothered my child.
Me neither.
Alice.
But I'm like you. I would
Yeah.
never have my children in a bed with with some man I'm dating.
No.
I'm sorry. No. Come
No.
on, man. We got to do better as moms. Like, dude.
Right. This is what I'm talking about some, and not Megan. Megan has crossed the line. And so when Allie and I were talking yesterday on her channel about supporting other women, mothers who kill their children are simply females. Okay. They're not part of the girls club of girls that we support. Okay. But what I'm saying is girls that bring, every guy that they date around their children, those are the girls that make it so difficult for me to support. You know what I'm saying? For me to be encouraging of. I just really kind of just want to shake them,
Yeah.
frankly.
Yeah. I totally agree. Oh, are we back?
We're back.
Okay. I'm going to jump down
Residence where.
All right,
and
babe.
listen.
All
Okay.
right. Bye. Thanks for coming up, babe.
Of course. Bye.
Bye.
What did you do next as part of your investigation?
So after we spoke with Megan Boswell, we had received information of the address of Ethan Perry, where he would maybe be staying. And so Detective Haraz and I proceeded to go to the home.
Okay.
of his address.
And what did you find when you arrived there?
Ethan was not there. We had spoke to his parents and tried to inquire more information to the whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
Did you find Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. All right. So what did you do after that?
From there, after we spoke to Ethan's parents, we proceeded to go back to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where we met with Megan Boswell to talk to her.
Okay.
more.
And who was present there at the sheriff's office when you spoke to Ms. Boswell?
It was myself and Detective Harass.
All right. And where did you talk with her?
There's an interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and we spoke to her in the interview room.
Okay. And is that here in Blounteville, Sullivan
Yes,
County?
Sullivan County.
All right. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to watch that interview that you did with Detective Harass?
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Ms. Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62.
Be full exhibit.
All right. And if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has, well, what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you on the actual evidence is what's said during the video. Does everybody understand that? All right.
Well, we're back. Hello. Ethan does not have the baby. But I don't know where she's at because she hasn't yet or last. He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas. He has seen her. I promise you, he has. And he went back to where is he at?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know what he did with her.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, yeah, but like, you all not know at all where she is? No. Well, what can we do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Can you put out like an Amber Alert or something?
When is the last time you've seen her?
I guess more than a couple weeks ago, it was around January.
Well, he went back. Let me go back. January the 1st. And he did not take her with.
Well, then I don't know. I really don't. Like, what do you do when your child's missing?
And you told us you were going to meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. Now, what was that about?
I was going to try to contact him and get him to meet me.
You said you lived in Memorial Boulevard.
That's where the last time that I, like, went to go see her was.
How was you going to contact him? You said that you didn't have a phone number.
I was going to try to message him from Hunter's stuff. Get a hold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November
early December.
And he came back up in December.
Right. And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and Hunter went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu and
I didn't have her
the
with me.
grandmother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you didn't.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
So when did the exchange happen where you dropped Evelyn off of Ethan? That you're saying that this happened?
It must have been a couple days after that.
New Year's?
It was before New Year's because me and Hunter didn't have her on New Year's. Me and Hunter went to a party on New Year's.
So how long you and Hunter been together?
A couple months. Are you going to put on Amber or anything, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
And what was the conversation like that you had with Ethan whenever you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even let me, like, pull up the driveway, drop her off, maybe walk it up.
Walk either.
The driveway.
What kind of relationship do you and Ethan have now, as far as,
What do you mean?
are you able to communicate, are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever. He's been that way since me and her got together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him and he doesn't answer me.
Wait a minute. Back the milk truck up. This is February, y'all. Okay. Now, she has said that she has not seen her baby since January. I mean, that's not it. I think January, whatever it is that she said, something about January. Anywho, this is February. Okay. At the beginning of January, she says this. Is the last time. He's not calling you. You don't send a text. Come on now. Her age group, that is the preferred way of communication. It's a text before a call for sure. Stop playing with these people, Megan.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
Yeah, but he's not responding. I mean, I believe him off on his phone. I'm not going to lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to text him. He's not responding. I've left his voicemails and stuff. He just does not answer. Does not call back.
And what do you ask him in these text messages or voicemails you're leaving?
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And do you see your real mom?
My real mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
I was just wondering if she's still living in West Carter's Valley.
She's not there right now. I really don't know where she's at. She's going to go to the hotel for the night.
Let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know, because, like, I know when Ethan was in the Army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the Army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he just for like months and weeks without talking to me. Never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the Army. So, I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or
The ones,
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but like as far as I knew, anytime that like they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul is not his grandfather, but it's like his step grandfather, and he would like all the time ask me about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
okay.
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of like stopped talking to his family because they didn't really help him out while he was here, or went to the army.
And you don't have a phone?
No, I use others.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her?
Yeah, we'll need a description of her. I'm worried about, too, the broke arm.
I don't think he ever took her to the hospital and found out it was broke, though. I just know it was bruised. And that's all I know. I mean, I won't lie to you, when she was with me, there were a couple times that when she was trying to walk, she would like fall and bruise her cheek, you know what I'm saying? But like, she was never bruised. I never whipped her. Like, I can't whip a kid. You know what I mean? I know some people disagree.
I mean, they're gonna fall when they...
Well, yeah, but I
walk,
mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, Mama called and said that you abused her because she has a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that, like, because for one, like, I'd never hit that baby. Ever. And I wouldn't, you know, because when kids are bad, bad, I believe, like, oh, you should take a toy away from them or something, like. And like I said, I know a lot of people disagree with that. I feel like you should spank your kids, but I'm not one of those people.
Now when you gave the baby to Ethan, what did you do with all your stuff for the baby? Because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff.
Some of her baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only, like, bottles I had for her was just, like, one sippy cup. And it wasn't even, like, a sippy cup. It was, like, one of the kids', like, new pink cups. You know what I'm talking about, like, the straws in it? She's already switched the straws. And, I mean, I really only kept that from the car because if nothing else, I would just, like, go buy, like, little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups.
Just real quick, thank you, Jenny Wilson, for gifting a membership. If you're the one that got the membership from Jenny, please thank her. Thank you so much for supporting me and the channel. I appreciate that very much. And also, thank you for being a member for 2 months. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. Thank you. All right, let's get back to it.
And then I had baby stuff, like, a mommy's and stuff like that. My grandma's. And the car seat's in Hunter's truck. Her car seat.
Is that what you were going to use to pick her up tomorrow with?
Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, I was going to take Alexis to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck.
So, tomorrow at 4, who were we going to meet down there since Ethan?
I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, because he really did not tell me anything.
And when did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? Yeah, like when was that discussed with you?
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
Tomorrow's the 19th, right? The 18th, yeah, the date's right.
Pardon the interruption, but I just want to ask a question. Ma'am, when were you making all of these arrangements to go and pick Evelyn up when Ethan wasn't answering your calls or your texts? How were these arrangements being made? And if these arrangements were made like when he took Evelyn, What would make you think that he would be there to meet you if he's not calling you back or returning texts? Do you hear this explanation that's coming out of your mouth? I mean, come on, man.
Was it after he took Evelyn with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me if I have custody of her, and I said you'll have to take me to court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you want to have custody, we're going to go to court, and it's going to be set up, like, the right way. So I'm not going to sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
When did that happen? When did he get mad about that? So like,
It was like the day of Christmas.
When did you all officially break up?
Sometime in November, I don't know, to be honest with you.
When you went down there to see him?
Yeah.
whenever you and Ethan went to that party, whose house was that party at?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at this guy named Clint's house that Hunter's friend with.
You and Hunter went to a New Year's Eve party?
Yeah. Hunter's first name was Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
It's fine. Went to a New Year's Eve party. Where was that at?
It's in Piney Flat at Clint's house.
Yeah, Megan, that's the part that's confusing them. The fact that you call him Hunter, but his government name is Preston. Yeah, that's what's confusing here. Shut up.
She said Clint.
Yeah.
Who is Clint? Just a friend?
It's one of Hunter's friends.
So what do you think about the entire situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on, and I want to know what's going on. I mean, like, I'm kind of panicky on the inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do. There's not really much I can do.
Got up with Michelle, she's on her way down to get the phone started.
Is that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me, and my supervisor, they're on their way from Kingsport.
Okay.
Did you spend any time with Ethan over the years?
Mm-mm. Like I said, I know he went back down to Louisiana, wherever he's at. Mississippi or whatever you all said, I know he went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingsport? Earlier, did you tell us he was living in Blumpville, though? You thought he was living in Blumpville?
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Blumpville, because it's on Memorial Boulevard. It's in between.
Not sure. Questions?
Now, you may have a few more questions, but I have several questions. For example, Megan, Louisiana and Mississippi are two different states, okay? That's like okay, the way that you're describing Mississippi and Louisiana is like is the way I would say, it's either Grand Prairie or Arlington because Grand Prairie and Arlington border each other. They overlap, okay? You're talking about two totally different states, which are states away from where you live. So you don't you're this is very nonchalant. And now, ma'am, you are saying that you're panicking on the inside, girl. On the outside, you look cool as a cucumber in a bowl of hot sauce, but you ain't making no sense. None. Lord, here we go.
So what do you want to do when Amber lets out? Like, what's the process after
Well, we're
that?
gonna have to find this baby tonight. And I don't know where this baby is, but it's gotta be found.
So what happens if we don't find her or not?
I don't know. I've never run into this in my 20 years here. But we've got to find her. And Ethan doesn't have her. You don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
What do you mean?
Or Hunter? Do you call him Hunter?
Yeah, that's his middle name. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought from there.
Well, I didn't know what you called him by. Was Hunter jealous of the baby because it was by another
No.
person? I was just asking because some people just, are like that.
No, he's not like that.
Maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn and that I wasn't his baby. We used to have fights like that all the time, and I'd be like, I'll give you a DNA test, I know this child's yours.
There's my supervisor.
Ethan and I used to get into it, he used to like threaten to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person, I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. Back the milk truck up. All right. Now, Ethan, who you broke up with because he didn't talk to you, now told you all the time he was going to kill you, but you don't want to make him sound like a bad person. And that's why you broke up. Not because he was not communicating, but because he was threatening you 25/7, 25/8. This makes no sense at all. None. So, what had Carolina, I just want to explain really quick, maybe if people are just coming in and joining. What has happened is CPS received a call alleging lack of supervision and physical abuse. So they tracked down Megan, who's at her boyfriend Hunter's house, and Megan tells CPS that Evelyn is with her father, Evelyn's father, Ethan. So CPS of course, calls Ethan, and Ethan is like, no, she's not with me. So they bring Megan in for questioning. And now we're getting this cockamamie story. That's where we're at. This is February 18th, 2020.
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, as an investigator of DCS, continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
No.
All right. Did you ever, did DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant, Megan Boswell, that her child was missing?
No.
Okay. Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
No.
Since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral, if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn?
No. No.
Okay. Either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
No.
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator was concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition for requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
And was that what was that through? Which
That
court?
was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
Okay. And as a result of that, was Miss Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn have for you.
Scott?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was and interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
That was on February the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And then that video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so a time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes. So,
Sounds right. Yeah.
okay. Did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Peter,
No, Your Honor.
is he free to go, or does he need to remain under subpoena?
I don't think we need him, Judge.
Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry, you agree, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You released your subpoena. You can go, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Statement called Casey Saltz.
Last name?
Saltz, S-A-U-L-T-S.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Casey Salts.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Your name is Casey Salts, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you live?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm going to ask you to maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or Patricia Kite.
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia
Yes.
Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask the court to acknowledge that. She's identified the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or do you, and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking in kind of in the past tense. It's now closed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trosen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes. Check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, or no, they would come into the front office to the window and check in, and then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for well visits and one for sick visits. You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your experience of the office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? How often would they come in?
They would come in once a month for the first couple of months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay. So for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay. What about from, say, 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was every 3 months.
Okay. And same for 9 to 12 months, it would be just one visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay.
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
Okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient?
Yes.
Including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes, they would get like an automated call the day before,
Okay.
and we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
Okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I need to
Right.
reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards
We
out?
did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and
Okay.
give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
Your Honor, approach.
I don't know what the objection is about or why we would be needing to approach. This is very annoying and unnecessary in my opinion. And we're just only a little tiny bit behind, so I hesitate to skip forward because if we stay on track the way we are right now, then we can skip the afternoon break. So I don't know what this objection is based on. She's not saying anything bad. She's saying Megan took her baby to their well visits at first. So I don't get the objection here. I'm looking for your milestone on the, here it is. Come on. Thanks for being a member for 2 months, Bogart. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Hey, y'all. If you haven't hit that like button or that dislike button, listen, it's up to you. It's your thumb. Would you please do so? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. We're just going to ask for some clarification on that. When I asked that last question, did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn, and I'll ask it in a different way maybe, did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes.
Okay. And did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And okay. And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time, around early December?
Yes.
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
My aunt,
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson.
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times.
Okay. Do you know what month that was in?
In early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn's had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself?
Yes.
Of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she had been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to, though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn?
Objection. I think we're getting far afield here.
I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told.
I mean, look. Okay. It's not hearsay if she says what she said, right? If she testifies to what she said, that's not hearsay. If she testifies to what the response to what she said was, that is hearsay, because it goes to the truth of the matter asserted, which the truth of the matter asserted surrounds, I think I'm understanding this. Where is our new law student? But I think that
Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's 12-month well visit.
Excuse me, Madam Prosecutor. I think the truth of the matter asserted is around the diaper rash, but evidently it's been sustained, so they're just going to move on. All right, so here we go.
Did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
I'm going to pass you a document and see if you can identify it. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay. And do you recognize what that document is?
Correct. Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
The reminder card?
Yeah. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
So this is really, thank you, Allie, for doing this, babe. Allie wants to point out, and this is important for timeline, okay? So the 12th month, she would have been 1 year at the end of November, okay? Now, they're about to show this document, which I would imagine is what is the appointment card. So obviously, those of you guys who have children know that they like to do it as close to 1 year as possible, okay? If it is, if they're 12 months and 1 or 2 weeks, obviously, it's not that big of a deal, okay? But just generally speaking, they like to do it close. So again, this is setting up the timeline. Mac, stop. This is setting up the timeline. I'm sorry, you guys, for my out of control children, Mac and Alice. This is setting the timeline up so that nobody can, it's about the timeline of when Evelyn was last seen and by whom she was last seen. Does that make sense? Did that come out right? I feel like it came out right, but I'm distracted because there's skibbity paps going on in the bedroom right now. So I'm sorry, my cats don't know how to behave. Here we go.
Okay. Can you see that okay? Is that the appointment card that you wrote on for Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And for the appointment of December 5th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did.
Okay.
Where she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay. And how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger, mostly.
Okay. And had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first
Yes.
time?
No, I've
Yeah.
communicated with her before.
Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass you another document. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell, without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
It's the text thread of off of Messenger where we were talking.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
The full exhibit 64.
MK Lynn,
Publish.
MK Lynn, do you need a note for work? You know, I would be happy to write a note. I'm an excellent, strongly worded note writer. Get you out of work, get you out of school. Let me know.
Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done? Okay. 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 So obviously that's your name on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so then Megan Boswell's is in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was.
And what was her response?
That she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment?
Right.
Okay. And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay. I'm going to pass you.
Riley, I would be happy to write that note for you. Of course, MK Lynn. Listen, I'm gonna need you to be around because word on the street is we're gonna have Saturday court. I'm gonna need somebody to, my enforcer here to go round up. If I got to be in Saturday school,
I'm going to give you a second to read through that. I believe it's 2 pages.
y'all got to be in Saturday school too, and I'm gonna need somebody to round them up. I need my enforcer, so I'd be happy to write you that note. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
Through Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay, so that would have been December 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So the December 6th message.
Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. Sorry.
Absolutely, I can, Jennifer. I would be happy to do that.
It's one continuous.
Happy to.
I'm going to give you one additional page for that same exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please.
So while we're just kicking it, waiting for her to look at this page, how do y'all think the prosecution's
And do you
case is
recognize
going
that as
so
also
far?
being part of that conversation?
Yes.
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
I knew I could count
That's
on
to
you.
be
Thank
that
you,
collective
MK.
exhibit number 65.
Yes, sir.
You want a note too, Emily? Notes for everyone.
Permission to publish? Okay. Ms. Saltz, I'm going to go through one page at a time of this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So again, this is the day after that first missed appointment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of this conversation?
December 6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry,
December 6th, 2019.
and what do you ask the defendant, Megan Boswell?
What about the baby's appointment today?
Okay, and what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay, and what did you ask her?
Where she was working,
And what did Megan Boswell say?
the chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Okay. Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
Okay. And does the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
Hold on a second. Oh no, Be Real. I'm so sorry about your foot, babe. Well, I hope it gets, I guess it's getting back to normal or better if you're going back to work. I'm so sorry. That's a bummer. 5 steps. Listen, at least you tripped over something real. I've tripped over damn air.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to
Yes.
you? Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment because she had been working really hard from
Okay.
4:30 to 6:30.
Okay. And does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh, yeah, it does say. And then she's staying after to clean, too.
Okay. And what is your response to her?
I told her that, yeah, it was fine, that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. Then the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the well child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Oh, we
Is
went
that,
over
was that
it.
on this slide? Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes.
And what does she say to you?
For her well child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay.
Okay, so Lil Red says, I do not ever remember some person telling me when to take my child to a doctor appointment like they were in charge. Is this a social worker? No. This is the daughter of the woman who was Megan Boswell's foster mother, okay, who also happened to work at a pediatric clinic And so when they already have like a pre-existing relationship because Megan was a foster child at her mother's home. And now she is, she works at the pediatric office where Megan takes Evelyn. Okay. And so the reason that she's testifying is because Evelyn was scheduled for her 12-month well baby visit and on December 5th. And Megan no called, no showed. Because they had an existing friendship, she reached out to Megan through Facebook Messenger. And so that's what we're talking about, where she's trying to get Evelyn in. And Megan is continuing to give her excuse after excuse after excuse. The fact of the matter is, the reason why this woman is testifying and why it's a big deal is because it's believed that when all of this was taking place at the beginning of December, Evelyn was already dead.
I'm going to pass you one last set of photographs.
Also, it is a little
Give me a second
annoying.
to read through them.
I'm just going to turn this down. Also, to me, it is a little bit annoying how long the defense takes to look over exhibits, because these are things that have already been, like, they are aware of the exhibits that the state intends to use. So could you look over them a little quicker?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger.
Okay, what is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th of 2019.
Okay, and is that also a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 66.
Okay.
Full exhibit 66. What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor.
And also, the only reason why I'm being a stickler about this is because we lost a day yesterday. Okay, and this is going to be a 3-week trial. We do not have time for slow poking it around.
Permission to publish. Again, I'm going to show it to you one page at a time. Okay, so you said the date on that was December 13th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Okay. Is that because she had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I had said
actually, I should ask you this. Did she respond to that message at all?
No.
Okay, so then what did you say?
I said, I need to know, Dr. Pugh is asking. She's not happy about her missing these appointments.
Okay, and what did Megan Boswell say in response to you?
That she was going to switch her pediatrician to somewhere closer.
Okay, and did she say anything else?
That she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
I told her no is okay. Dr. Pugh is just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay. All right.
And see, this is an important part of the testimony, that it was unlike Megan to miss Evelyn's appointments. So clearly and obviously something had changed.
How long did you work at Premier Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay. And during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did, would you get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Hey, Titanium, good to see you, babe.
Is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, etc.
Yes.
of the child? Okay. And I'm assuming you've met Evelyn yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So it had been just a little bit after she turned 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents, and they were busy, so she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay. So she just came by to visit, and
Yeah.
it was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
Okay. All right. Okay. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Horn. It's okay.
All right, now that is a departure from what Megan has reported. Okay, Megan said in multiple, Megan said in reports to the news or interviews with the news that Evelyn was walking at 10 months old. She walked early, and this lady is saying, no. She was still, I believe the technical term for that is cruising, when they're still holding on to things. So that's interesting, because frankly, the way that Megan talks about Evelyn, some of the words that she uses, like to say that that Evelyn was kind-hearted. She wasn't a mean baby. She's grateful that she wasn't mean. Like she's had experience with mean babies. It's odd statements that she makes in describing Evelyn. So, these are just little things that I noticed that I like to tell you guys about. All right, here we go.
Ms. Saltz, right?
Yes.
My name's Tim Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth, up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It would be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Ms. Massengill asked you right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It would be normal or customary that when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
Correct.
So I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should, or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of this child's life.
Correct.
So Sarah says that basically Megan's description of Evelyn walking early doesn't track. And Sarah says because development would follow based on when they were due, not born. Hopefully that makes sense. Yes, it does make sense, except for my son is a preemie. He did walk early. He walked at 10 months. Now, I will say this. He never... Like, how when they're about 6 months old, how they get like their little roly-poly, they're cute, they're little chunky monkeys. My oldest son was never he was never a chunky monkey. But he was always very, very strong. And so I don't know if that had something to do with it. Like he started to get he was never a chunky monkey. He was more like a chunk. Just a little chunk, like a mini chunk, and chunk light. And once he started walking, that was that. But he started toddling at 10 months, cruising, holding on to things. And by his 11th month, he was full out walking. So I should put it more like that. So, I mean, it's different, but by and large, you're correct. But different kids do different things. It's just that I'm more inclined to believe anybody over Megan because Megan has, you know, a complicated relationship with the truth in that she doesn't tell it.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the infancy of December there, she just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
That's all the questions I have.
Fantastic. So Mrs. O says, what do you think about the boyfriend? I don't have a read on the boyfriend yet, Mrs. O, because I haven't heard anything from the boyfriend. I am quite interested in hearing what he has to say. And the thing that interests me the most is I want to hear what he testifies to in court, because remember, a witness can only answer the questions that they're asked, So I am quite interested. I don't have a read on him quite yet. No, Becky, he has not testified yet, babe. Let me just tell you, obviously, throughout the trial, I'm just going to be like day 1, day 2, day 3, like that, right? But when Hunter testifies, I will put that, I'll change the title to reflect that. So you will know when you come into the live if he is testified. Promise. TK, if you use the link that Nightbot dropped, you can from an iPhone. That's what I have to do.
I did.
All right, now this is Evelyn's pediatrician, Dr. Pugh.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. All right. Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired. I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right. Where did you practice?
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were had that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there at Premier Pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
Okay. So how did that work when you had a patient there at the office? Did one doctor, was that assigned to a specific patient, or was it just kind of on a
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for their physicals, usually.
Okay. And did you see Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trozen, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
All right. And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and that was in the chart when Dr. Trozen got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review Evelyn's chart?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Did you note any
Carolina, yes.
concerns as far as her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and in pediatrics we consider that of concern. So she was 17 at the time. The baby had group B strep. Mama was group B strep positive, so the baby got X for a couple days, but she went home at 2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right. And did you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks, or 16 days is how she was, but she came for the second visit, and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, I mean, the last time we saw her was for a sick visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was the last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visits, in 2 weeks, she was doing well.
Okay.
She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal.
Okay.
No.
Developing normal like a
Yes,
a
she was
newborn
growing
would?
well, and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay. So meeting normal milestones, nothing that
Yes.
would, as a pediatrician, would give you any sort of concern.
No, she was doing well.
Okay. You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th of 2019?
That probably would have been her 12. It should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled, but I'm not sure. But she did have, because the front office takes care of that. But she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
All right. And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see a child regularly during the early parts of her
Yes.
life, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a.
Okay. So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
Well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change, so you don't always know as the doctor, you may not know why they don't show up. But all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay. All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October of 2019.
Oh, actually, Dr. Trozen saw her that day for a sick visit.
So the last time your office saw her?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients
Yes.
there?
When I sold my practice to when the charts are maintained with Dr. Justin Jones with Ballot Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
All right. Okay. Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the charts from my office.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the medical records of Evelyn Boswell
Yes.
that were maintained by your office?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit 67, please.
Exhibit 67.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. If you would answer any questions, I believe Mr. Horn might have for you.
So all but the first visit you saw Evelyn. Is that my understanding?
Not the first and the last visit, I didn't
Okay,
see
the
her.
last. But you would have had access, to, when you did treat her, you would have access to all of her medical records.
Yes, they would be in the chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is it your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician's examining a child and they suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, to the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to require to investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So, fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way
Yes.
she should progress, and that Megan was fulfilling, up until the point you last seen her, her maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Or, yes.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
You agree?
No, you're right.
Is she free to go?
She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You're
you.
released from your subpoena. You're free to go. All right, next.
State call Paul Miller.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name. Paul Miller. You solemnly swear the affirmative testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Have a seat right there. Speak anything else.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we can pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, just getting this straight for everybody, you are Ethan Perry's step grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believed that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Yes,
correct? Okay. Did Ethan ever live with you?
Right before Christmas.
Okay. And what happened right before Christmas? Here.
Not. Not.
Evelyn?
I did.
Okay. How often would Megan post pictures and stuff like that on Facebook?
Frequently.
Okay.
So, yeah, frequently.
All right. Did you ever get to meet Evelyn and Megan?
I
together?
did. Shortly before Halloween and 2000, I guess it was 19. I'd called her and we set up a meeting. Told her I would like to meet her, and so she met me and my wife at the Cracker Barrel, and we got to meet her.
Okay. So something that was important to you. You could see your granddaughter, right?
It was great granddaughter.
Right.
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
granddaughter. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. And you said this was late 2019. Okay. Did you see Ethan at any point in time that year?
Not before that. I didn't see him until right before Christmas.
Okay. And what happened right before Christmas?
I had tried to get Megan to bring Evelyn to the house. I wanted her to give her a gift and get to see her, and so I'd set that up with her, and then I found out Ethan was in also, and anyway, ended up getting them both to come. I didn't know if they were going to come at the same time, but they did.
Okay.
They came at the same time in the same car.
All right. And so they both came over to your house there in Johnson City.
Correct.
Right before Christmas.
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn with Megan?
She was not.
Okay. Did you inquire where she was?
I did.
And
She told me that Evelyn had the flu and was staying with her grandmother, and that she was sick and didn't want to expose us.
okay. All right. So did you go on to visit with Megan and Ethan while they were there?
We did.
Now, see, this is where it becomes, in my opinion, real messy for Megan. All right, because She knew they spoke in advance about her coming, about Evelyn coming. You know what I mean? And for her to just show up without the baby, right? Normally you would call. I just want to let y'all know, because if the baby has it, Megan, you've been exposed to it, Megan, and therefore you're carrying around the flu cootie on your person, Megan. So if you're that worried about exposing these people to this, then the right thing to do would have been to call and say, hey, Evelyn's got the flu. You still want me to come? But you didn't, because you're messy and a liar. And also a cochina. That house was deplorable, Megan. You ought to really hang your head in shame.
You mentioned that you had Christmas gifts for Evelyn.
Correct.
Did you give them to Megan?
I did.
Okay. After she left, did you ever get any photos or messages or anything that showed Evelyn with the gifts that you'd given her?
Oh, I asked her before she left the house, I said, please send me a video of her opening her gift. And she said she would, but I did not get that. And then later I did text her and ask her if Evelyn liked her gift, and she said yes.
Okay. But you never saw any photos?
Never saw any photos.
Okay. You testified earlier, mentioned that you got to see Evelyn in late October 2019.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her after that?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
Mr. Miller, you said that Megan made you aware you were a grandparent.
Correct.
And that y'all were friends on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Was it fairly regular?
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time?
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother?
It did.
And that she loved the child?
It did.
And that she was enjoying time spending with that child, spending time with that child?
It did.
And
I'm going to stop you right there, Counselor. I can tell exactly where this is going, and I'm here to tell you firsthand, you can't trust social media to be an accurate representation of a person's life. You can't trust it to be an accurate representation of what's going on in that home, because for Pete's sake, I highly doubt that when she took those pictures, you'll notice that one picture of Evelyn on that little bench is outside. It's not in that house. So obviously those are not accurate representations of the situation or what's going on, because that home was filthy.
you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her.
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen and the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, that's fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So other than up until December then, you had no cause or no reason to believe that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for?
Correct.
That's all the questions we have.
Can he be released?
He can't judge.
Yes, sir. Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and you're free to go.
Thank you.
We approached it.
click 15.
One stand, please. You may be seated, thank you.
Henry says 15.
Court stands recessed.
Actually, I don't think that hold on, let me scooch back up here a second. I don't think that that's what the prosecutor was trying to prove. Oh shit, my phone's on. Sorry, you guys. Nobody needs to hear me twice, my lord. I'm surprised y'all have been sitting here with me for 6 hours almost listening to me talk. No, there's not. I listened on my phone to make sure that the stream is going okay when I have to step away. But no, I don't think, first of all, let me say this. I don't think that type of parenting choice, whether you put your children, you take pictures of your children and put them on your social media or not, that's a parenting choice. And I'm not fixing to judge that. I think everybody has to do what they think is right for their child, for their children, and for their family. And I don't judge. I think what the prosecutor was saying is that pictures can be deceiving. You can take most of the time when people take a picture, right? What does the photographer or whoever it is that's taking the picture tell everybody to do? To smile. And they tell you to smile, right? So that's not natural. I mean, there are pictures that are taken that are candid, that are natural, but by and large, most people are like, well, let me see what the picture looks like. And then they're like, oh, I don't like the face I was making, or I don't like the way I'm standing, or whatever. So it's not natural. But it's also, it's not a true glimpse into what is going on inside a home. Looks can be deceiving. I mean, let's take the Watts case, for example, right? If you look at their social media, everything in their house was picture perfect, right? They had the two little girls. Shanann was pregnant with her third. It was going to be their son, their first son, excuse me. And they seemed, for all intents and purposes, a very happy family. But Chris was a psychopath. You can't see that in a picture. So I really think that what it wasn't so much what the prosecutor was getting at, it was really more what the defense attorney was getting at, which is, well, but when you look at her social media, she took lots of pictures of Evelyn, and she posted them to her social media, and she looked like she loved her child, and did she look like she enjoyed spending time with her child? That's not a true and accurate representation of of what's going on in a person's brain, or what's going on in a person's home. So I feel like that's really more, that was I think that the defense team was trying to get at, well, look at the pictures. Megan was clearly, she loved Evelyn. She wouldn't do this. This had to be an accident, And so if Hunter has never met Evelyn, then the spend the night that resulted in Megan's story that Hunter rolled over on Evelyn is nothing but a big fat lie. Like, she's literally at this point thrown every person in that child's life under the bus for having her. Okay. She threw her mom under the bus and said her mom had her. She threw Ethan Perry under the bus and said he had her. She threw Hunter under the bus and said he rolled over on her and smothered her in her sleep. And then her attorneys threw her father under the bus by implying that he, had access to everything on that property. He's the one that called. He's the one that suggested to report Evelyn missing. He's the one that suggested that the cops look in the playhouse in the first place. She's thrown everybody under the bus. Can y'all not hear me? Well, no, I know you can hear me because I heard me. So, I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. She threw everybody under the bus except for herself. She still doesn't take accountability for anything that she's done at all. In the slightest. Now, why do we have no audio? What's happening here? Oh, hold on. There we go. What's happening here is you, Jen Lou. You. Oh, where's the jury? Let's get this show on the road. Just makes me sad that, just looking at the pictures of that home make me sad. The whole situation makes me sad. Just, I don't know. What is the judge doing? You loading up your stapler, Your Honor, or is that your Pez dispenser? What's going on? I need to see. Camera person. Help me out. Come on. Oh, I'm tired, you guys. These are long days. And I get antsy when I can't, I don't like to hurry up and wait. You know what I mean? I just want them to come back and let's get this show on the road. I need to know who's going next. Hey, speaking of while we're just kicking it for now,
State is ready, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Yep, bring the jury in. Let's go. We weren't waiting on the jury. We were waiting on the state.
Stephen Lawrence.
Stephen Lawrence. I don't know who that is. How do y'all think the case is going so far for the prosecution? You think they're presenting it in a way that is easy to follow for the jury? I mean, we still haven't really gotten to oh, yes, Carolina, I do remember her. Yep, I do. Oh, no, Teacup Kraken. You want me to write a note to the snowstorm? I don't appreciate that. I need Teacup to be present and accounted for and stop messing up her me time.
State would call Stephen Lawrence.
I don't know who Stephen Lawrence is, y'all. You know, I rub a lot of people the wrong way too. A lot of people describe me as cold or condescending. And the thing of it is, my brain works a lot faster than my mouth. So when I speak slow, I'm not being condescending. I'm just trying
Stephen
to
Lawrence.
I want to make sure it comes out correctly.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
What's up, Mr.
You are
Lawrence?
Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, do you know the defendant Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
Okay. And who's your little sister?
Her name was Madison Broom.
Okay. Did you know her through high school, or how were they friends?
I believe it was high school.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Boswell had a daughter by the name of Evelyn?
I was.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell come to visit you at some apartments that you were building in Johnson City back on December the 8th of 2019?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay. Do you know why she was there to see you?
The apartment building I had, my sister that I had mentioned had passed away, and I was going to name the building after her, so she had come by to see the building.
All right. Did Miss Boswell have Evelyn with her on that day?
She did not.
Okay. Did you inquire as to where Evelyn was?
I asked about Evelyn, yes.
Okay. And what did Megan tell you?
She was with the father.
Okay. And did you know, was that Ethan Perry, or who did she tell you the father?
Ethan was the father, I believe, at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, on February the 25th of 2020, were you contacted by Megan?
I don't remember the dates to be exact, but I was contacted after the visit, yes.
Okay.
I believe that was about the time frame, yes.
All right. Was this during the time frame in which Evelyn was reported missing?
Going off memory, yes.
Okay. And why did she contact you?
She was pretty much seeking some help in general.
Okay. What did you do after she called you?
I obviously was wanting to help assist in finding Evelyn. I said if we can find Evelyn, then I'd try to help in any way I could. Brought her up to the Solomon County Sheriff's Office and tried to have her speak with detectives and whatnot to get answers.
Okay, so the at the time does hit your ears wrong, but here's why: because I don't think that people quite know how to put this into words when they're asked this question. So all this time, right? So as long as Evelyn was alive, Ethan Perry was the father. That is who Megan Boswell told everybody was the father of Evelyn. Okay, so during her whole life, right? Very short as it was, bless her little sweetheart. That's how they knew Ethan. Ethan was Evelyn's father. Okay. Well, after Evelyn went missing, and then everything came, and then she was found, and everything came out. What came out is that Ethan was not the father, was not Evelyn's biological father, I should say. So I don't think that people quite know how to answer that question or how to explain that. It is that, at the, like, well, how do you answer that question? How do you say that? How do you answer that? Yes, back then, yeah, we all were told that Ethan was the father. Like, I think at the time is just the, like, easiest way that he could say it. I don't know. Sorry, that was like a super Miss America answer for no reason.
Okay. Did you go pick her up, or?
I did.
Okay. Where did you pick her up?
It was in, she was staying with my mom at the time. So I believe it was in Bluntville.
Okay. All right. And so you picked her up, you brought her up here, you said up to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. Did you stay there with her, or what did you do?
I dropped her off, and then I had left.
Okay. After you left, did you receive any sort of communication from her after that?
Yeah, she afterwards had said she was done up here, and I had come back and picked her up.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked her up?
We drove around for a little bit. And I was just kind of waiting. I had brought her up here, like I'd said, to speak to detectives and try to make more leeway on where Evelyn was.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Ms. Boswell while you all were driving around?
We did.
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't recall a lot with all the time that has passed. I believe I had asked her in that ride if Evelyn was missing when she had came and visited the apartments back in December, and she said that she was missing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. If you would, answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
Just a minute, Judge.
Yeah.
Oh, Emily, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you.
been
I
better.
appreciate you.
Just breathe.
Oh,
You'll be fine.
they just totally skipped to
You need
this
a minute?
quick. What happens? Wow, that was weird. All right, here we go.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. If you need to, just let me know if you need to take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would, state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Just FYI, Bendy needs trial snacks. So if you want to send Bendy trial snacks, I put my links in the chat.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
Okay. You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay. Did you also attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at Central.
Okay. Here in Bluntville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
Okay. When you say quite often, how often are we? How
Almost-
frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. You know, in 2019 we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. we would sometimes take trips together, and Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, we hung out the whole time. I mean, in the summer, I believe she would be like, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just, yeah,
Okay. You were seeing her
quite often.
very frequently during that time.
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
For the most part, it was all right. There was no complaints there, but there were some things like that I noticed. Like sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, it's you better buckle in Evelyn and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt, and just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
Okay. She appeared to care for Evelyn.
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
her.
yeah, definitely.
Good mom.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever babysit for Megan?
No. We were just, we would hang out together. We would, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do like family-friendly things. One time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made like a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
At some point in time, do you leave the Tri-Cities area?
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with my the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's kind of a silly question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did with my other best friend Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Okay. Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say ever?
Oh, yeah, that would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn, because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. She always had Evelyn with her.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, telling her and Bailey about that. And Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes, and then she just kept saying over and over to me like, I love you, and just like, I love you, I love you, I love you. And it was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, eventually I had to say like, I love you too, but I was trying to tell a story.
Okay. So that was not her normal behavior?
No.
Not the normal way you all would interact?
No, normally, we'd have just like a regular old conversation back and forth.
Did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because, normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her, too.
After her visit, did you communicate or stay in touch with her?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
Mainly through Instagram.
Did Megan talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because, they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. And who's Kyrie?
Sorry, that's my daughter.
Okay. All right. So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer, like, my questions. If I asked about Evelyn, she would just say, she's good, but, she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me, was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay. And you said that this was after your visit on December the 9th. So,
Yes.
do you remember conversations back in January of 2020? Would you have had conversations with her on Instagram at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry,
Uh-oh, yeah, we finna see receipts. Here come the screenshots.
It's Instagram. Yes,
From the, screenshots from the gram.
and I'm going to ask to publish that to the jury.
I don't know what's going on with the hair, but I like splash of sass. That's what I'm going with.
All right, Ms.
Her
Gibbs.
splash of sass.
Just for clarification, I noticed at the top it says Maggie May. Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay. And the tagline there, Maggie_Wood23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part, that was just like her name, how it's shown on Instagram, but
Okay.
the under part's the handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie May.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so.
Hold on. Hold
Her
on.
part of the conversation there.
Hold on a minute. Once again, they've been discussing this screenshot now for 37 seconds, which is 30 seconds too long for the camera person not to be over there showing us the receipts. Come on, camera operator. I'm going to need you to get it together.
There's on the left, yours is on the
Right.
right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January the 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYD. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yes, that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, you used
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWBU. What does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay. And what did she respond to your comment about that?
Yes, she then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her, but we could come tonight if you want us to. Which I was at my aunt's at the time, so that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. When's the next time you could come? And then she said probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting?
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right.
Oh, for Pete's sake, why are we approaching? But, hey, excuse me, can the camera operator person, can you pull back and get a wider angle? Because I'd like to know if Megan is meeting this witness's eye contact. I can clearly see the witness has tried to make eye contact with Megan a few times, and I'd like to know if she's actually made eye contact. So if you're not going to show us the receipts, could you pull the camera back and give us a wider shot so I can see that, please? These people aren't listening to me, y'all. I need to come over here and listen over at the ward so they'll know what the people want. They did say Maggie May TK in Texas. That's what they said. Yeah, she is looking at her, but I need to know if Megan is looking back. Hey, Alice, since you're just staring at me and obviously you want something to do, why don't you use my phone to contact the courthouse and tell the camera operator to pull back? We need a wider shot. Oh, did you just roll your eyes at me? Let me put this overlay up. This is how I feel right now. This is my face. This is also Alice's face right now, too. Come on. I feel right this moment. Also, did I miss it? Because 4 eggs, you got to look at the whole thing. It's the space shuttle. Yeah, by Saturday, I'll be at the courthouse myself working the camera. But did you guys hear, did she testify that she went over to Megan's house? Because if you're saying that, everything was good, it just seemed like Megan, like sometimes Megan took a little too long to change her diaper or whatnot, and you were at that house, I'm gonna have to question everything, okay? Because there was nothing right about that house. Absolutely nothing. Why you would have a vacuum in the kitchen, I will never understand. Especially when it looks like you never even used that vacuum. Why is it out in the first place? It either doesn't work or you don't know how to work it, one or the other. So put it away. Put it out of the way. And it was in front of the sink.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document of sorts and ask if you can identify that.
I have to wait, Carolina.
Yes, this is another conversation between me and her on Instagram.
You're interrupting me.
Was that a conversation?
Here's the deal. I'm not sure if that's possible because I need to hear from the pathologist, the medical examiner. I need to know I need to hear the autopsy.
Make that Exhibit 69.
But, oh dear. But I will say this. If Hunter never met Evelyn, then it begs the question, what was the motive? Why did this happen?
All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is as we look at on the left part of the screen here on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Well,
Yeah.
maybe we would.
Okay, so
Hold on a minute.
starting off, she's
Once again, we wouldn't need an interpreter if the camera person would show us the screen.
says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use profanity? Okay.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said yes. And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's gonna have a sibling." And then she said yes.
Okay. All right. you continue to have communication with Miss Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there. Just messaging when I could because I was like, a new time mom for the first time and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times. And then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out and I was like, how are you? This is pretty intense. Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you
No.
at that point in time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
Okay. 2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that and went to...
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
No questions. Ms. Gibbs, thank you for your testimony. Your release from the subpoena, ma'am. We're free to go.
Thank you.
State would call Bailey Hawkins.
The only thing that I can think of that what these witnesses are here to do is to set up potential motive, right? So if you have witnesses who will for the most part, all accounts are saying that when they saw Megan and Evelyn together, Megan doted on her, Megan appeared to love her, Megan took care of her, right? And then Megan and Evelyn were always together, that Megan had a difficult time finding a babysitter. And then abruptly, Evelyn is just gone. Megan is making excuses about her being with a babysitter, her being with Ethan. I feel like maybe what the state is trying to do is point out what exactly it was that changed in Megan's life. And the only thing I can come up with that changed in Megan's life was Hunter. So, TK, I don't remember that, but I have overwritten a lot of data that was in my brain at one point, making room for new music lyrics and movie lines. So I don't actually remember. I hope, but I'm not sure. I don't remember that. So we'll have to wait to see if that comes out. But that's the only thing I can think that these witnesses are, what the purpose is for them, that they're setting up for what is it that changed in Megan's life. And the answer would be Hunter. So, which just because Megan, let's say that was the motive. Let's say that the motive for killing Evelyn was to be with Hunter. Just because that's the motive, that doesn't mean that Hunter actually ever said or did anything that would make Megan feel like she needed to be, not with a child, not have a child. You know what I mean?
Raise your right hand, ma'am. State your name.
Bailey Hawkins.
Hey, Nacho. Well, yeah, I mean, they're definitely doing a bang-up job of that, but they also got to prove she's a murderer. So I think we get it. I think that they've proven that Megan Boswell is a lying liar.
Bailey, how are you today?
Lies.
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. Can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Blumpville, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
Okay. And
Can I hang on a second? I got it. Lavender Sky. That's so sweet. Lavender Sky says, geez. So glad to be watching this with you, Jen Liu. You make this bearable to watch. Me and my daughter have you on the TV and can't wait to see justice be served for this sweet, innocent little girl, Evelyn. Well, thank you very much, Lavender Sky and Lavender Sky's little daughter. Thank you for watching. I appreciate that. I'm glad that I make it bearable.
And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
I went to Holston Elementary School.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We went to school together when I moved to Tennessee. She was like basically the first friend that I made in elementary school.
Okay. So would that have been around 5th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain that friendship from 5th grade on?
Yeah, we pretty much stayed in contact because we had like classes together and everything, and we're in school together. She moved around a lot, so we would fall in and out of contact here and there, but we pretty much stayed friends the entire time.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you still friends during that time?
She invited me over to Evelyn's baby shower, so we were friends, and then she invited me to her baby shower.
Okay. And were you able to go to the baby shower?
No.
Okay. Did you continue to maintain that friendship after Evelyn was born?
Yeah, that's pretty much when we became in contact more and started like seeing each other more.
Okay. Can you tell us, when you say seeing each other more, how often do you think you were seeing Megan and Evelyn?
It was pretty regularly. I'd say once or twice a week, probably.
Okay. And when you saw Megan, would she always have Evelyn with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I'm going to give you a time frame from Thanksgiving of 2019, prior to that time, did you ever see Megan without Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know for Megan to leave Evelyn with anyone else before Thanksgiving of 2019?
Every now and again she'd talk about leaving her with the grandma, but every time we hung out, she would always have Evelyn.
Okay. And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, for the love of Pete, why are we approaching? I mean, you're probably right to you know, Carolina, like maybe she just wanted to start over and she wanted to do that without Evelyn, and you know, maybe Hunter, I kind of don't think Hunter had anything to do with it that in that way. Like, I don't think that Hunter said anything to her or, you know, was like, because let's be honest, they would have broken up. You see, like with Susan Smith, right? why she did what she did is because the guy that she was seeing said, I don't want to have children. You know, same with Diane Downs. Okay. And they broke up. So, but that's not what happened here. You know, so it's like, maybe that is what she wanted. But, you know, well, you left out Cochina. She's definitely also a Cochina. She is a liar. And she is a Cochina. I mean, that's a good point, Neat Noodle. Let me move this. It's driving me nuts. Neat Noodle says, I wonder if she even knew the person she named wasn't the father. She may not have known. She may not have known. She may not have known. I mean, but let's be honest here, okay? We know who we sleep with, okay? And when they tell you, when you go in for your very first, when you're pregnant, okay? Especially like say you're on Medicaid, okay? When you're on Medicaid or you're applying for Medicaid because you're pregnant, one of the things that Medicaid asks for is the conception date, which they use the date of your last cycle to calculate, right? So if there's some overlap there, you know, I mean, you know that it's possible, right? That it's between two people, right? It's either Ethan or it's this other person. But she, the way that I understand it, never said that there was a possibility that Evelyn could be anybody else's. And I don't even think that Ethan, it doesn't sound like he even, it doesn't sound like he even questioned it either, you know? I don't get it either, Lucid Dreams, as far as start over. That makes zero sense to me personally. Now, I will say this. My children are grown, and for a long time, half of my children lived with me in Florida, and the other half lived in Texas. So, I don't feel like I'm, like horrible mom because when I, moved out of state or whatever, but, and I don't think that you're saying that. I just want to be clear. I just feel like I don't understand this starting over business. Like, and even if you did, let's say you did want to start over, why do you have to murder your child? Couldn't you, I don't know, give your child up for adoption? Sign away your parental rights? I mean, certainly there are
Okay,
other options.
Bailey, you just stated that you recalled going to Speedway and Lights with Evelyn and Megan. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times you went?
We went twice.
Okay. And were Megan and Evelyn there both times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said you don't recall the date?
They were in November.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely November.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started her new job?
That was in December. I want to say it was beginning of December.
Okay. And do you know where she was starting to work?
100 T's Chicken Shack.
Okay. And did you ask her, did she tell you who was going to be watching Evelyn during the time that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
Her grandma.
Okay. And did you have knowledge as to what kind of hours that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
It seems like she was pretty much always there. It was like from like open to close,
Okay.
long hours.
Okay.
Okay, so Sarah says you can't always go by the date of conception, though. I was so irregular that I always had to have ultrasounds to determine gestational age. Yes, this is accurate as well. However, I mean, okay, it's just biology, and I'm not shaming her at all. I don't care if Megan was sleeping with one guy or 10 guys. Okay. I don't subscribe to that notion that, men or guys should be patted on the back for the number of people they take to bed, where women should be shamed for it. I think that's absolute crap. I'm just going to say that right now. What I am saying is it's really simple math. Okay. If you're sleeping with multiple people all around the same time and you wind up pregnant, that means that just about every guy that you've slept with is a potential father. And so that is really more my point, that if Megan were sleeping with more than one person around the same time, then she should have been honest, is my point.
Look through it and see if you recognize it.
That's all. I noticed that too. Hold on a second. Where did Four Eggs said, this court is very lax with the over talking each other and the
Yeah, I do
instead of
recognize
yes.
Do you recognize that?
You're right.
Can you tell me, without going into what the context is, can you tell me what that is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And for what date?
December 5th,
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 5th of 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as the next exhibit, number 69.
Before we did 69.
I'm sorry, 70.
70.
I'm sorry. What's 69? Sorry about that. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Bailey, I'm going to show you each one page by page, okay? We're just going to go in order. Okay. This first message, who is the first individual to speak on this message?
Megan.
Okay, what does she say to you?
Hey, I'm still at the chicken shack.
Okay, and what time of day was that message? Did that message come through to you?
9:39 or 32 p.m.
Okay. And when you ask her what she's doing, what does she respond?
I'm actually just hanging out.
Okay. And when you ask her if she's having fun, what does she say to you?
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
So now at 10:29 p.m., what does Megan say to you? Is that a blurry a little bit?
I genuinely enjoy hanging out with him.
Okay. And when you respond to her, what does she say in response at 10:30 p.m.?
Like, I don't mind work at all. I've been at work all day. Yeah, no, I really like being around him.
Okay. And then when you say, that's awesome, I'm glad you like your job, what does she say in response to you?
I left and came back after they closed just to see him.
Okay. I'm trying to make this not. Is that better? Huh? Okay, I don't know if I can make it better than that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we're at around 10:40 p.m., and you're asking if it was just Hunter, and what does Megan say in response?
His dad was in the back with him, and I chilled up front.
Okay. And then what does she say in response, or regarding Hunter and his dad?
Him and his dad went to go to church with them on Sunday.
Okay. And then what do you suggest to her in response to that?
I say you could bring Evelyn.
Okay. And what does Megan say?
I used to take her to church with Caleb. His dad was like, you can come to church with us Sunday. And Hunter was like, yeah. And we'd go to that barbecue place you like and get food after. I felt kind of bad. He's not a bad guy. And I was like, he's so weird.
And on this message, let's see if we can see it okay. Is she continuing to talk about Hunter?
Yeah, she says, yes, his dad likes me a lot. I'm the only person on overtime.
Okay. When you respond about getting hours at work, what does she say in response to you?
Literally this morning, I wasn't supposed to go in until 10, and I went in at 6. Hunter called me and was like, do you want me to come in? I'm here. And I was like, sure. I'm going to the shack at 4:30 in the morning to help him open. I've not had a male friend I've actually enjoyed just like hanging out with in so long.
Okay. And has she indicated to you that during all these hours that she's working that her grandmother is keeping Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Okay, so when you say that's so early, does Megan respond to you?
Says, even if he does attempt to hit on me, sometimes I brush it off. It's fine. I'm just so genuinely content. I literally don't even mind. That's when he's going to get there. Is that bad?
Okay, and then you say, let's hope he gets the hint. What did you mean by that at that point?
I guess...
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What does she say in response to you?
Like, not even an, oh, I like him, content. I'm just content and happy around him. That sounds weird, but I am.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
But if you don't mind and have someone watch Evelyn, then definitely go for it.
The same conversation is still continuing, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at 10:57 p.m. now, is that right? Okay. Are you okay? Okay. And then what does Megan say?
I was so fucking cranky when I came in, I won't lie. And it was like I felt better immediately being around him. My grandma was like, you just want to date him. And I was like, no, woman.
Okay, and you responded to her that he seems like a nice Southern guy. And what did Megan say in response to you?
My grandma's keeping her overnight for two nights and all day. He's a pretty good guy. Like I said, I'm just so content around him.
Okay. And when you say that's good, how does Megan respond to you?
Like I worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and came back at 7 to 9:30. I literally just didn't mind. I washed dishes and helped him clean for a little bit. And the only time I left was to go get him. Last one for this, actually there's two more, sorry. When you tell her we all need good people to be around, what does she say in response to you? Yeah, he just makes me happy. I don't know, I enjoy our friendship a lot.
And you respond, and then how does she respond to you?
I didn't even care though, it didn't feel that long.
And the last page of this conversation, starting about 10:59 p.m. What does Megan say to you at that time?
It's 11 and I have to be back at work at 4:30 and I'm watching TikToks. I'll be there from 4:30 a.m. until like 8 at night or later.
Okay, and you said OMG, and how did she respond?
I don't even mind whatsoever.
Okay. At any time during that conversation, did she ever indicate that Evelyn was with her?
She said that Evelyn was with her grandma.
I'm sorry. I'm going to pass you another document for you to take a look at. Take your time. Have you had a chance to look at that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 6th, 2019 at 9:10 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with her by text message that day?
Mhm.
Your Honor, we'd like to ask that to be admitted as the next exhibit, number 71.
Any objection? Before we go to 71.
Thank you. Permission to publish? Bailey, again, we're going to go through this just like we did the other ones. You said this started on about 9:10 on December 6, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you regarding her work?
I'm leaving at 11 and coming back at 12, so come by before then.
Okay. And you said okay, and then what does she say?
JK, I'm leaving at 10:44, 45.
Is that you were going to go by and visit her? Is that what that conversation?
I guess.
Okay. I know some time has passed. I was just curious. Okay. So at 11:19 a.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm back now. I left again, but I'm with Hunter.
Okay. The same day, around 5:30 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
What are you doing?
And what does she say?
Chilling with Hunter still.
Okay, so just quickly, I'm going to go back. Okay. So okay, that's okay. And then what does she say at 7:21 p.m.?
I'm going to Hunter's house. Wish me luck.
Okay. And then same day, 11:30 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm home now. I was over there for hours. Holy shit. We just talked. It was nice.
Okay. At any time during that conversation, did she mention that she had Evelyn with her? Did she mention where Evelyn was?
No.
That's what I like about you, Neat Noodle. You're always trying to look for a reasonable explanation. You know, lucid dreams, I find it there are a lot of us that were young moms. I was 18 when I had my first child. And there are a lot of us young moms. There are a lot of young dads as well. And I find it such an insult to us as young parents when crimes like this occur, and a defense attorney or anybody for that matter tries to blame it on youth. Oh, she was a young mom. She didn't know better. It's an insult. It really is. And it makes me angry. What are we doing? What are we waiting on? Come on. What's happening? I think that there are a lot of us Gen Xers that were young, moms and dads. And like I said, I just find it to be such an absolute insult when people attempt to say, well, she was a young mom. She didn't know to call 911. I would have called 911, but I've never had a struggle. Whatever. I just think it's ridiculous. And it seems to me like...
I'm going to pass you another document, and it's about 8 pages. If you could just take a look at it, try to keep it in order if you can.
It may not have been the most ideal support system that Megan had, but it was there. She lived on the property with her grandmother and her father. And, just, I don't know. This is so unnecessary,
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit so we can all hear you. You said it was text messages between you and Megan?
Yes.
Okay. On what date?
December 7th, 2019
Okay.
at 12:16 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on December 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be admitted as Exhibit 72.
You pull Exhibit 72.
This one's a little bit harder to read because it's a lot of text on one page. So I may zoom in and then we can zoom back out, okay? Okay. So it looks like you started by asking Megan a question. Is that right?
Yeah, I said, how was everything?
Okay. And how does she respond to you?
Good. I'm only coming in work for a little bit today, but on Monday, come back and see me. I love you. And have a good day at school. Also, Hunter is going to be there after 1, so that's probably when I'll come. So you should stop by then if you do come today, because it's very awkward. Him being like, don't charge them because even employees don't get free stuff. And I know this one chick doesn't like me because of it. Like yesterday, she was bitching about him getting to leave to go do business stuff, and then I left with him twice, and she was obviously pissed when I got back.
Okay. I'm going to try to, let's see. And what does she, there we go. What does she say after that message that you just read?
I just feel bad because I know there's like 2 people who don't like me because of it, and it makes me feel like a piece of crap.
Okay.
Aw, Carolina, that's amazing. And my birthday is on January 28th. So we have
the same conversation.
My granddaughter's birthday is the 29th of January.
Right?
That's so
December
cool.
7th. And okay, so what does Megan tell you at 3:43 p.m. on December 7th?
I'm riding around. Want me to pick you up?
Okay, and what do you say?
I'm getting food with Cameron.
Okay, and what does she say?
I can wait if you're busy.
Okay. She indicate any time that Evelyn is with her, either on those messages or verbally to you in a different way that day?
No.
Okay, so 3:49 p.m., what does she say to you?
Okay, I'm driving. I can't text 1 sec.
Okay. And then you say okay, and how does she respond?
Where am I meeting you?
Okay. And what do you say?
We're about to leave the Bojangles in Piney Flats.
And what do you say? I'm sorry, what does Megan say in response to you?
I'll meet you there.
Okay.
You know what, Riley? I'm going to need you to get up out of my head because that's exactly what I'm starting to think, that this does not actually have
Still on
anything to
December
do with
7th, I'm gonna
Hunter. I
poison this
don't
one
know.
Too,
I'm
just in case
ugh.
those jurors can't see it in their monitors. Okay. 4:08 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
And then you responded. No, how did you respond?
Okay, I'm sorry. It'll be like 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to you?
It's okay. Take your time. Thank you. It's just me. Evelyn's with Ethan's grandma.
Okay. And had you ever known Megan to leave Evelyn with Ethan's grandparents prior to when she says it this moment? Okay, you'll have to answer
I'm
verbally.
sorry. No.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. And then do you recall getting this screenshot from Megan at 5:09 p.m. that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what that was regarding, that screenshot?
It was regarding a movie that
Okay.
they were going to go see.
Okay. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Hunter and Megan.
Okay. And so that's essentially the movie times that they were looking at, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movie is Dark Waters?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, well then, okay, so Preston Wood is Hunter's government name. His name,
You respond with a
hold on. His whole government name is Preston Hunter Wood.
question mark to her.
So maybe he's the one
And-
that owns it. I don't know.
What does Megan say to you?
I got no context other than that.
Okay. And then she then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
Oh, it's a movie.
And what do you say to her?
Is he asking to go watch it with you?
Also, I almost clicked end stream.
And then
That
what
tells
does
you how
Megan
my
say?
state of mind is.
Yeah.
Read,
And then what do you
listening to
say?
these texts.
Are you going to do it?
And how does she respond?
Yeah.
Is it your understanding at this point that are they or are they not in a relationship at this point? I'm asking if she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
Yeah.
Right. We understand that.
To your knowledge.
Hold on a minute. She said, to your knowledge, which is a yes or no answer. That's it, Mr. Attorney Man. I know you know this. Stop playing with these people.
Was Megan in a relationship with Hunter at this point?
I'm not too sure. At a certain point in my mind, they were in a relationship.
Okay. So your answer is you weren't sure at this point? Okay. All right. So December 7th at 5:17, we're continuing on with that same conversation. What does Megan say in regards to the movie?
He didn't even ask. He just wanted a time.
Okay. And what did you say?
Could have left him on red or made up an excuse.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to that?
I like hanging out with him. It just threw me off guard.
Okay. And then you say that would catch me off guard too. And how does Megan respond to you?
Everyone that works with us keeps asking me if we're together, and when I say no, they don't bail. And like this one girl was like, "I'll go with you all then," and I was like, "Bitch, I don't care."
Okay. So that's what IDC is? I don't care?
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Okay, so same day at 8:04 p.m., what do you ask her?
How was the movie?
And how does she respond?
It was fine.
Okay. And you asked, didn't you enjoy it? And what does she say?
The movie was just kind of long. I liked getting to see him.
Okay.
I mean, hold on a minute. Let me just say something here real quick. All right. The text messages are interesting because they're all about Hunter, right? But yet she is simultaneously talking nonstop about him, but then acts like she's not sure if she likes him or not. This is the sign of a compulsive lying liar face who tells lies. In my opinion, I should say. It's just weird because she's talking about him nonstop, yet simultaneously acting like she could take him or leave him. It's annoying. I don't like it. No me gusta. Mm-mm.
Passing you 3 pages. Take a moment to see if you recognize this.
3 pages that took the defense attorney 8 minutes to read.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, on what date?
December 8th, 2019 at 11:53 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation on December 8th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 73.
Scott. This is giving Hick Anthony Casey. This is country Anthony Casey. Casey Anthony. I can't even talk. This is country Casey Anthony. All this talk about chicken makes me want
permission to publish
Bojangles or Chick-fil-A or chicken.
Okay, so around 1:53 p.m. on December 8th, you ask her, what are you up to? And what does she say?
I'm with Maddie's brother.
Okay, and you say, where are you? And what does she say?
At the chicken shack.
I've never heard anybody so excited to be at the chicken shack in all my life.
And then you ask her if she's working, and what does she say?
No, we're not open. They're just working on stuff right now.
Okay. And you ask her, it's closed today, right? And what does Megan say?
I'm just chilling.
Okay. And then you say, not with Hunter? And then how does she respond?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did she indicate to you in text message
Yes.
or in another way that
Oh,
day
my
where
God.
Evelyn
This
was?
level of excitement to work at the dadgum chicken shack. Out here acting like she was making $11 billion an hour. Stop it, lady. Weirdo. My first job was at Chick-fil-A, okay? And initially when I got the job, I was excited, okay? But like a week of working there, it then just became work. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't so jazzed about it anymore. And then when I got my paycheck and I saw what FICA took away from me, then I was really not jazzed. So, yeah. Like I
pass you 2 pages.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Same thing,
Scott.
take a look at it
I
and
don't
see if you
remember.
recognize it.
I do recognize it.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date for those messages?
December 13th, 2019 at 3:56 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 13th, 2019?
Yes.
I mean,
We
my
need to offer
attitude
that as exhibit
really
number
should
74, please.
never allow me to work with people, quite frankly, if we're being honest here. I mean, let's put all the cards on the table, right? I have a whole, my attitude would not allow me to work with people, but yet I actually did well. I worked at Chick-fil-A for a long time. It's a holier chicken shack. Okay. I will say this about Chick-fil-A. They do have some exacting standards about the way that the food is handled and
Permission to
prepared and
publish.
all of that. And
Sorry.
chicken is one of those things that you just can't be like willy-nilly with. So I appreciate
so
that.
this looks like Megan is sending you a few messages on December 13th. Can you read us the messages out loud, please?
His
That's
dad
right,
drove his
MK,
car to
God's
work
chicken.
because his dad has a flat tire. I left his house early, and this was what he sent me when he finally woke up.
Okay. And what did she say after that?
It wasn't anything like good morning. It was get out out of the Lexus and come scoop.
Okay. Is she indicating that they spent the night together, or do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. So on December 13th at 5:06, what does she say?
Will you ride around with me?
Okay. And then what did she say after that?
I'm upsetty spaghetti.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Just hold on a second. I clicked the wrong thing. But let me just.
Okay. And then you respond to her. What do you say to her?
Look, everything else aside, right? I mean, obviously, but just for using just for writing out the upsetty spaghetti in a message. Megan is insufferable and very annoying.
Hey, I'm sorry. I had my notifications turned off from Messenger. I'm out with Cameron right now. I'm sorry. What's wrong?
And what does she say?
It's skit. I'm so ducking irritated.
Okay. Is it skit another, what does that mean, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
It might have been a typo. I'm not too sure.
Okay.
You know what else? You know what else I noticed about this whole conversation? I don't recall Megan asking her friend how she's doing ever. She's one of those.
Okay. So we'll stop on the messages for a few minutes. So in these messages, Megan told you that Evelyn was with her grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that Evelyn was with Ethan's grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything different than those two things about where Evelyn was?
Sometime around that time, she had told me that Ethan came back from Army leave and that he was going to see her for the week because he was back in town. And then he ended up filing for emergency custody for her. And then within that time period, he had emergency custody and they were supposed to go to court and stuff over it. And then at that point, he had emergency custody and then they had shared custody and then then they had shared custody.
Okay, so it sounds like this was more than one conversation. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was all of this was between December and January.
Okay. When you had these conversations with her, did she seem sad?
Not particularly.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
I love Buc-ee's.
No.
Did she seem scared in any way?
Of course she didn't.
What was her demeanor during any of these conversations?
She don't care.
it was just always matter of fact and like the answer, just that was the answer.
Okay, let's see.
Bucky's cherry sours are the best cherry sours on the planet. That's my all-time favorite candy, but only Bucky's. I mean, there other places carry cherry sours. Other places other companies make cherry sours, but they'll never pass Bindy's lips. I only like Bucky's.
A few more messages. I believe it's about 4 pages.
Oh boy.
Take a look at that and let me know if you recognize that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. And what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on December 14th, 2019 at 1:09 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Megan on December 14th, 2019?
Yes.
There's always time to stop at
You made
Bucky's.
exhibit number 75.
Full exhibit 75.
Always. I would be late to my own funeral if it meant a stop to Bucky's.
Well, I'm waiting for that document to come back. When she was telling you about this emergency custody, did she ever show you any paperwork or anything
No.
confirming that had actually happened? Any court paperwork or anything?
No, she
Okay.
didn't.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Try to make this one a little bit bigger for the jurors. Okay, so on December 14th at 1:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm going to go ahead and head your way. Take your time. I'm just sad without Evelyn, knowing what Ethan's done, and I hate going home, seeing her stuff there and not her, you know.
Okay, and how do you respond?
Okay, I just got out of the shower, but I need to get dressed and everything.
Okay, and what does Megan say?
It'll be a second before I'm there. Like I said, take your time. I'm just avoiding going home. Like I was fine before. It just hurts knowing I can't see her than having to look at her stuff.
Okay. And then about 10 minutes later, what does she say to you?
Yeah, Birch is here.
Okay, and then what do you say?
I'm sorry, I'm about to be ready.
Okay.
Oh, MK, sorry. You have got to
Prior
go
to this text conversation, had she
Excuse me.
told you?
Excuse me, Madam Prosecutor. Yes, you have to go to Bucky's. Go now. Go now. This is the only time I would ever encourage you to leave my chat. Actually, don't leave my chat. Take us with you. I'll be at Bucky's with you vicariously, but always go to Bucky's. It's the best. And the point of these texts, I actually think that the point of these texts are how obsessed she was with Hunter while simultaneously acting like she wasn't, right? And then how all of a sudden there was no Evelyn. And on top of it, the various stories she gave about where Evelyn was. That's what I think the point of these texts are.
Where Evelyn was, other than what we just talked, has it changed at all?
During that time, all of it kind of morphs together, so I can't say for sure. But during that time, it was around the time that she said that Ethan had gotten emergency custody.
Okay. Did she say when she was going to be able to see Evelyn again?
She said that the court date was going to be in January of 2020.
MK, everything they got is good.
Okay. So
Jerky is good.
I'm assuming you're still getting
Everything
ready
is
while
good.
she's waiting for you. And then at 1:31 p.m., what does she say in response to you?
It's okay. Take your time. Like I said, it's better than me being home.
Before we go further on that, did she ever indicate, other than what she said about not wanting to be there, about why she didn't want to be home at that time?
That was around the time that she was saying that she didn't want to see Evelyn's stuff because it made her sad.
Okay. Okay, so on December 14th at 8:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm getting a hotel tonight. I don't want to go home. Would you stay with me tonight?
And then what do you say?
Can you not spend the night with Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
I just don't want to right now. Long story.
Okay.
Scott, have you been to Buc-ee's? You have to go to Buc-ee's to understand Buc-ee's. I'm telling you.
And then at 8:31 p.m., what does...
Hold on a minute. I would never steer y'all wrong. I'm telling you, if you have an opportunity to go in a Buc-ee's, take your ass inside the Buc-ee's. You will not regret it. I promise. Whatever your purchase is, there will be no regrets.
What does she say to you? Continuing essentially the same conversation.
Hunter is sweet and all, but I'm upset over Evelyn, and I just don't want to be all lovey-dovey and happy right now.
And then what do you say?
Yeah, I understand that you were happy to see him, but was it too much? What hotel are you at?
And what does Megan say?
I was excited to see him, but now I'm just not in the mood.
And you'd asked her which hotel she was at, and what did she say?
Econo Lodge.
Okay. And then did she say, just read us the last two messages if you don't mind.
Well, right now he started hugging me and stuff, and I just have a lot on my mind. I don't want to be all I think I upset him when I left, but I didn't mean to.
Yes, Rachel, that's exactly how Buc-ee's is spelled, babe.
Okay.
It's it's a gas station. It used to only be...
And did you, in fact, go to the Econo Lodge?
There used to only be a Buc-ee's right before you get to Austin, okay? And it's just a gas station, but they make their own candy, their own beef jerky. They got all kinds of snacks in there that are just delicious. It's just, I don't know how to explain Buc-ee's. It's just a little slice of heaven right here on earth. It's like how I feel I feel the same way about Buc-ee's as I do about what is it? Oh gosh, it'll come to me. Give me a minute.
That night with Megan?
Yeah, we went there and spent the night with each other.
Okay. And how was she behaving that night?
Just kind of tired and dissociated. As soon as we got there, she pretty much just went to sleep.
Okay. You said dissociated. What do you mean?
I feel the same way about Buc-ee's that I do about Publix fruit bowls. Everything that is in Buc-ee's, I swear, is made by the angels themselves. Just like public fruit bowls, the fruit is grown and cut by the angels. It's just delicious.
What do you mean by that?
Just normally, it's very talkative and, carrying conversation. But that time it was just kind of she didn't really say much, and then she just kind of went to bed, and then I stayed up a little bit later.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Not upset, tired and kind of out of it.
Okay. Was she crying?
No.
Okay. Did she seem worried?
No.
Did she seem scared?
No.
Okay. How long do you think you hung out that night?
Not long. We went to sleep pretty much not too far after getting there.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
And why did that surprise you?
That was the first time that we ever spent the night with each other, so I was kind of expecting us to, hang out, but she just kind of went to sleep shortly after we got there.
Okay. And then the next morning, did you talk at all that next morning?
Yeah, she got us pals, and then we quickly separated after we woke up.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was going to be doing that day?
She said that she was going to go hang out with Hunter.
Did she mention Evelyn that morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I don't care for Wawa.
I'm going to hand you 2 pages. Same thing. Just take a look and see if you can identify it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
These are text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date on those?
December 15th, 2019 at 5:26 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
And we'd like to ask for that to be made exhibit number 77.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, 76. I apologize.
76.
I'm sorry.
Exhibit 76.
Permission to publish. Okay. So this is the next day, is that right, from the conversation we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you at 5:26 p.m.?
Do you want to get dinner with me?
And what does she say next?
I want Olive Garden.
Okay. And then you respond to her, and then who does she say she's with at 5:31 p.m.?
I'm with Hunter right now.
Okay. And then she sends you one more message that date at 5:35. What does she say?
I'll let you know when I'm not at Hunter's. My car is at the shack and I'm at his house.
Okay.
Approach.
While they approach, we have breaking news. Breaking news. Allie will not be live tonight. She has to do a big last-minute school project, so she'll have to either do it in the morning or 2 in 1 tomorrow. Okie dokie. That's the latest breaking news brought to you by our friend B Crumbs. Thanks, B Crumb. Oh, 4 eggs, Wilson. That was 87 text messages ago. We called February 18th. I'm going to say January, maybe, is what I remember. But that, again, that was 87 monotonous text messages ago. I appreciate your support, boss lady. I appreciate all y'all's support. You guys are fantastic. Thank you so much. My kids used to do that stuff to me. Hey, Mom, I got a project due tomorrow morning. It's 9:59. We need to go to Walmart and get a poster board. Yeah. And the bailiff, God bless his little heart, he keeps getting up and down and up and down and up and down. Aw, Paula, thank you so much. Love y'all too. Yeah, Bikram. Tell everybody how Allie became Amy. When she's texting this friend for eggs, Evelyn is more than likely not alive and in the playhouse. I know, 4 eggs. It's hard. It's hard. Because if I'm thinking correctly, wait a minute. Let me back up. Let me back the milk truck up. She might not have been at the playhouse yet. If I'm remembering correctly, I believe the way that the state thinks the timeline went is when Megan moved out of that trailer, and by moved out of that trailer, I mean just left, right? I believe that is when she took Evelyn to the playhouse, because shortly after she, quote unquote, moved out of the trailer, she then promptly moved in with Hunter. By February 18th, when her father called CPS and they made the visit out to Hunter's house, Megan was already living there. Uh-oh, what's happening? You know, now that you guys mentioned the court clerk's hair, I have been fascinated by her hair since day one of the trial, okay? Because that is a shorter hairdo of a shorter version of the Farrah Fawcett flip that she had. And it is not as easy as you would think to get to accomplish this look, okay? And I'm quite fascinated with it myself. What in the actual F is going on over there? Cameraman. Person. Operator. This camera operator is never focused on the things that we actually want to see. Something tells me that this camera person is one of those people who is not nosy and minds their own business. We need someone like me, who's nosy and never minds her own business. I might not say anything, but I'm watching. I'm listening. Sure I am. Come on, camera operator. We want to know what's happening. Wheel that camera around a different way. I know you can. And a gas tire in that skit was hilarious. I can't wait to get my mouth around those sweaty balls. You know, because she talked in that real smooth, monotone kind of voice. I love the texture. Ah. 47 very boring minutes later. Is that deputy just kicking it with the jury? What's happening over there? Of course, we can't look. Oh, okay. I guess the camera operator finally got my message. Why are y'all embarrassed? I've been here since 8 a.m. my time, Central Standard Time. I've been here since 8 a.m. Don't be embarrassed. You can claim me for eggs.
Go ahead.
No shame. No. Don't be looking at your phone, Mr. Defense Attorney person.
Okay. Okay, so at this point, Megan has been telling you Evelyn's not been with her for a couple of weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Megan moved out of the trailer that she was living in with Evelyn?
I don't remember her directly moving out, but I remember her staying with Hunter.
Okay. How often was she staying with Hunter?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. Was she telling you this, or how did you know this?
One time, I think she picked me up from Hunter's, or I picked her up from Hunter's, but I saw her leaving Hunter's, and then she was telling me that she was staying with him and stuff.
Okay. Was she still staying at her trailer, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And do you remember going to Knoxville with Megan in December to visit your friend that had a baby?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
Audrey.
Okay. And did you and Megan ride together?
Yeah, we both went together.
Okay. And was Evelyn with you?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. How was Megan acting that day?
Hold on. That's right, Mrs. O. Don't be embarrassed. We live here now 3 weeks. Everybody loud and proud. We live at Bindy's now. We live at the ward.
I'm not asking for speculation. I'm asking how Megan was behaving.
That's not speculation, counselor.
Okay.
Stop
What was her
playing with these
demeanor
people.
like?
It seemed kind of all over the place and like erratic. She kept repeating herself and kept saying that she loved us while we were there visiting Audrey.
Okay. Was that how she normally behaved?
No.
You consider that out of character?
Yeah.
I'm going to pass you one page. Take a moment to look at it. And let me know, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is, okay, what is it?
It's text with me and Megan on December 23rd, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as exhibit number 77.
Before we did 77. What date was that? 12?
December 23rd. Permission to publish. Okay, I'm going to blow this one up too because it looks a little bit smaller. Okay. So on December 23rd at 4:44 p.m., where does Megan say that she is at?
I'm at Ethan's grandparents with him.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
OMG, how's that? We, you with Evelyn, are you with Evelyn?
Okay, so you're essentially asking her if Evelyn is with her. Okay, and what does she say?
Yes, and good.
Okay. And then jump to the bottom. You ask her a question at 4:45 p.m. What do you say to her?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
At 4:45 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
So please send pictures of Evelyn. I miss her.
And what does Megan say to you?
I will in a second.
Okay. Did Megan send pictures of Evelyn that day?
No.
Bailey, do you need a minute? Okay. Do you have water? Okay. There's tissues up there if you need them, okay? Bailey, do you want to take a break, or do you think you can go on for a few minutes? We can do either one.
Sorry, I guess I can continue.
One stand, please. You may be seated, thank you. Take about 10 minutes or so.
Do you mind if she steps out for a few minutes? Okay, thank you.
All right, so here's the deal. What upset her is, oh shit, I forgot to turn my phone down. God, shut up, Jen Lou. What upset her is the fact that she's reading these are some of the few last text messages that she exchanged. Well, they're, Facebook messages that she exchanged with Megan, and she knows what happened and where Evelyn really was at this time. And I think that is really what I think it just all hit her at once. And I think that's what she's upset about. And I also think that you guys in the chat that are saying, Megan hasn't shown emotion, not genuine emotion, not emotion for her daughter. She's shown emotion for herself, but not, I don't think it was genuine. In fact, I mean, I know she was crying yesterday, right? And I couldn't tell from the way that the camera is angled whether or not she was crying real tears. Because there were a few times during Leilani Simon's trial where she looked like she was crying, but yet nothing was coming out. And oh, Cat's Eye distracted me with delicious talk about Buc-ee's. But which I actually needed because it was getting a little heavy. But I think, but then Allie and I last night when we did the recap, actually it wasn't last night. It was during the lunch break yesterday. Allie said, look on X. So I went and looked on X, and there was a reporter that was doing like live updates, and there were tears. So she was actually crying. But like I said, I don't think that the tears that she was crying at those pictures were for actually what she had done. Like she wasn't remorseful or sad or sorry for what Evelyn went through. To me, it comes across as she's only remorseful that she got caught. I think her plan was always that Evelyn's body would never be found, that she would just stay missing forever. Now, I don't know what her plan was. There's something about that, the state of that playroom or that play house that sort of makes me think that I think Megan intended for Evelyn to completely decompose in that trash, and then she would just get rid of the trash bag. And because Evelyn wasn't just by herself, like she wasn't just in a trash bag. There was trash in the trash bag, and so Madonna, hold on, let me click that correctly. Madonna asks, was Evelyn alive in the trash can? Now, from what I understand, okay, the medical examiner, or pathologist, I think forensic pathologist is the correct term. The forensic pathologist, when the autopsy was performed, but there was during some preliminary hearings, the pathologist testified, and it is my understanding that she testified that Evelyn was alive. I didn't hear that for myself, but we all know that at some point the forensic pathologist is going to testify, and then we will know for sure what the findings were. But yes, it is my understanding.
Like 15 minutes.
We probably will have about 5 minutes worth of cross-examination to put us after 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may let them go at 5.
Okay.
Do they have reservations for dinner or just
I want dinner reservations.
Yeah, I want dinner reservations too.
Yeah,
Are we ready to start back up?
We are ready. You're ready.
Huh?
Nobody wants to go
No.
We need to get this kid.
It's hot.
Cat's Eye says,
We kind of got to get there before everybody else.
hang on a sec. Highlight it. Here we go. I think she thought the cleaner guy would end up throwing out all the trash because why would he look first? Well, this is what I think happened. I think that when Megan left that trailer and began staying at Hunter's, I think what her father saw that day when her vehicle was backed up to the playhouse was Megan putting Evelyn in the playhouse. I don't think she was willing to take the risk. I think she wanted to know where Evelyn was and not wonder. And she knew that nobody went in that playhouse. That playhouse was built for her. And even though there were other children that lived on that property, even, after Megan no longer used the playhouse, right, and she was too old for it or whatever, she's the only one that ever used that. So, now see, if I was that female officer, I'd accidentally on purpose strip her. But that's just me, and that's why I'm not a deputy, because I wouldn't be able to behave.
I ended.
Thank you.
I'm still here.
All right. Is the state ready to proceed?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
If the jury's ready, Ms. Brennan.
I don't know that they're going to finish, obviously, with this witness today because they had to take a break, which is understandable.
Stand, please.
So, I don't know, the way the timeline is shaping up for me, and I'm definitely going to have to rewatch some of this because
You may be seated, thank you.
I'm not, for whatever reason, screenshots like this, unless they're showing the screenshots or whatever and I can read them myself.
All right. Are you
Hold
ready
on a
to
minute.
try to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not. Sometimes I kind of like tune out. It's happening. It just happens. I don't mean to, and it's not a lack of caring. It's just sometimes it's all too much. But I think that so I'm going to have to go back and watch all of this because to me, the way that these messages read doesn't actually sound like it kind of sounds like the obsession with Hunter came after the death of Evelyn. I'm sorry. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't know. So I'm definitely going to have to go back and listen to this a little bit more carefully. Like maybe when I'm eating dinner or something tonight. I don't know.
So we essentially ended before we took a break around December 23rd of 2019. And we talked about that. Did you continue to hang out with Megan after December 23rd of 2020?
I don't remember any specific dates, but we hung out a lot, so I would assume so.
Okay. Do you remember learning that Do you remember hearing that Evelyn had been reported missing at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to speak up. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and how did you learn that Evelyn was missing?
I found out on Facebook.
Okay. Had Megan told you at any time?
I know.
Okay. All right.
This is actually a fantastic point that No Madness makes, and I want to take a moment to talk about this for a second. No one has testified that she would get irritated easily with the baby yet. I'm expecting it. What I will say is that during her interview with Child Protective Services, with the initial investigators, okay, Megan's father is the one that made the call to DCFS, okay, and what he reported was physical abuse and lack of supervision. That's what he reported. And I'm curious about that. There is an exchange between Megan and the female who is interviewing her, and they talk about, that specifically. And I'm going to that's another point that I'm going to have to go back and really listen to so that I can discuss this much more intelligently. Because like during the trial, I just make notes in my brain, and then the trial, then it happens, and sometimes I remember the notes and sometimes I don't. But that part I do remember thinking about, because it's like they talk about this broken arm, and then it just sort of, that's it. Like it's not brought up again. There's not really any questions asked about by it. And that other thing that wasn't asked by either side of the defense, the defense or the state of Tommy Boswell, was, what exactly did you tell DCFS or CPS or child protective, whatever it's all the same thing, and that kind of surprised me. Like, I really thought they would ask him that, but they didn't. Now, I know that Tommy Boswell is still under some...
Pass you 2 pages.
But I can't imagine the defense is going to call him and
take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Messages between me and Megan on January 9th, 2020 at 1:55 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Okay. We'd like to offer that as exhibit number 78.
Yes, the bruise on the cheek also, Solo Angel Mom, absolutely. And yes, he can be called back. He can be called back by both parties, actually.
January 9th.
They might. Okay, so if the defense calls him, I highly doubt they're going to ask him about abuse, especially if he has knowledge of it, right? That would be a huge mistake on their part. However, if the defense decides to put on a case, right, then the state can put on a rebuttal case, and it is possible that they might call Tommy back as a rebuttal witness. So, I mean, I don't know that we've heard the last from Tommy Boswell.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Let me try to go faster. Okay. So, what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
When was your court date with Evelyn? I know you said it was January.
And what does she say?
And tomorrow.
And then what do you say?
Where is Evelyn right now? Still with Ethan?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Also, is Ethan not back doing Army things? I know a lot of people have left for Army stuff already. I just don't understand how he can have custody if he's literally going into the Army.
Okay. And then what does Megan say in response to that?
I don't know. It's retreated. I don't know what he is or isn't doing. He won't speak to me. I talked to him like once on New Year's.
Okay. Is she talking about Ethan?
Yes.
And I will say Bailey is having a very difficult time looking up because
That's your document.
I think she's worried about making eye contact with Megan.
Recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text message from Megan on January 20th, 2020 at 12:35 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of that text message that you received from Megan?
Yes.
On that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask
yes.
that be made exhibit number 79.
Yes, Nene. She did meet Evelyn. She did know Evelyn.
Thank you. Permission to publish. On January 20th, 2020, what does Megan tell you in this message?
Went to Bowling Rock today.
To Blowing Rock?
Yeah, Blowing Rock, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm making you work. Okay.
This, Rachel, absolutely, right here. We've all had friends who we ask certain
Your Honor,
things
may
when
we
it
approach
seems
briefly?
sus and find out they're lying about some BS, and even that is a terrible feeling. Absolutely. I cannot imagine having a friend who is accused and on trial of committing this crime. I can't. I've ended friendships over obviously. I don't like to be lied to. Once the trust is gone for me, I'm done. So if you lie once, I'm out, right? It doesn't even matter what the lie is about. I'm out. And I cannot imagine, being in Bailey's shoes where you're constantly asking and checking after both Megan and Evelyn. You know, your supportive girlfriend, you're trying to, be a shoulder to cry on when she's figuring out this stuff with Hunter. And then, Ethan is trying to take full custody of Evelyn and all these things. She's trying to be a friend, right? And then you find out the truth of the situation, and you can't help but go back and look at these messages and communications that you've had. And now she's having to sit, she's been called to court, and not only is she being called to court, right, but as a witness against her friend, right, but it's televised.
Pass you 2 pages. Same thing, just take a look and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize the text messages.
Okay, and is there a date on those messages?
January 24th, 2020 at 5:51 p.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of a conversation with Megan Boswell on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 80 for the date of January 24th, 2020.
Aww. Paige's mama says, baby Evelyn tears on my heart. My baby girl is 15 months right now, and I went through 3 years and upwards of $70K to have her. How could she do this? I pray justice is served. Love you. Oh, thank you so much, Paige's mama. Love you too. I can't understand this at all.
Permission
I
to
can't.
publish, Your Honor?
And I don't think we will ever understand crimes like this. I just, we won't. And, people The defense,
What does Megan say to you at 5:51?
I'm pretty sure the jury is going to convict her, right? And then they're going to move to the sentencing phase. And the defense is going to ask the jury to show mercy. She's young. You got to give her hope, blah, 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 blah. No. No. She should never be given the chance to be out. She should never be given the chance to have another child. Absolutely not. Or to be around another child. The end. That's it. You hurt a child. Like thinking that Leilani is even going, now doesn't mean she'll get it, but just thinking that Leilani Simon has a chance to even apply for parole just goes all over me. It's infuriating. Because basically what that judge did with that sentence is say Quentin's life was only worth 40 years.
On January 24th, 2020.
I have big news. Me and Hunter may or may not be expecting a small human. We are. It just sounded more mysterious.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
Speaking of small humans, how's Evelyn doing? I know you said you get to keep her every other week.
See, and that's another thing. This Bailey is asking constantly about Evelyn all the time. And Jennifer says, maybe you all will say, I don't know what I'm talking about because I never birthed a child. But there's no way I would be giving nonchalant one-word answers if my child was in another state. You don't have to give birth to care about a child, Jen. You don't. And so your opinion is every bit as valid as ours. Giving birth doesn't make somebody a mom. Okay. Raising a child, caring and loving and taking care of that child day to day, that's what makes you a mom. And I firmly believe that you're 100% correct. There is no way in hell. I mean, I remember when my kids were young and they would go and visit my husband's grandmother. And I called every single day, multiple times a day to check on them. And they were 2 hours away. Megan just doesn't care. So for me, that is the true Megan, not the Megan that's sitting in court right, now or yesterday, bawling and squalling, right? That's not the real Megan. The real Megan is the Megan we saw in those interrogation videos who was, acting like they were asking her opinion on Sonic's newest drink. Was it good or not? You know what I mean? Like she didn't care. I talked more passionately about Publix fruit bowls and Buc-ee's than she did about her child who's, according to her, missing. I got nothing for Megan. Fuck her.
And then what does Megan say in response?
She's good. Mean as fuck, though.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
I want to see her. When's the next time you'll have her?
And what does she say?
I'm picking her up next Monday after my appointment.
And then what does she say to you at 6:02 p.m.?
I'll fight Hunter if it's a girl because I want a little boy so bad.
And then what do you say in response?
A little boy would be nice because then you'd have both.
Same thing. Take a look at this and let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on January 29th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your messages with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 81. Permission to publish. What do you ask Megan on January 29th, 2020?
Do you still have Evelyn?
And what is her response?
My grandma does right now, because my mom's sick and stuff. I didn't want to bring her around.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Will you have Evelyn with you? I really miss her little baby face. I bet she's grown so much since I haven't seen her in like a month.
And then what does Megan say?
Yes.
January 2020. Have you seen Evelyn at all during the month of January?
No.
Did you see Evelyn at all during the month of December of 2019?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point? In January 2020, how are you feeling?
The relevance.
Well, for Pete's sake. I mean, it's probably not like legally relevant. Honestly, it's clear from the
Okay.
text that she misses.
I'm gonna ask in a different way, okay?
And worried.
You haven't seen Evelyn in about 2 months at this point. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you getting worried?
Yeah.
Tell me in your own words why you were getting worried.
Just everything was starting to add up, not seeing the pictures, her being wishy-washy on having Evelyn, and then it just kind of, everything was starting to feel off.
Okay. You say no pictures. What do you mean by that? Were you seeing pictures before?
I mean, it was just she was posting pictures and everything, so you'd obviously see the pictures.
Okay. When you say she was posting pictures, where would you see pictures posted?
Facebook.
Okay. Did that stop at some point?
I don't remember specifics, but I mean, during that time, I obviously didn't see anything.
Okay. Was she continuing to talk about Evelyn?
It seemed like the only time that we would talk about her is when I would ask.
Okay. Did you consider calling DCS?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Why did you not call?
She was such a good friend to me that I didn't want to do that to her. Like, I've gone through similar situations and I know how it affected me, and I didn't want to do that to her.
Okay. Did you continue to try to press her about where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
I mean, it was always an answer. It was either with Ethan or Ethan's grandparents or there was always an answer.
Okay.
So sad. Just so sad. All the way around. And for what? I mean, not that there would ever be a good for what.
It's 5 pages.
Honestly, Carolina, I don't think that she wanted to be pregnant or have any children at all. I think that the only...
Okay.
Hold on.
Can you tell us what it is?
The only reason why she even would want to be pregnant is because I think she thought that it would, trap Hunter is the best way I can say it. I don't think she actually wanted to have a child at all.
Text messages on February 22nd, 2020 at 2:46 a.m.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a conversation you had with Megan on February 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be made exhibit number 82.
I'd just like to remind the court that it's now 5:12 p.m. local time and that the jury has dinner reservations at 5:30. Did somebody call and change those reservations?
Permission to publish.
Seems kind of
Would
rude.
this have been, would these messages have occurred after you found out that Evelyn was missing?
Yes.
Oh, now we're getting.
Did you say yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. What do you say to Megan at 2:46 a.m. on February 22nd?
I just got out of control. Why did you tell me Ethan had her if she's sick? If he's sick, he still hasn't seen her since December. I hope we can find her though. I've been crying to just see her. If whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything.
Okay. So you said, I'll try to help you a little bit, okay? You said to her, if whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything. And then, can you tell me what Megan says in response?
Me too. I just couldn't tell anyone because I was worried the person might run or harm Evelyn or someone else in my family.
Okay. And then you say, I'm just so confused about everything and I don't know what to believe. So just please tell me the truth and be upfront with it because I love Evelyn and as much as you do. And I feel like I deserve the truth. I know you felt you needed to lie to keep Evelyn safe, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And what does Megan say in response?
If I could tell you anything, I could, but I was told not to. As soon as I can talk, I promise you'll be the first person I come to.
Wow. Megan, you suck.
That conversation continues. You ask her, do you think Evelyn is okay, or do you think this person would do something to harm her? I hate not knowing anything because I'm so worried and my mind just goes to the worst. You say, God, that makes me worried because it seems like she's the person that would have had Evelyn. And who are you talking about there? Or do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. If she doesn't have her, then where would she be? I'm hoping the person isn't your mom because I just don't get why she'd take Evelyn and wouldn't let you see her because I never saw her. And then you say, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. And what does Megan say?
What do you mean everything he's saying to the news? He's kind of got threats to the business and everything.
And then he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. Ooh. You never told me you guys were on and off, and I thought you guys were pretty serious. And what does Megan say?
We were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people would stop giving him death threats or whatever.
Okay. And you say, are you guys okay, though? Is he being a support to you through this, or are you guys not in contact right now? And what does Megan say?
No, we've talked.
Okay. And then you say, I hope everything is okay between the two of you since you've been through a lot, and this is a lot. Then you ask her, did he, are you talking about Hunter?
Yes.
Ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him, but after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me. And what does Megan say?
I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake.
And then you ask, when is the last time you saw Evelyn? And what does Megan say?
I can't disclose that either.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. And you say the police are saying that the babysitter saw her last on December 10th. Did you see her on the 26th, like in the original Amber Alert? And what does Megan, let me make that smaller. What does Megan say?
I can't disclose that.
Okay.
Wow. You know, it strikes me that we never saw text messages.
Did Megan ever tell you anything different other than the things we've already talked about?
We never saw text messages or Facebook messages or any messages like this in Leilani's trial. Like, it doesn't seem like Leilani had any friends, really. You know what I mean? But here, Megan she has this really great girlfriend who would have helped if she, and never mind. Just gonna leave it there.
The other things she told you about where Evelyn was. Did she ever tell you anyone else had Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask her about her mom?
Yes, on February 22nd, we ended up hanging out that day, and she told me that Evelyn was with her mom.
Okay. Did she act concerned about that at all?
Not really.
Okay. Was she worried for Evelyn?
I mean, at that point, I just was kind of in my own head about everything, so it's kind of hard to tell what she was feeling because I was just kind of, everything was too much at that point, so it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically about when she said.
Hold on a minute. Rachel says, yeah, it's terrible. A lot of this reminds me of Halderson, innocent people around them being so traumatized. Yes, like Dulce and her girlfriend, because he put his part of his dad out there at their farm. And then Kat, he had her bring over the Swiffer wet jet and the refill for the fluid, and she's traumatized too. I mean, she walked in that house and she's, bless her heart, I'll never forget it when she said on the stand that it smelled like barbecue. Bless her heart. I mean, these people sometimes forget how far-reaching these crimes are. It's a ripple effect.
Angela, her mom, or Angel, had Evelyn. Did she seem to be scared for Evelyn's safety?
I mean, I don't guess so.
Okay.
You know what? If we can get them, Dee, we will get them, I promise. So that call was I think after the disappearance was reported, because the Amber Alert and everything went out for Evelyn on February 18th. Yes, Emily, all of them. Cress, that's what her name was. I could not remember Dulce's girlfriend's name, Cress. I wonder if they're still together. I hope they are.
Okay. It's the last thing I'm going to hand you, okay? I know this is a lot.
Well, they can, those dinner reservations, unless they're around the corner from the courthouse.
You just mentioned the date of February 22nd, 2020. Did you see Megan in person that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
It's a receipt from when we stayed at, or no, not when we stayed at Echo Lodge yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it is. Okay, it's on February 22nd. When I dropped her off at Echo Lodge.
Okay, so you're saying you dropped her off at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Airport Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And whose signature is on that receipt?
Mine.
Okay, so did you, for lack of a better term, did you get you pay for a room for Megan for that night at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer that as exhibit number.
Bruh, and she
83.
paid for her to stay at a hotel after she'd been lying to her for 2 months. Man.
I don't need that one. I don't need it. Okay. Do you remember why you got a room for Megan that night?
She said that with everything going on, she just wanted to get away.
Okay. Did you stay there with her that night, or did she stay there alone? Or
no, I didn't stay with her. I just dropped her off.
okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense attorney has for you. Okay.
They're going to want to wait. Which, I mean, let me be clear, all right? This is the smart play by the defense. first of all, she's highly upset, and anything that they may ask her might upset her further, which will not look good in front of the jury. All right. And also, you don't want to get into testimony for 5 minutes and then have to cut it short, right? So it's just easier
All right, ladies
for
and
them to
gentlemen, we're
start
gonna stop
fresh.
for today. I have to give you certain admonitions there.
And quite frankly, Bailey needs a break. She needs to be able to go home. And this is the really bad, like, sucky part about all of this. I mean, the testifying, not the crime and all of that. Just for Bailey to, tonight. The thing is, because Bailey is still a witness, she can't talk to anybody about her testimony. And so, like, she's just got to sit with it tonight. And that makes me sad for her. It really does. This whole situation is just awful. And, at the end of it, and I keep thinking about this, at the end of all of this, I do think that the jury is going to find Megan guilty, and they are more than likely going to sentence her to life without the possibility of parole, plus additional years due to, for the other charges that she's got. But even then, nothing is going to bring Evelyn back. It's not going to undo anything. It's just going to prevent her, Megan, from ever being able to do this to another child again, or another human being, period. It's just, the whole thing is sad. And I feel awful that, it seems to me from the exchanges and the emotion that Bailey is showing in the courtroom that she thought about calling Child Protective Services. And this is a quandary that many people have found themselves in. Okay. What if I'm wrong? Right? What if I'm wrong and nothing is going on, and CPS gets involved and they take the child away from their parent? And how traumatizing that is really for the child. If nothing is actually good, because we all look, we've all been in true crime for a very, very long time, and we all know that CPS doesn't always get it right. And I think now that, there might be part of her, because I don't think there's a way that you can look back on things and not play that shoulda, woulda, coulda game, right, with yourself. What if I had called DCFS or CPS? Could I have prevented something from happening to Megan, or to Evelyn? I'm sorry, to Evelyn. I always do that. Could I have prevented this? And, I know she can't, like, listen to any of the podcasts or anything like that, but I would imagine that after this is all over, I hope she knows, because I haven't looked on X or anything, but I would imagine that many people are feeling about Bailey the way that we are all feeling about Bailey. And, I hope she has an opportunity at some point to know that there are people in the world who don't blame her, who are supportive, and who feel her pain up on that stand. It's just awful. It's just awful, So, but anyway, you guys, it's been a long one, and we got another one tomorrow, and we're going to start with Bailey. So I'm real curious to see how the defense plays her. If I were them, I would be real careful how I play that one. Because she is definitely coming across to the jury as genuine, truthful, not there because she wants to be there, but there because she has to be there, and someone who it's not like she was some kind of double agent or anything, or not an actual genuine friend. She just started contacting Megan after all of this happened to try to get, some information or whatever. She doesn't come across that at that way at all. And if I were that defense attorney, I would do my job, but I would walk a very, very fine line in the way that I questioned her, as to not come across as confrontational, adversarial, anything negative. And I hope that Bailey, is able to reconcile all of this in her own head and in her own heart and heal from this in time. I want to thank you guys all so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. I would have watched this trial anyway, even if I didn't have a channel. And I would have, I would have had to say all the things that I'm saying right now. I would have been limited to 150 characters, and I would have been saying them in the chat. This is much easier. So I appreciate you guys for being here, for watching this trial with me. And just, all the chatting that we do about the trial, and also, just about other stuff like Buc-ee's and delicious Publix fruit bowls. And, sometimes we need a little levity. So thank you all very, very much for being here. If you have not done so, please give your girl a thumbs up, a thumbs down, whichever you think I deserve. I'm not going to judge. And I will see you all tomorrow at 8 a.m. for day 3 of testimony. I will be setting the stream tonight, and I will be paying close attention so that I set the stream for the correct time, so that Neat doesn't have to tell Allie to tell me. All right, you guys, have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you all later. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No malicious.
Finish her.
Minutes later.
We all do a little math sometimes.